Chapter 808. Qin Wushuang gave a leisurely smile and shook his head. No, this is the first round of the battle. The most important thing is to intimidate, not to kill. He briefly explained the strategy. As Bao Bao and Lone had followed Qin Wushuang for many years, they had formed a great tacit understanding with Qin Wushuang. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's explanation, they understood Qin Wushuang's intention. They had always followed Qin Wushuang's lead and there was no problem with their execution. Bao Bao said with a beaming smile, "Boss, we understand. It means that we will use all methods to intimidate the mysterious reform gate and form a psychological attack to make their psychological defense collapse, right?" "Well said." Qin Wushuang laughed. "Bao Bao, I didn't see that in these 10 years, you have matured. Great, there is a reward." With a flash, a completely golden iron rod appeared in his hand. He said, "This weapon is close to the genuine Supreme Tao level. I heard that it was forged by mixing the dark meteoric iron, extreme green jade essence, and dragon saliva gold iron. Its power is extraordinary. I see that you have never had a suitable weapon, so I will give you this weapon." "Really?" Instantly, Bao Bao's eyes lit up. He scuttled over and pulled this iron rod with an imposing manner into his hand. Then, he set up a stance and played a few tricks. Then, he roared with laughter. "Boss, this is great. This weapon is what I have dreamed of. Boss, thank you." Perhaps due to his immemorial bloodline, Bao Bao had liked to use weapons like rods since he was young. However, in all these years, he had never had a suitable weapon. Now, with this iron rod in his hand, naturally, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. As soon as he held it, Bao Bao could not put it down. He played with it repeatedly and wanted to play with it for 3 days and 3 nights. He wanted to poke a hole in the sky and smash a giant hole in the earth. Fire Kailin and Lone, you two usually do not use weapons. However, since you have formed the Supreme Tao Fire Soul, I will pass you an ultimate technique that has endless power. The first style is called 9 Dragons Flame. If you master it well, you will be able to kill people above your level effortlessly. The Great 5 Attributes Reincarnation Seal was not a bluff. Most likely, one would not be able to find more than 3 of such lost techniques in the entire Tianxian land. Qin Wushuang was willing to pass on this Great 5 Elements Samsara Seal to them naturally because they were his trusted subordinates. Furthermore, he had only taught them the first level of the profound mysteries. This lost art focuses on the mental cultivation method and the hand seals. Once you master it, regardless of whether you are in your beast form or human form, the prowess of the technique will be the same. Of course, when I'm in human form, I'll be able to control it more flexibly, and its relative lethality should be higher as well. After all, the combat prowess of the beast race's true form was definitely more powerful. When he transformed into his human form, he paralyzed the enemy. Then, he suddenly used his trump card, which was even more lethal. That was also because he won by surprise. "Thank you, Master." "Thank you, Boss." When Arisimo saw that all her companions had received gifts, she couldn't help but cry out, "Father, don't tell me I don't have a share. I won't agree to it. How could a mischievous spirit like you be left out?" Qin Wushuang laughed. "Weapon or technique, tell me." "You want me to tell you?" Arisimo blinked her pretty eyes. "Then I'll tell you. I'm just afraid you won't give it to me. You go first." Qin Wushuang appeared to be generous. "All right, I'm not greedy for gifts. I just want a dragon mother. Although that fierce dragon mother from last time was somewhat hateful, I seem to like her a little. Father, if you give that dragon mother..." "Moa, stop," Qin Wushuang said with a bitter smile. "This request is non-negotiable. Besides, you have a mother. She's not your mother, she only hatched you." "I have a mother?" Arisimo blinked her eyes and asked with a confused tone. "Ha ha, isn't this nonsense? Everyone has a mother, could it be you popped out from a stone?" Bao Bao mocked. "You're the one that popped out from a stone." Arisimo seemed to feel that it was the greatest humiliation to her that she had popped out from a stone. "Hey, I heard that in the immemorial era, my monkey clan had an exceptional ancestor that popped out from a stone. Boss, don't you think it's miraculous?" Qin Wushuang smiled bitterly and inwardly. Could it be there was also a monkey son in the immemorial era? Currently, he was not in the mood to think about the matters of the immemorial era. Thus, he did not continue the topic and said to Arisimo, you have the bloodline left behind by the immemorial dragon clan. Your mother has already passed away. However, I know you have a sibling. If you must get a gift, I can help you find this sibling. Passed away? What does that mean? Arisimo was confused. Ha ha ha. Bao Bao could not help but laugh. You don't even know about passing away, doesn't that mean? Suddenly, he stopped talking because Bao Bao realized that Qin Wushuang was glaring at him from the corner of his eyes. He cast away his mouth. Alright, boss is saying that your mother has already gone to another world. You won't be able to see her. However, it's not bad to have a sibling. Arisimo tilted her head, but she didn't pester him. She seemed to have guessed what was going on, and her expression was a little sad. After a long time, she asked, Father, where are my brothers and sisters? Your sibling is not born yet. However, with the current conditions, you can let it descend to the world at any time. To hatch a dragon egg, one would need the supreme Dao dragon breath. Initially, Qin Wushuang did not have the capital and had asked Mi Jiao for help to hatch Arisimo. Currently, the immemorial dragon bloodline inside his body had been completely stimulated and he could transform into a dragon at any time. Naturally, it would not be a problem for him to spit out the dragon breath. Even if he did not do it himself, Fire Kailin was related to the dragon clan and also a descendant of the immemorial dragon clan. He could hatch the remaining dragon egg. Arisimo appeared thoughtful and did not speak a word. Qin Wushuang continued the previous topic and said, Bao Bao, you and Lone will go to the mysterious reform gate. Fire Kailin and my 2 senior brothers will go to the 1,000 Feather sect. I will take to the 100 Lane clan. Remember, you must hide your tracks carefully. Now, the entire Shen Yuan mound is filled with spies. Of course, with your methods, if you act carefully, it's not a problem to keep your tracks a secret. We will set a month as the deadline. After a month, listen to my orders and act together. Yes. Qin Wushuang turned around to say to Qin Taichong and Qin Shaohong, 2 senior brothers, Fire Kailin is the divine beast of the endless Eastern Sea and possesses great power. With his protection, you can do whatever you want at the 1,000 Feather sect. Even if the 2 supreme Dao elite warriors of the 1,000 Feather sect are at the sect, they cannot do anything to Fire Kailin. Not to mention, their supreme Dao elite warriors are not at the mountain gate. Fire Kailin, these 2 are my senior brothers, you must not put on the airs of a divine beast before them. You must discuss everything and listen to my senior brother's orders. Yes, master. Fire Kailin knew that he could only carry out his master's orders. Okay, let's go separately. After the distribution, they split into 3 groups and headed towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Qin Wushuang brought Arisimo. With the cover of the heart illusion mask, he was not worried about exposing his tracks. Even if the Heavenly Emperor Gate had extensive spies, as long as Qin Wushuang deliberately concealed himself, the possibility of being exposed would be minimal. After all, his goal was to head straight to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and he would not get involved in any disputes along the way. If he were to travel at full speed, with his current strength, he could arrive at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain in less than 10 days. However, to avoid people's eyes and ears, he must slow down his speed. After about 20 days, Qin Wushuang arrived near the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Per the instructions of the observant finger jade plate, Bao Bao and the others had also arrived after splitting into 3 groups. To avoid beating the grass and alerting the snake, Qin Wushuang did not observe the situation at the aspiring throne mountain. During these few days of forbearance, Qin Wushuang did not slack off and focused on comprehending the Great 5 Attributes Reincarnation Seal. Currently, he had started to comprehend the second profound stage of the wood, fire, and metal attributes. The Great 5 Attributes Reincarnation Seal had 5 stages. Naturally, the power of this second stage had increased compared to the first stage. There were also some changes. Compared to the first stage, the second stage of the wood attribute, the Withering Flourishing Seal was not a healing hand technique. On the contrary, the power of this withering flourishing seal was extremely terrifying. The power of its attack could almost be said as a tyrannical tactic that could determine life and death. When the withering flourishing seal was used, one would either live or die. Withering symbolized desolation and death. Flourishing symbolized life and vitality. Between withering and flourishing, this withering flourishing seal contained great wisdom and a great stage. As Qin Wushuang comprehended the withering flourishing seal, he was also astonished by the profoundness of this withering flourishing seal. This withering flourishing seal obviously already contained some supreme philosophies between heaven and earth. Withering and flourishing was a law and rule of the growth of all living things in nature. Although this withering flourishing seal had not reached the stage of controlling the rules, it had actually already integrated the wisdom of the rules into it. Therefore, compared to the spring wind and rain, which was a purely healing method, the withering flourishing seal was naturally much more powerful. Qin Wushuang immersed himself in comprehending the withering flourishing seal for 10 days. It was also impossible for him to comprehend the second stage of the metal and fire attribute hand seals. He only had a rough understanding. The second stage of the fire attribute hand seal was called prairie fire. Its power was naturally much stronger than the first stage. As for the metal attribute hand seal, the second stage of the hand seal was called unbreakable Vajra. When the hand seal was formed, it could transform into countless golden figures. Its attack power was strong and its aura was domineering. It could be said that among the 5 attributes, it could not be ranked second. Inside the 100 Lane clan, it was peaceful at this moment. No one knew that a storm was brewing quietly. The dark clouds were already above the 100 Lane clan. The supreme Dao elite warriors of the 100 Lane clan had not returned for 10 years. This made the entire clan more or less slack off and somewhat hesitant. The great elder who was in charge of the overall situation in the clan also had some complaints. His current cultivation was at the peak of the common mysterious realm. It was the crucial period to break through to the supreme Dao realm. However, the 2 clan leaders in the clan had let him come out to take charge of the overall situation of the clan, wasting a lot of time. One should know that his current age already had no advantage. If he wasted a year, the chances of breaking through to the supreme Dao realm would be even slimmer, let alone 10 years. However, the great responsibility of the clan had fallen on his head. He could not shirk it even if he wanted to. In helplessness, he could only complain while being a hands-off shopkeeper, and distribute the big and small affairs of the clan leaders. Stealing a trace of free time, he continued to break through to the supreme Dao realm. If you want to know what will happen next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 809. The 15th of each month was the day the 100 Lane clan worshipped their ancestors. Regardless of how unwilling Bai Lifeng, the head elder of the 100 Lane clan was, he must participate in this ceremony. Using this opportunity, the other elders of the clan would certainly keep Bai Lifeng and report to him about the recent major events of the clan. They would also use this opportunity to report the matters that required him to make a decision. Bai Lifeng could not abandon his responsibilities completely. Although he was still unwilling inwardly, he must do it on the surface. Head elder, I heard that the situation at the aspiring throne mountain is becoming clearer. The 2 patriarchs also sent good news from time to time. They said that the annihilation of the Qin clan is just around the corner. It will happen in the next 1 or 2 months. The 2 patriarchs asked me to ask you, are you interested in going to the aspiring throne mountain? Why should we rush to the aspiring throne mountain? Could it be they don't have enough people? Bai Lifeng did not have much interest. Now, he put all his focus on making a dash for the supreme Dao stage. Of course we have enough people. Second elder Bai Lishi laughed. Could it be that head elder forgot that the 2 patriarchs once said that the heavenly emperor had promised to kill and loot the Qin clan's upright morality hall? Everyone who saw it will have a share. As long as you are a person of the 6 sects, regardless of identity, position, or treasure, it will belong to whoever gets it. It was a great temptation. Instantly, Bai Lifeng was energized and lights shone from his eyes. His hands that pressed onto the armrest of the chair could not help but tremble slightly. His chest moved up and down, and a trace of greed flashed across his pair of muddy eyes. Being the old powerhouse of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan was known as the two trump cards of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain along with the Yun clan. They were even older than the current Heavenly Emperor Xin clan. With tens and thousands of years of foundation, certainly there would be many good things inside the mountain gate. Bai Lifeng thought, besides those supreme Dao elite warriors, how many people are at the peak of the common mysterious stage? 10 years ago, in that battle, a young disciple of the Qin clan killed many elite warriors of the exquisite mysterious boundary stage. The 100 Lane clan also suffered great losses. Fortunately, I was in solitary training and did not go, or else I would have turned into ashes. Now, with the aspiring throne mountain at hand, it would be nice if I go and pick up a good bargain. Bai Lifeng was a cunning old fox. How could he not see through this bargain? Moved inwardly, he narrowed his eyes. The temptation of the Qin clan was too great. The Qin clan had always been an old sect at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Once it was breached, the treasures inside would surely be plentiful. Apart from deity realm powerhouses, how many people could snatch from peak mystic comprehending powerhouses? Bai Lifeng was very confident that if he participated, he would definitely gain a lot of benefits. But now that he was about to charge into the Supreme Dao realm, was it worth it to waste this time? Obviously, he still had to weigh the pros and cons. The Supreme Dao fruit definitely won't be mine. If he could snatch a Supreme Dao armor, this trip would not be in vain. Taking a step back, even if he managed to snatch a Supreme Dao weapon, he would still have profited. If I can't even get a weapon of the Supreme Dao, the other things won't mean much to me. Suddenly, the sound of noisy footsteps could be heard from the outside. A messenger disciple quickly walked in and said, "Elders, a strange person has arrived outside the mountain gate. He wants to see the person in charge of our 100 Lane clan." "Is that right?" "Strange person? What strange person?" Bai Lifeng waved his hand unhappily. "I will not see him, tell him to get lost." "This head elder, that person said that if he does not see the person in charge, he will not be courteous to the 100 Lane clan." Although the words of that person sounded humble, in fact, he is arrogant and rude. "How dare you?" Bai Lifeng slapped the table. "What does that person look like?" "That person is expressionless, there is nothing special about him," that messenger disciple said stutteringly. At this moment, outside the mountain gate, a slow voice gushed in like the tide. It seemed as if circles of ripples had spread into the mountain gate of the 100 Lane clan. "Person in charge of the 100 Lane clan, come out." "Humph, don't think that your sect defense is strong. If your sect defense is comparable to the Qin and Yun clan, I will turn around and leave without a second word. However, your defense formation is not even 1/3 of the Qin and Yun clans. Do you think you can sit back and relax by hiding inside?" "Ha ha ha." In the beginning, this voice sounded soothing. Yet, like boiling water in the fire, it boiled more and more. In the end, it almost boiled up inside the mountain gate of the 100 Lane clan. It was as if the mountain wind and the sea rain had gushed in together. The astonishing temperament made all disciples of the 100 Lane clan wake up with a start. Each of them revealed a panicked expression as if a great enemy had appeared. When all the elders of the clan heard this voice, their minds trembled. They looked at each other and there were traces of confusion in their eyes. There were also some fear that was not well hidden. "Who is it?" Bai Lifeng could not help but ask. The other elders all shook their heads. Clearly, they were also clueless. Boom! Just when they looked at each other in dismay, there was a slight shake inside the mountain gate. The cups on the table before them also started to sway. With a series of banging sounds, they fell to the ground. The first strike was only a warning. "If you want to test whether I have this ability, you can try." This voice still sounded calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos and did not carry any harsh tone. However, in the ears of elders like Bai Lifeng, it sounded exceptionally fearful. They did not even understand which evil god they had provoked. However, without a doubt, this person's cultivation definitely surpassed all of them present. And he definitely had the ability to attack their mountain gate's great formation. Once the mountain gate's great formation was broken, no one could predict what kind of attack the entire 100 Lane clan would suffer. Head Elder, regarding this matter, we have to inform the two clan leaders. One of the elders said immediately. Yes, we have to inform the clan leaders. Bai Lifeng's face was ashen. The clan leaders and the others are at the aspiring throne mountain and the situation is unclear. Even if we inform them now, it will be like distant water that cannot quench the present thirst. That's still better than us fighting here, right? I'm guessing that the other party must have the strength of the Supreme Tao. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so arrogant. Bai Lifeng nodded. Informing the clan leaders is a must. The problem is, if we hold this guy back until the clan leaders and the others rush back. The voice from outside sounded again. No response. Then you're telling me that I can attack the 100 Lane clan's mountain guarding formation with all my strength. Don't blame me for saying the ugly words first. If I break through the mountain gate of the 100 Lane clan, not even a chicken or a dog will be left in your clan. By the end of his words, each word seemed to be a vicious curse that swept into the ears of everyone from the 100 Lane clan. It made each of their complexion turn ashen and their hearts surged endlessly. Outside the mountain gate of the 100 Lane clan, Qin Wushuang held a treasured sword that was filled with an overbearing aura. He had already seen through most of the mountain gate of the 100 Lane clan. He was confident that before the 9th calamity genuine Supreme Tao weapon unleashed by him, a mountain gate at this level would not have much of an effect. For a divine weapon at the 9th calamity genuine Supreme Tao stage, even those paramount totem elite warriors might not possess it. Not to mention other people. Initially, when Xian Yuan Wei bestowed a Nirvana heavenly plow to Xin Tianwen, it already made him feel as if he had received a supreme treasure. As for that Nirvana heavenly plow, it only accompanied Xian Yuan Wei to pass the 4th calamity. The difference between the 4th calamity and the 9th calamity within the genuine Supreme Tao stage was apparent. Therefore, when Qin Wushuang held this heavenly emperor sword, perhaps he could not unleash its strongest power when fighting against an elite warrior. However, it was the most suitable weapon to deal with such motionless and immobile formations. The purple wings changed rapidly behind Qin Wushuang's back. As he flapped the wings, he transformed into a burst of purple light and dashed into the sky. Raising the heavenly emperor sword from his hand, as if a god had descended, he brought along an emotionless power of judgment and slashed before the first barrier. As the sword light swept past, golden lights glittered. Kaila. With a crisp sound, it was as if a knife had cut through tofu. This barrier did not have any power to resist as it was slashed into powder and collapsed. Qin Wushuang did not even twitch his eyebrows as he kept attacking one after another. The golden lights shot from the heavenly emperor sword crisscrossed in a crisscrossing pattern. Like scarecrows, those barriers could not withstand a single blow and kept getting broken. Such method of breaking the barriers made those elite warriors of the 100 Lane clan dumbstruck. Their hands and feet went numb as they completely lost their bearings. They thought that even if the enemy was powerful, it would not be easy to break the barriers. At least, it would take some time and some twists and turns. Wasn't the Heavenly Emperor Gate powerful? Before the mountain gate of the Qin clan, it had not been broken even after 10 years. This made them have blind confidence in the mountain protection barrier. However, they did not think that how could the barriers of the 100 Lane clan be comparable to the mountain protection formation of the Qin clan? If it were the mountain protection formation of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Qin Wushuang knew that even with the Heavenly Emperor Sword and other 9th Calamity genuine supreme weapons, most likely he could not break it. Even if he were to break it by force, with his current strength, most likely it would take him 3 to 5 years. However, after all, the 100 Lane clan was a third-rate existence among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Not to mention being compared to the 3 veteran powerhouses, most likely even the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect were much more powerful than these 3 powerhouses. For the last 2, is 1 hour enough? Qin Wushuang let out a leisurely laugh. When I arrive here, you will inform the 2 Supreme Tao elite warriors of the 100 Lane clan immediately. They will withdraw immediately and return to the clan. It will take at least 4 hours. I believe that in this time, I have enough time to destroy your 100 Lane clan 3 times. Bai Lifeng breathed heavily. He knew that this time, the 100 Lane clan had encountered a tough nut to crack, a ruthless character. Everyone, this person is speaking the truth. When the two patriarchs make it back, it's enough to destroy the 100 Lane clan 3 times. Does anyone have a strategy to repel the enemy? This guy mentioned that he wants to see the person in charge. Currently, the person in charge of the clan is none other than you, head elder. Bai Lifeng gave a cold snort and glanced around. He said coldly, "This way, you want me to go out and be the scapegoat, right? Head patriarch, I am afraid you cannot shoulder this great responsibility alone. Why don't all of us go out together? In the case of a conflict, we can swarm up and attack him when he is unprepared." Bai Lifeng shook his head with a cold sneer. Swarm up. When dealing with elite warriors of the Supreme Tao stage, it doesn't matter how many of you there are. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 810. Boom. 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 Just as they were discussing, another layer of the outer restrictive spells was broken. The restrictive spells of the 100 Lane clan weren't made of tofu. Although their foundation of a few thousand years couldn't be compared to those that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, these restrictive spells of the 100 Lane clan had gone through countless ups and downs. Many transformation Supreme Tao warriors had failed to break the restrictive spells of the Mountain Gate. This was also recorded in the historical records of the clan. But today, how could the clan's restrictive spells be so fragile? Bai Lifeng and the others had a strong uneasy thought in their hearts. That was, the opponent was too terrifying. He was even more terrifying than the strongest opponent the 100 Lane clan had ever met. There was only one last restrictive spell left. Although it was the strongest one, with the enemy's momentum, no matter how strong this last restrictive spell was, it couldn't change the current situation of the entire 100 Lane clan. This is the last chance. After this restrictive spell is broken, I will pile up the corpses of the 100 Lane clan into a mountain. I will let the blood of the 100 Lane clan flow like a river. Qin Wushuang's voice was like an azura from hell. There wasn't a trace of human emotion. Bai Lifeng's body shook. His turbid eyes revealed a look of despair. He was speechless and looked up to the heavens. He muttered to himself, "Could it be that the heavens want me to die? I'm only one step away from the Supreme Tao realm, but I've encountered such a catastrophe. What kind of expert did the 100 Lane clan offend?" The other elders' faces were also ugly. One of the elders with a strong temperament roared, "Great elder, at this moment, you're still fussing over your personal gains and losses. The clan's crisis is at hand. You're the great elder and you're enjoying all the benefits normally. Now, you don't have any responsibility at all." After the first one exploded, the anger in the other elders' hearts was also ignited. "Yes, great elder. Normally, you're a boss who doesn't do anything, so we don't say anything. At this critical moment, you still don't do anything. How are you going to handle this clan? Everyone respects you as the first elder. At this time, if you don't do anything, then you'll be the one to blame. If you don't do anything now, you'll just have to wait to kill yourself in front of the ancestors of the 100 Lane clan. Let him be a coward here. Let's go." The dissatisfaction that these elders usually had with the great elder erupted in an instant. All of them were filled with righteous indignation as they glanced at Bai Lifeng with disdain. Bai Lifeng's old face was incomparably vivid, alternating between green and white. He had absolute authority in the Council of Elders, and he had always enjoyed this kind of authority. He had never thought that these elders would dare to be impudent in front of him. Therefore, he was unable to recover from the sudden outburst of power. By the time he figured it out, the elders had already leaped out one by one. The first elder's face was covered with a layer of frost. "Are all of you acting like hot-blooded men in front of me? All right, you guys love to be in the limelight. All of you go and throw your lives away. Let's see if a Supreme Tao elite is someone you guys can resist." Bai Lifeng's natural disposition was selfish and cold. At this moment, his thoughts were no longer on how to defend against the external enemies. Instead, He was pondering when exactly the two patriarchs would be able to rush back. At this moment, the communication jade tablet reacted violently. Great Elder, the enemy is right in front of us. Why are you cowering and not coming out? The voice of the Great Patriarch sounded urgently. Grand Patriarch, the enemy's strength is simply not something that the Elder group can withstand. If you guys don't come back, the clan will be in danger. Instead of letting the experts in the clan go and do meaningless resistance, it's better to break up the whole into parts and use the sect's terrain to protect ourselves and preserve our strength. It's really unwise to fight the enemy head-on. Bai Lifeng had his own reasons, and he continued to speak emotionally. Our 100 Lane clan's foundation is not thick in the first place. If all of the elders die in battle, who will support this 100 Lane clan's great cause? With only the two patriarchs as lone commanders, what hope does the 100 Lane clan have? These words sounded very convincing, and people could not find any loopholes. Bai Lifeng, cut the crap. Even if you want to preserve your strength, you are not able to pacify the elder group, and causing internal division in the elder group is also a big responsibility. Now, I order you in the name of the patriarch to go out and negotiate with the enemy. No matter what method you use, delay the enemy. Wait for us to come back. Let all the elders retreat. You go. Grand Patriarch, are you asking me to throw my life away? Bai Lifeng's expression changed. You are the Grand Elder. This is where your responsibility lies. Negotiation may not necessarily be throwing your life away. Since that person wants to see the person in charge, he must have something to say. How do you know that he must kill you? The Grand Patriarch spoke harshly, and his tone was already extremely angry. Bai Lifeng was still hesitating. The Grand Patriarch shouted, Bai Lifeng, retreating at the last minute is the shame of the clan. If you don't want your bloodline to be removed from the 100 Lane clan, no matter what reason you have, immediately carry out the order. Bai Lifeng gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. The patriarch used his bloodline to threaten him, and this was Bai Lifeng's weak spot. Fine, patriarch, I'll go. If something happens to me, and the clan does not treat my bloodline well, even if I turn into a ghost, I will not let it go. Bai Lifeng thought that he was a senior in the clan, and at this time, he also took advantage of his seniority and shouted, Mitch, you're on your own. The Grand Patriarch's voice was restrained, and it was already silent. Bai Lifeng wished he could smash the spiritual sense transmission jade tablet in his hand into pieces. He was very depressed in his heart, and he walked out in large strides. Outside the mountain gate, the last restriction was already in imminent danger. 7 to 8 elders were lined up in a line, holding their breaths with rapt attention. Obviously, they were waiting for this tragic moment to arrive. Bai Lifeng's voice swayed, and he had already landed in front of the elders. He shouted, the few of you, get in. When those elders saw Bai Lifeng rush out, they were all stunned. Don't you have ears? Get lost. Bai Lifeng shouted. Those elders looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, they did not know what this Bai Lifeng was trying to do. Ha ha ha. Very good, is everyone here? In front of the last restriction, a yellow shadow swayed, like a breeze, floating in spirals, and constantly condensing into a human figure in the void. A mighty figure became clearer and clearer, and finally, a lively human figure appeared. This person was naturally Qin Wushuang. He pointed the Heavenly Emperor sword in his hand from afar and initiated the aura of this divine weapon. Instantly, it had intimidated everyone. As if each of them had been petrified, a trace of uncontrollable fear flowed out from their eyes. They looked at Qin Wushuang, who had emerged from the void in panic. This mountain gate's restriction was this week? Look at his back. What is that? Wings, wings. He is Qin Wushuang. Regarding the topic of Qin Wushuang, there were too many rumors at the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Naturally, Qin Wushuang's signature purple cloud yin-yang wings were his most prominent feature. They were as famous as the Heavenly Emperor wings. Some even said that Qin Wushuang had 3 heads and 6 arms and was extremely terrifying. There were many different versions of the rumor, but the purple cloud yin-yang wings existed in every version. Therefore, when they saw Qin Wushuang's signature wings, The elders of the 100 Lane clan had suddenly realized the truth. Qin Wushuang was not surprised by the reaction of these people. A trace of ridicule overflowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked at this group of people with a judgmental gaze. Qin Wushuang, what do you want? Bai Lifeng suppressed the fear in his heart forcefully and asked with a hoarse voice. What do you want me to do? Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes and a burst of rich murderous intent kept spreading out. Bai Lifeng cried out, when the Qin clan fights with the king of hell of the Xin clan, how can you not let us little ghosts suffer? If you have the skill, go fight with the Heavenly Emperor Gate. What's the use of coming to the 100 Lane clan? This way, you feel that the 100 Lane clan is not responsible at all, right? Qin Wushuang seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. The 100 Lane clan was coerced by the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Besides, up to this point, the 100 Lane clan has not posed much threat to the Qin clan, Bai Lifeng quibbled. Yes, these words do make sense. Qin Wushuang said leisurely. Suddenly, a trace of a smile twitched from the corner of his mouth. By the way, do you guys think that if you stall for time here and wait for your two patriarchs to return, everything will be fine? These words were like a heavy hammer that struck the hearts of everyone directly. It completely shattered their trace of wishful thinking. Qin Wushuang, a straightforward person, does not resort to insinuations. Just what do you want? Bai Lifeng felt extremely sorrowful. In the situation where he was the meat on the chopping block, he could not even utter a single vicious word. Initially, I planned to annihilate your entire clan. However, since you guys came out before I broke the last barrier, I could consider giving you guys a chance. As soon as he spoke these words, the expressions of the elders of the 100 Lane clan relaxed. There was still a chance. As long as they did not die on the spot, everything could be discussed. Listen, it's true that the 100 Lane clan was coerced by the Heavenly Emperor Gate. However, 10 years ago, I attacked the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the Heavenly Punishing Villa and the Sound of Thunder sect, but did not touch your 3 sects. It was to give you guys a chance to mend your ways. Have your 100 Lane clan, Mysterious Reform Gate and Thousand Feather sect ever cherished it? That time 10 years ago, Qin Wushuang did indeed give the 3 major sects a chance. And the 3 major sects did have the intention to retreat, but they were helpless. In front of His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's power, they could not withdraw in the end. This. Bai Lifeng was speechless for a moment. I don't want to talk nonsense. You are all the pillars of the 100 Lane clan. But if I want to make a move today, I can kill all of you in an instant. Taking a step back, even if your 2 patriarchs rush back, I can also easily kill them. Unless your patriarchs have the cultivation base of the peak of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, only then can they stop me from doing all this. Qin Wushuang's gaze was awe-inspiring as he looked around. Unfortunately, your great patriarch is just a 5th Tribulation Transformation Supreme Dao stage. This cultivation base is not worth mentioning in my eyes. It is unknown whether he can escape alive in front of me. Many elders were awe-inspiring, but looking at Qin Wushuang's momentum, it seemed that he was indeed not weaker than the great patriarch. The astonishment in their hearts increased. Everyone, open your eyes and look at me. Qin Wushuang's voice seemed to be full of magic. It made these elders like marionettes, and they could not help but look at Qin Wushuang. With this look, everyone immediately felt as if they were under a spell. Their whole body quivered coldly. Rays of mysterious light shot directly into the depths of their eyebrows, making them suddenly feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 811. Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. He initiated the divine venomous insect and shot it into the center of everyone's brows. Not a single fish escaped the net as all of them were restrained by his divine venomous insect technique. Each of them revealed a dull look as if they were petrified. After a long time, their divine consciousness gradually woke up, but the way they looked at Qin Wushuang was completely different. Their eyes were full of respect and obedience. Master. Greetings. Master, the divine venomous insect technique was very powerful. Today, Qin Wushuang's divine consciousness was 100 times more powerful than these people. When the divine venomous insect technique was activated, it naturally covered the entire space and hit all of them. For your information, Qin Wushuang had already passed the fourth calamity. At the fourth calamity of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, his spiritual perception was not weaker than ordinary sixth calamity Transformation Supreme Tao warriors. Moreover, he had this marvelous divine venomous insect technique, which was silent. It was as easy to deal with these cultivators below the Supreme Tao realm as to deal with ants. Qin Wushuang looked normal and said with a smile, "Everyone, remember, I won't take your lives, but I can control your life and death at any time." Are the two patriarchs of the Bailey clan on their way back? Yes, Master. Master, Bai Lifeng said respectfully. Very good. Qin Wushuang closed his eyes and thought carefully. The Bailey clan has two Supreme Tao experts. One is the Transformation Supreme Tao expert, and the other is the Condensation Supreme Tao expert. It's not difficult for me to deal with one of them. It's troublesome to attack two people at the same time with the divine venomous insect technique. However, as long as the tactics are used, it's not difficult to deal with them. Qin Wushuang's eyes stopped on these elders. He suddenly had some ideas. He fixed his eyes on an elder who was about the same height as him. What's your name? What's your position in the Bailey clan? My name is Bai Lijian. I'm the fifth elder of the clan. Very good, it's you. As soon as Qin Wushuang finished speaking, he extended his hand and made a grabbing motion. A golden ray of light shot out from his hand, and a huge handprint appeared, grabbing Bai Lijian. With a pull of his hand, Bai Lijian was imprisoned within his storage bag. Qin Wushuang put on the clothes in his hands. Using the heart illusion mask, he spun 3 times on the spot. When he came to a stop, he already looked like the fifth elder, Bai Lijian. These elders were all dumbfounded. Obviously, they were shocked by Qin Wushuang's methods. This was simply miraculous. Everyone, let's go and welcome the return of the two patriarchs. Ha ha. Qin Wushuang smiled leisurely and said to Bai Lifeng, "First elder, you're in charge of taking the lead. Do you have any objections?" Bai Lifeng hurriedly replied, "This subordinate obeys the order." A few hundred miles away from the 100 Lane clan's mountain gate, Bai Lifeng led the 7 elders and had been waiting for around 2 hours. In the distant sky, 2 rays of light shot over at an extremely fast speed. Obviously, they were the 2 patriarchs who had not been seen for 10 years. Although these elders were poisoned by the divine venomous insect, their hearts were still shaken when they saw the pressure of the 2 patriarchs. They felt slightly uneasy. First patriarch, look over there. Aren't they the elders of the elder group? The second patriarch, Bai Litu, cried out in surprise. The first patriarch obviously saw this scene as well. What's going on? Looking at their appearance, although they are a little frightened, they obviously didn't suffer any injuries. Could it be a trap? Let's play it by ear. They are all the clan's right-hand men. Even if some of them are united, they won't all betray us. We don't need to worry too much. The 2 Supreme Tao experts landed at the same time. Bai Lifeng hurriedly went forward and bowed. "Patriarchs, you're finally back." The first patriarch, Bai Liguang, raised his eyebrows. "First elder, what's going on? Didn't you say that there's a great enemy? Where is the enemy?" Bai Lifeng stuttered. "First elder, this is not good." Chem. Sweat emerged from Bai Lifeng's forehead as he said stutteringly, "First patriarch, that person came to my mountain gate and acted presumptuously. He destroyed all the defenses of my mountain gate and left a message saying that if the 100 Lane clan remains stubborn, the next time he comes, it will be the day he will annihilate all of us." Did he leave a name? It's the disciple of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang? As soon as this name was spoken, the expression of Bai Liguang and Bai Litu changed at the same time. They looked at each other and were greatly astonished. Qin Wushuang, isn't he at the Heavenly Fire southern border? How come he's at the Xian Yuan Mound? Bai Litu was greatly astonished. First patriarch. Behind Bai Lifeng, fifth elder Bai Lijian said, That kid carries a pair of giant wings and holds a bow and arrow full of power. He's very young. This description caused the expression of the two patriarchs to change drastically. This image, if it was not Qin Wushuang, who else could it be? One could impersonate other things, but for that pair of wings, besides the Heavenly Emperor, who else could impersonate it? What else did he say? Bai Liguang asked with a cold voice. Vividly, Bai Liguang realized that most likely this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Bai Lijian said, when he left something behind, please take a look. Chem. What is it? Take it out. Bai Liguang said emotionally. Bai Lijian took a step forward and opened his hand. A strangely shaped talisman appeared in his hand. First Patriarch, please take a look. Bai Liguang did not mind as he took a step forward and took it. The instant Bai Liguang's palm made contact with it, a trace of a smile spilled from the corner of Bai Lijian's mouth. He flipped his palm and instantly, that talisman transformed into tens and thousands of golden lights. Like the hair of an ox, flower needles, and drizzling rain, it shot towards Bai Liguang at an extremely fast speed. Needle seal hidden in silk floss. Qin Wushuang shouted in a low voice. He flipped his hand and the golden lights were activated continuously. At such a close distance, countless golden lights did not allow Bai Liguang to react at all. They shot directly towards Bai Liguang's vital parts. Bai Liguang was shocked. Under these golden lights, Qin Wushuang's next step, the divine venomous poison, was already covered in the golden lights and shot towards Bai Liguang's glabella. Bai Liguang could dodge the first attack, but how could he dodge the second? This divine venomous poison was extremely overbearing. Once it shot into Bai Liguang's glabella, it turned into an ice line and directly entered Bai Liguang's dantian, directly imprisoning his divine soul. Bai Liguang was shocked. He protected his vital parts but found that the corrosive power of this ice line was not something he could resist at all. The divine venomous poison directly wrapped around his divine soul. His whole body could not help but tremble violently. Seeing this, Bai Litu did not react in time. He shouted, Bai Lijian, how dare you? Bai Lijian laughed loudly. You also have a share. Bai Litu suddenly realized that something was wrong. He turned into a ray of light and fled towards the void. Qin Wushuang laughed loudly. Bai Litu, you can't escape. A figure came out from the void. A claw directly tore through the void and grabbed towards Bai Litu's face. This claw was not flashy, but its power was enough to shatter the void. Bai Litu let out an ayah and hurriedly dodged. Behind him, a huge mountain condensed from golden light came crashing down. Qin Wushuang's figure shot directly in front of Bai Litu. The divine venomous poison followed and shot into Bai Litu's glabella. After dealing with Bai Liguang, the second patriarch Bai Litu's cultivation was obviously much lower than Bai Liguang's. He could not resist Qin Wushuang's powerful attack at all. Under Ari Simo's attack, Bai Litu did not even have the chance to escape. He was directly hit by the divine venomous poison. Qin Wushuang roared with laughter and said to Ari Simo, beautifully done, it's a success. Even supreme Dao elite warriors could not resist at all before the divine venomous poison. Although they could resist for a longer time, they could not resist the power of this divine venomous poison. After 2 hours, Bai Liguang and Bai Litu arrived before Qin Wushuang like tamed sheep. Master. Very good. What does the Bai Li clan plan to do with the Heavenly Emperor's camp? The Bai Li clan will withdraw from the Heavenly Emperor's camp. We will break all ties with the Xin clan, Bai Liguang said obediently. Qin Wushuang smiled lightly. This is not enough. The mysterious Reform Gate and the Thousand Feather sect are still indecisive. You guys will be responsible for persuading these two sects. Show up and persuade them to withdraw. As for how to persuade them, you should know, right? With Master's power, it's as easy as turning your hand to intimidate the Thousand Feather sect and the mysterious Reform Gate. We only need to analyze Master's divine power and they will know what to choose. That's right. Tell them that if they get involved with the Xin clan again, next time, it will be the time for their two sects to be annihilated. There will not be any more luck or accidents. Even the Xin clan will not be able to save them. Master, Are you planning to declare war with the Xin clan? Bai Liguang and Bai Litu were shaken. The day we annihilate the Xin clan will be the day you regain your freedom. The time is ripe to annihilate the Xin clan. You only need to do your job well. If you know what's good for you, there will be a place for you in the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. If you don't know what's good for you, on the day we annihilate the Xin clan, 1 or 2 of your sects will not make a difference. Of course we will pledge our lives to follow the Qin clan, we will never go back on our word. Qin Wushuang gave a cold snort. Now that he controlled them with the divine venomous poison, of course they would not go back on their words. If they were to regain their freedom, such tests and guarantees were not trustworthy at all. Of course, Qin Wushuang also knew that using the divine venomous poison to deal with the 100 Lane clan was an expedient measure. To stabilize the situation at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, it would be difficult to use the divine venomous poison to control the other sects for a long time. The totem Shen Yuan clan would not agree. At this moment, Bao Bao and Qin Taichung's side sent back news of victory. Junior brother Wushuang, we've already succeeded. Under the attack of the divine beast Fire Kylin, the entire Thousand Feather sect did not have any power to resist. The entire Thousand Feather sect has turned upside down and is in a complete mess. We captured a few core disciples and elders to threaten them. Boss, I'm sorry, I accidentally killed a few people. Ha ha, however, we have taken care of the mysterious reform gate. I believe that in the next few 100 years, when they hear your name, they will be scared to the point of having nightmares. With Bao Bao and the Purple Flame Electric Beast's methods, once they made a move, it was impossible for them not to kill. Qin Wushuang was somewhat prepared. Alright, don't make any more moves. Follow the original plan and gather at the agreed place, Qin Wushuang instructed. This first wave of attacks had ended perfectly and even surpassed their expectations. Qin Wushuang firmly believed that the Heavenly Emperor Party would surely welcome a storm. It was time for the Heavenly Emperor Party to collapse. To be continued. If you want to know what will happen, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:12. Qin Wushuang's wave of attack came out of the blue. However, it completely collapsed the psychological defense line of these 3 neutral sects. Needless to say, all the higher-ups of the 100 Lane clan had become Wushuang's divine venomous puppets. If Qin Wushuang had not considered the Shen Yuan totem clan, according to his style of doing things, certainly he would have refined the divine souls of those 2 supreme Dao elite warriors directly. He would have extracted the divine soul puppets and refined them into golem puppets. Currently, although Qin Wushuang had 9 golem puppets and could practice the 9 palace return 1 sword formation, this sword formation took up too much resources. All 9 golem puppets were requisitioned. Qin Wushuang did not have a single puppet next to him. At the crucial moment, it would not be nice to not have a scapegoat. With the current power Qin Wushuang possessed, he had 9 golem puppets. Plus the 4 divine beasts. In fact, he already had enough capital to fight against the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan. Only, the Xin clan had a monstrous Xin Tianwen who was an elite warrior of the genuine Supreme Dao stage. Under the situation where head chief Qin Xiaotian suffered severe injuries, Qin Wushuang did not have the confidence to fight a decisive battle with Xin Tianwen. With his current strength, even if he activated the 9th Calamity genuine Supreme Dao weapon, he would have almost no chance of winning against Xin Tianwen. Most of the time, he would fight for his life. With Xin Tianwen's hatred towards him, most likely it would take him some effort to escape. It was because Xin Tianwen would certainly chase after him regardless of the price. Therefore, Qin Wushuang schemed to strike the Heavenly Emperor Gate from a psychological level. Once the Heavenly Emperor Party collapsed, the Heavenly Emperor Gate would certainly suffer a heavy blow. It would be difficult for the Heavenly Emperor Gate to clap alone. Their plan to attack the aspiring Throne Mountain would be affected and they might even fail. As long as this plan failed, the Qin clan would have enough time to recuperate. Head Chief Qin Xiaotian would have time to heal. In this case, the crisis of the Qin clan would be resolved naturally. As long as Qin Xiaotian recovered his power, the Qin clan would have enough capital to resist Xin Tianwen. Next, it would be to strike the Shin clan. To strike the Shin clan, they must use the opportunity of the Heavenly Emperor election. Or else, in the end it would be difficult to deal with the Totem clan. Qin Wushuang's every step was carefully considered. The first step was to strike fear into the hearts of the three sects. However, this step was much smoother than he had imagined. The mysterious Reform Gate and the Thousand Feather sect had been working for the Heavenly Emperor Gate for the past 10 years. Currently, although the destruction of the Qin clan was imminent, if they were powerless to protect their own sect, what meaning would there be in destroying the Qin clan? Could the benefits he had received from the Qin clan make up for the loss of his sect? If the sect was gone, what was the use of obtaining great benefits? It took thousands of years for a sect to rise to its current state. Once it was destroyed, it would take a long time for it to rise again. It might be easy to produce a supreme Dao expert, but to have a few generations, or even dozens of generations, flourishing and producing talents in large numbers, the difficulty was not ordinary. Therefore, Qin Wushuang's deterrence had greatly moved the leaders of the three major sects through the embellishment of the people left behind in their respective sects. The two major leaders of the 100 Lane clan, Bai Liguang and Bai Litu, were already Qin Wushuang's puppets. Naturally, they began to lobby the mysterious Reform Gate and the Thousand Feather sect. Brother Guang, the Heavenly Emperor has already sent 7 edicts to summon us to the aspiring throne mountain. If we continue to make excuses, I am afraid the Heavenly Emperor will be furious and punish us severely. Luo Baiyu, the head suzerain of the Thousand Feather sect, gave a helpless sigh. Bai Liguang said with a cold sneer, "Brother Baiyu, this time when our three major sects were attacked at the same time, could it be that it did not sound the alarm for you? Do you think that Qin Wushuang is only joking with us?" The scene was solemn and respectful. Everyone knew that Qin Wushuang would never joke. Initially, when Qin Wushuang killed Lei Yiming, Luo Tongtian, and Xin Wuji, how could he be joking with his methods? When he attacked the Heavenly Emperor Gate and severely injured them, it was not like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. 10 years ago, Qin Wushuang had the guts and methods to kill at the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Today, 10 years later, if Qin Wushuang were to kill at their sects, it would not be a problem for him to massacre everyone. The Thousand Feather sect and the mysterious Reform Gate were not facing Qin Wushuang himself, but his subordinates. Yet, they had already used such vicious methods. If Qin Wushuang were to make a move himself, how vicious would his methods be? Bai Litu took the opportunity to say, "Everyone, perhaps this time, Qin Wushuang did not come to your sects, so you did not feel it deeply. I want to say that when that Qin Wushuang came to my 100 Lane clan, in less than 2 hours, he destroyed the 7 defensive defenses like cutting melons and vegetables. The Thousand Feather sect and the mysterious Reform Gate are on par with the 100 Lane clan. If Qin Wushuang were to go to your sects next time, how many moves do you think your sects would be able to stop him? Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor would sit by and do nothing? His Majesty sees that kid as a great calamity, he would never turn a blind eye to it." These were self-comforting words. The person who spoke these words did not have much confidence. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor would not turn a blind eye to it. However, the problem was that the Heavenly Emperor wanted to get Qin Wushuang as soon as possible. This situation had been going on for a dozen years. However, up to this point, Qin Wushuang was still living well. Not only that, his strength had increased tremendously. Humph, Heavenly Emperor. It would have been better if Bai Liguang had not mentioned it. As soon as he did, he was full of anger. Even if he was not controlled by the divine venomous technique, he did not have a good impression of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. After all, from beginning to end, they were forced to join the attack on the Qin clan. The Heavenly Emperor Gate was the main culprit for their clan being forced into this situation. When the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan and the Qin clan fought, these little devils suffered. If the Shin clan had not been tyrannical and forced them to join, how could they have formed such a huge grudge with the Qin clan? They would have caused endless troubles. If they had known about the current situation, they would have united tightly next to the Yun clan and stayed in the neutral camp. They would not be biased. "Ah, Brother Guang, just tell us the truth. Are we going or not to go when the Heavenly Emperor summons us?" The second master of the mysterious reform gate asked. Bai Liguang gave a slight snort and shook his head. No. If I go, I will work for them, charge and break through the enemy lines. I am afraid I will be cannon fodder at the front. Besides, what are we fighting with our lives on the line for? If we cannot even protect our own sect and have to work for others, then what fairness is there in this world? What else is worthy of our support for such a heavenly emperor gate? As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of the Thousand Feather sect and the mysterious reform gate turned pale with fright. They knew that Bai Liguang had complaints, but they did not expect that he would actually say such disgraceful words. Although these words sounded ear-piercing, when they thought about it, it struck the bottom of their hearts and resonated greatly. The situation of these two houses was not much better than the 100 Lane clan. It would have been all right if the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan had treated them well when they worked for the Heavenly Emperor Gate. In these 10 years, they had seen through the true face of the Shin clan completely. He wanted to borrow their strength and use a condescending attitude to order them around and oppress them. For Daoist friends, my head patriarch did not speak out of righteous indignation. Think about that Heavenly Emperor Gate. In these 10 years, have they ever cared about our respective sects? Have they ever spoken a heartwarming word to us? They only gave us an empty promise that on the day they break the Qin clan, they would let us kill and loot. However, when it comes to the good things of the Qin clan, I have my reservations. Let's not talk about how tyrannical the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan is. Even the Sound of Thunder sect and the Heavenly Punishing Villa hold a much higher position than us. Bai Litu took advantage of the opportunity to embellish. After a moment of silence, Luo Baiyu gave a long sigh. You too, just what is the current strength of that Qin Wushuang? Silence. The entire scene was silent for a long time. However, all eyes stopped on Bai Liguang. Clearly, they cared deeply about this problem. The current strength of Qin Wushuang was the crucial factor for their decision. Bai Liguang gave a light sigh. According to the feedback from the head elder of the 100 Lane clan, Qin Wushuang's current strength is about the same as mine. However, his equipment and methods are clearly much better than mine. Everyone, I heard that Qin Wushuang inherited the immemorial formation remains. I think this rumor can almost be verified. If it wasn't the case, how could he be this monstrous? Everyone's eyes dimmed. Bai Liguang's words shattered their last trace of fantasy. 10 years, it had only been 10 years. Initially, when Qin Wushuang escaped from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he had yet to enter the Supreme Dao stage. After 10 years, he was on par with Bai Liguang. What kind of terrifying progress was this? 10 years, for your information, it had only been 10 years. Currently, Qin Wushuang was only a little over 30 years old. According to the tradition of the martial arts world, he had only just entered the development stage of martial arts. He had not even entered the Golden Age. His strength was already this terrifying. Indeed, the potential displayed by this Qin Wushuang was terrifying and had shaken their heartstrings. Luo Baiyu asked somewhat powerlessly, Brother Guang, do you already think that the Heavenly Emperor Gate cannot subdue that Qin Wushuang? Subdue? Bai Liguang gave a cold sneer. From beginning to end, the Heavenly Emperor Gate had never subdued Qin Wushuang. Perhaps, the current Qin Wushuang cannot defeat the Heavenly Emperor. However, with time, with his speed of improvement, in the next few years, Qin Wushuang will make the Heavenly Emperor feel powerless. Everyone, I am not trying to mislead you. Now, our 3 powerhouses are brothers who have gone through thick and thin. I will not hide my words. I am afraid the wind at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain is about to change. The expression of the 4 major heads of the Thousand Feather sect and the mysterious Reform Gate all seemed to have been whipped. The muscles on their faces twitched lightly. Clearly, they also realized that under such tremendous pressure, the Qin clan still did not collapse. Currently, Qin Wushuang had returned from the endless Eastern Sea. He had already started his counterattack with aggressive momentum. It could be said that the Heavenly Emperor Gate had already lost the best opportunity to annihilate the Qin clan. In the next few years until the Heavenly Emperor election, it would be a crucial time for the entire wind to change. By that time, it would be clear who was the dragon and who was the snake. However, Judging from the current situation, the Qin clan had already passed the darkest stage and welcomed a glimmer of dawn. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:13. The attitude of the 100 Lane clan directly affected the mysterious Reform Gate and the Thousand Feather sect. It allowed these two major sects to completely realize that the counterattack of the Qin clan had already begun. Qin Wushuang, the genius of the Qin clan, had already started to rise with an unstoppable trend. Like a star in the resplendent Milky Way, he was rising slowly. Even if they didn't know about fate or fate, they still knew about history. In history, when such a stunning genius appeared, certainly there would be countless stepping stones for him to step on. From the human countries, to the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, to the Sound of Thunder sect and the heavenly Punishing Villa, to the current heavenly Emperor Gate, clearly, they were only stepping stones on the path of the genius to the peak. Now, the 7 summons from heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen could not make these 3 major sects turn back. When facing the life and death of their sects, of course these 3 major sects could not remain calm. Even if they were to risk Xin Tianwen's displeasure and hold him accountable, they could not care too much. Besides, their choice was the same as not expecting the Xin clan to win in the final competition. Since Xin Tianwen could not summon the leaders of these 3 major powerhouses with 7 summoning talismans, naturally Xin Tianwen flew into a rage. He almost wanted to kill these 3 major sects and take the heads of these 6 leaders. Cowards! Xin Tianwen swore with an ashen face, a group of cowards, retreating before the battle, short-sighted rat. Cowards! As soon as the 6 leaders of the 3 major sects retreated, their supreme Dao party became much thinner. The Xin clan had 4, the Sound of Thunder sect had 1, and the heavenly Punishing Villa had 2. Only 7 were left. Of course, when this party was to face the Qin clan, they still had a clear advantage. Although in these 10 years, elite warriors kept breaking into the supreme Dao stage, without 20 or 30 years of accumulation, how could these elite warriors be compared to the coagulate supreme Dao elite warriors that had passed the calamity? Therefore, for the Qin clan, besides Qin Xiaotian, only Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang posed a threat. Newly advanced supreme Dao elite warriors were not a concern. Your Majesty, these 3 major sects claimed their sects were attacked. Could it be they colluded to escape? Xin Tianwu could not refrain from asking. Escape plan? Xin Tianwen said with a cold sneer, don't look down on these guys. They don't have much skill, but they are scheming. Currently, the destruction of the Qin clan was imminent. If something had not truly happened, how could they let go of this great opportunity to leave? There must be something fishy going on. Yang Guinan of the heavenly Punishing Villa said with a solemn gaze, Your Majesty, could it be that the surviving member of the Qin clan has returned to the Shen Yuan Mound and attacked those 3 sects? Remnants of the Qin family? Are you talking about Qin Wushuang? When Xin Tianwen heard the words related to the Qin clan, he felt incredibly annoyed. Yes, among the surviving members of the Qin clan, only this Qin Wushuang is the greatest threat. The others are all mediocre. Yang Guinan said seriously. Isn't that kid in the heavenly fire southern border? There was also evidence of his appearance in the southern border a few days ago. Even if he could fly and had wings, he wouldn't be able to fly so fast in just a few days. Xin Tianwen rejected this possibility directly. Yang Guinan gave a long sigh. Ever since that kid stepped onto the path of martial arts, he has always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. I am only worried that the heavenly fire southern border is only a camouflage, a little trick. These words clearly caused Xin Tianwen's expression to become sluggish. Murderous intentions flashed across his eyes and vividly, he also had a trace of ominous premonition. Inwardly, he thought, could it be that this time, they were played by that kid again? Those 3 major sects have endured these 10 years. How come when they return to their sects, they hold themselves up like turtles? There must be a terrifying threat that occurred. Or else, with the destruction of the Qin clan at hand, there is no reason for them to not come and pick up this opportunity. Thinking here, Xin Tianwen revealed a profound gaze as he shouted, Tianchen, go to the 3 major sects, You must investigate the origin of this matter. Yes. Xin Tianchen received the order and asked again, Your Majesty, should we coerce them to return here? Humph, no need for now. When we break through the Qin clan, we will make them regret it. By that time, we will settle this old debt with them, Xin Tianwen said with a cold tone. This time, he was truly enraged. With his status as the Heavenly Emperor, he issued 7 orders at the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Even the Qin clan and the Yun clan would not dare to neglect him. These 3 sects were like ants, yet they dared to act with such disrespect. Tianchen, these 3 houses are of the same breath and branch. Go to one of them and you will know the clue. Those 2 leaders of the mysterious Reform Gate are slightly more well-behaved. Go to the mysterious Reform Gate and ask around. In less than a day, Xin Tianchen had made it back. When he approached the tent, Xin Tianchen's expression was ashen as if he had encountered a giant nail. Your Majesty, indeed it's that Qin Wushuang, the remaining evil of the Qin clan, he has revived from the ashes. Xin Tianchen's hatred to Qin Wushuang was no less than Xin Tianwen's. It's really him? Xin Tianwen's expression clearly froze and a trace of anger flashed from the corner of his eyes. Your Majesty, the leaders of the mysterious Reform Gate already made it clear that it's not because they don't want to contribute, but because Qin Wushuang spoke ruthless words. As long as they take one step out of the sect, we will destroy their mountain gate without a second word, Xin Tianchen said with hatred. Could that kid be a fly? How did he sneak into the Heavenly Emperor Mountain quietly? Is he not afraid of death? Yang Guinan and his brother Yang Beifei exchanged a glance and a trace of uneasiness flashed across their hearts. Since Qin Wushuang had made a move against the 3 major sects, could it be he would not make a move against the Heavenly Punishing Villa? The attack from 10 years ago was still vivid in their minds. Although there was no fatal blow. However, after 10 years, Qin Wushuang had returned again. Clearly, he was more confident. If he were to kill his way to the Heavenly Punishing Villa, certainly he would kill them. Thinking here, the expression of these 2 brothers also became complicated. Qin Wushuang. Xin Tianwen's eyes were almost shooting fire. Your Majesty, this Qin Wushuang has already become a great calamity. If we don't get rid of him, certainly he will become a great disaster, Lei Yu could not but help to say. Yes, Your Majesty, now that Qin Wushuang has scuttled back to the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and made these little moves, it proves that he is not enough to resist the Heavenly Emperor Gate. This is the last chance to kill him. If we miss this opportunity and let him escape from the Shen Yuan Mound, it will be extremely difficult to chase after him, Xin Tianchen also suggested. Xin Tianwen said in a low voice, Now, the destruction of the Qin clan is just before us. That Qin Wushuang is making these moves to attract our attention. This is his evil scheme, we must guard against it. However, that kid is not willing to show himself. If he keeps making some sinister moves. Yang Guinan wanted to speak but stopped. Now, clearly he was most worried about that Qin Wushuang attacking the Heavenly Punishing Villa. Your Majesty, my Heavenly Punishing Villa was attacked once by Qin Wushuang's subordinates. If that Qin Wushuang goes to harass us again, no one in my sect can fight against him, Yang Beifei said straightforwardly. Lei Yu also nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, clearly the concerns of those 3 major sects are here. If Your Majesty can solve our worries, I believe all sects will exert all their efforts. Xin Tianwen shot an indifferent glance at these 2 elite warriors and declined to comment. Yet, strange colors flashed across his eyes. After a moment, he nodded. Since you follow the Heavenly Emperor Xin clan, if our rear is not stable, it will be difficult for you to settle down. Anyways, since that kid has appeared, I will meet him myself. Let's see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms this kid has. The Heavenly Emperor will make a move himself. Your Majesty, you are still injured when you use your divine soul to activate the Nirvana Heavenly Plow. Xin Tianchen was anxious. Xin Tianwen shook his head lightly. This little injury will not affect my performance. The Qin clan is already in the bag. It will not make much of a difference if you come to collect it earlier or later. If the Qin clan wants to make a comeback, without 8 or 10 years, it will be difficult for them to catch their breath. I will pursue this Qin Wushuang for at most 3 months and at least 10 days. We will see the result. Your Majesty is wise, mighty. Xin Tianwen stood up and moved his body. Transforming into a shapeless form, he already left the aspiring throne mountain. Xin Tianwen dared to be this arrogant because for the Qin clan, Qin Xiaotian was already at his last gasp. It would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Even an ordinary Supreme Dao elite warrior would be enough to take his life. Without Qin Xiaotian as a major threat, regardless of Qin Yunran or Qin Chongyang, they would not be able to threaten elite warriors like Xin Tianchen. Therefore, Xin Tianwen did not have any worries in the rear. He could pursue Qin Wushuang wholeheartedly. Xin Tianwen urged the heavenly emperor wings and soared in the sky. After flying for about 100,000 miles, he arrived above a deep valley surrounded by clouds and mist. As he chanted the chant, he submerged into the clouds like lightning. Old friend, it's time to wake up, right? Like a sharp blade, Xin Tianwen's spiritual perception pierced through the tranquility of this deep valley. A whistling sound filled with power emerged from the deep valley. Instantly, like bursts of heavenly thunder, the rolling whistling sound shook the entire valley. Xin Tianwen, you are here? A vigorous voice said with a somewhat shaky tone. This tone sounded as if someone who had not spoken for a few hundred years had suddenly opened his mouth to speak. It appeared somewhat awkward. Saberbeard, it's been 900 years, you have slept for a long time. Xin Tianwen asked with a leisurely smile, all right, let me see what stage you have reached with your current strength. Everyone says that the divine beasts of the Shen Yuan Mound are almost extinct. Wouldn't that be slapping your face? Humph, why care about the prejudice of the secular world? If I were to make a comeback, certainly I would stir up a bloody storm at the Tian Shen land. Xin Tianwen, are you confident that you can control me? Sir Saberbeard, I, Xin Tianwen, never thought to control you. This time, I only came to ask you to fulfill your promise. After a moment of silence, Saberbeard gave a long sigh. Xin Tianwen, it seems that you have also broken into the genuine Supreme Dao stage. Nice. Indeed you are qualified to ask me to fulfill my promise. Alright, tell me, what do you want me to do? Initially, I promised you 3 favors, this should be the last one, right? Xin Tianwen was overjoyed when he heard this. Sir Saberbeard, once this last favor is settled, I will not disturb you again. Initially, because of your help, my Xin clan sat on the heavenly emperor seat. Now, someone is threatening my Xin clan to sit on the heavenly emperor seat. Therefore, I have no choice but to ask you to make a move and help me kill someone. Who? A disciple of the Qin clan, his name is Qin Wushuang. Saberbeard said with disdain, a disciple of the Qin clan? When did your Xin clan fall to the point where you cannot even take care of a disciple of the Qin clan? If it's not Qin Xiaotian, who else from the Qin clan can threaten you? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:14. Xin Tianwen's expression was somewhat embarrassed, yet he still spoke the truth. He gritted his teeth and said, now, Xin Tianwen is like the setting sun, I cannot make any big waves. On the contrary, this Qin Wushuang has become my greatest calamity. Sir Saberbeard, for this last favor, I hope I will never ask you for it. However, this time, I am forced to do it. Saberbeard said with a cold sneer, anyways, if you never ask me for it, I will have something on my mind. It's good that you came to find me. After this matter is finished, you and I will have no more entanglements. It's good. It's good this way. However, Sir Saberbeard, that Qin Wushuang is full of tricks and his methods are unpredictable. It's rumored that he even inherited that mysterious immemorial formation. Among the young generation of the Tian Shen land, this kid is unparalleled. Sir Saberbeard, since you are going to make a move, you must not let down your guard. Saberbeard snorted disdainfully. If I cannot even take care of a young disciple, it would be a waste for us to have been famous for thousands of years. Xin Tianwen, are you afraid that I will not exert myself, So you are deliberately trying to provoke me? This Saberbeard was not stupid. Although he had just woken up from his deep sleep, he was incredibly smart. After being exposed, Shin Tianwen did not feel embarrassed. He knew that this was not a big deal. In fact, he was also worried about this. He did not feel that this Saberbeard would deliberately not exert himself. Instead, he was worried that Saberbeard would underestimate Qin Wushuang too much. Without a correct estimation, once he fought with Qin Wushuang, he would realize that the difficulty was greater than he had imagined. Thus, he would retreat. Let me say the ugly words first: if that kid is not at the Xian Yuan Mound, then forgive me for not keeping you company. Currently, I can only move within the Xian Yuan Mound. I do not want to leave and cannot leave. Of course, Sir Saberbeard. That Qin Wushuang is 100% at the Xian Yuan Mound. Shin Tianwen patted his chest and promised. However, that kid is full of cunning tricks. If we do not hurry, perhaps he will slip away again. Humph, then let's make a move as soon as possible to prevent any undue delay. When Saberbeard said this, he already leaped out from the belly of the mountain. The entire deep valley trembled as if the end of the world had arrived. Sir Saberbeard, with your great divine skill, can you calculate the location of that kid? In the sky, Shin Tianwen could not refrain from asking as he flew side by side with Saberbeard. Saberbeard said softly, only 30%. However, if that kid is at the Xian Yuan Mound, as long as he shows his face somewhere, I can follow his tracks and chase after him. Shin Tianwen relied heavily on Saberbeard's skill. If it was only a battle, even if Shin Tianwen did not use the power of Saberbeard, it would be enough to deal with Qin Wushuang. Shin Tianwen still had this bit of confidence. As a heavenly emperor, his only regret was that he was unable to lock onto Qin Wushuang's position. As for Saberbeard, his strength was on par with Shin Tianwen. If he didn't owe Shin Tianwen a favor, with Saberbeard's strength, he would not have bought Shin Tianwen's debt. On the other hand, at one of the hidden places at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Qin Wushuang gathered with the 4 great divine beasts. On this day, while he was practicing the forging mysterious record, suddenly his brow moved as if he was thinking of something. He took out the observant finger jade plate to take a look and his brow moved. Shin Tianwen? Shin Tianwen is not with the Heavenly Emperor party at the Aspiring Throne Mountain. Where did he go? As he observed the direction of Shin Tianwen's movements, Qin Wushuang discovered with surprise that Shin Tianwen was wandering around the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. It seemed he did not plan to return to the Aspiring Throne Mountain. When Qin Wushuang followed the head chief to the Heavenly Emperor Gate, the observant finger jade plate automatically collected Shin Tianwen's spiritual perception and presence. Therefore, this observant finger jade plate automatically remembered Shin Tianwen's presence. Now before Shin Tianwen left the Aspiring Throne Mountain, naturally Qin Wushuang felt it was strange. Judging from Shin Tianwen's movements, it did not seem like he was covering for the Heavenly Emperor party. Judging from his intuition, certainly this Shin Tianwen was up to something. Qin Wushuang let out a leisurely smile and a bold thought emerged in his mind. This Shin Tianwen thinks he is infallible and gave up his base camp. Certainly he went out to chase after me. In this case, why not give him a surprise and raid his lair? Among the Heavenly Emperor party, the 3 neutral sects have already betrayed him and completely left the Heavenly Emperor party. The remaining Heavenly Punishing Villa and Sound of Thunder sect must have made up their minds to follow the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan. Inside the Shin clan, besides Shin Tianwen, there are 3 other Supreme Dao elite warriors. Qin Wushuang weighed the strength of the other party and thought inwardly, after Shin Tianwen left, among the Shin clan, Shin Tianwu is the strongest and Shin Tianchen is the best at scheming. Lei Yu and Yang Beifei are also elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Especially Shin Tianwu and Lei Yu, initially when they failed to kill me at the Endless Eastern Sea, they went to deal with senior brother Wei Yi and senior brother Zhao Muji. These 2 used my friends and family to threaten me. They are truly despicable. This time, I will use them as an example. Regardless of success or failure, I will give them a ruthless strike. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang called the 4 great divine beasts and laughed. Everyone, Shin Tianwen seems to have already gone out. It seems that when the three major sects were attacked, he could not sit still and wanted to come out to suppress the situation. Just in time, the territory before the aspiring throne mountain is somewhat empty. Let's take advantage of the opportunity and rob their camp. Are you interested? It would be strange if they were not interested. For these four guys, besides Fire Kylin who was rather steady, the others were crazy battle maniacs. With this opportunity, how could they not kick up a fuss? All of them agreed with great joy and were eager to give it a try. To Supreme Tao elite warriors, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain was a few 100,000 miles long. However, it would not be easy for Xin Tianwen to catch up to Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang said to Qin Taichong and Qin Wushuang, two senior brothers, when we rob their camp, we will catch them off guard and catch them off guard. You can take advantage of this opportunity to attack the sect. How about it? Since Qin Taichong and Qin Shaohong had left the Qin clan for more than a dozen years, they were truly homesick. Upon hearing Qin Wushuang's suggestion, their hearts were throbbing with excitement. Junior brother Wushuang, if we go there recklessly, what if Xin Tianwen is not far away and is deliberately luring us over? Wouldn't we be walking right into a trap? Qin Taichong and Qin Shaohong were more or less confused. After all, they did not know the divine skills Qin Wushuang possessed. He could even calculate the approximate location of Xin Tianwen. Qin Wushuang laughed with confidence. Two senior brothers, no need to worry about this. If that Xin Tianwen is close, I will not take this risk. Upon seeing him being full of confidence, Qin Taichong and Qin Shaohong were also greatly moved. It would be a lie to say that they were not anxious to return home. Especially under the current situation of their clan, their sense of identity and belonging to the clan was unprecedentedly strong. Under Qin Wushuang's cover, the three of them and the four great divine beasts had quietly arrived near the aspiring throne mountain. As the vanguard scout, Qin Wushuang eliminated all unfavorable factors. He said to Qin Taichong and Qin Shaohong, "In a moment, I will go challenge them. Using the chaos, you can enter the formation eye of the 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation. By that time, the elite warriors of the sect will naturally lead you in." What about there? Qin Taichong finally understood that Qin Wushuang was going to cover their return to the Qin clan to ensure their safety. These two were not stubborn. They knew that with their methods, currently it was not enough to help Qin Wushuang deal with those Supreme Tao elite warriors that were like wolves and tigers. Junior brother Wushuang, then you must take care of yourself. When encountering a tough opponent, don't fight recklessly. Staying alive is the most important thing. Now, the Qin clan can do without me and Qin Shaohong, but they cannot do without you, Qin Wushuang, understand? Qin Taichong patted Qin Wushuang's shoulder. The burden on your shoulders is heavy. Qin Wushuang revealed a light smile. Two senior brothers, please rest assured. For all these years that I have stepped onto the path of martial arts, my greatest insight is how to escape without a trace. I still understand the superficial principle of evading if I cannot beat them. Just wait for my good news. Fire Kylin, Lone, could it be you two don't want to be the vanguard? Qin Wushuang shouted. Both the purple flame electric beast and Fire Kylin were overjoyed. Be the vanguard? Honestly, this was simply an unexpected surprise. Lone was the first to answer. Boss, then Fire Kylin and I will be the vanguard. These two guys were all divine beasts of the fire attribute. Initially, they already possessed tyrannical attack power. Plus the two great divine beasts had exchanged some supreme Tao insights and some attack techniques. It allowed these two to form a small team. Bao Bao, you and Mo-Er will be on my two wings. Flank them at any time. In this moment, certainly the opponents we encounter will be ruthless characters. Therefore, we do not need to kill much, but we must raise morale and beat the other party until they are scared out of their wit. When encountering elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage, we will not be able to defeat them. When encountering elite warriors of the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage, if there is a chance, we will use our great skills to kill them. There is no need to stay behind. Within the territory of the aspiring Throne Mountain, we will not worry about anyone finding trouble even if we kill 10,000 of them. Qin Wushuang spoke the honest truth and also out of helplessness. It was because the Qin clan was not the Heavenly Emperor Gate and did not have the qualification to invade. However, the Heavenly Emperor Gate had a good reason to send troops. When they came to invade the Qin clan, they appeared to be in the right. The only difference was the location of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. Fire Kylin and the purple flame electric beast were extremely powerful as they scuttled out from the sky. Instantly, the overflowing flames sealed the entire sky. Bursts of furious flames kept pressing down from the sky like a mountain torrent. These flames congealed into different malevolent shapes and also threw themselves down from the sky. Enemy attack, enemy attack. This tyrannical fury also broke the formation of the Heavenly Emperor Party. They were in a sorry state and cried out in alarm. Besides the tent of the Supreme Tao elite warriors, the other tents were in a state of chaos. Those martial artists fled in all directions and appeared battered and exhausted. Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze on the martial artists scuttling like ants beneath him with an expressionless face. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and shot out a gloomy gaze. It was because he saw two familiar figures. Wu Lihu, Yang Qingyun. Perhaps, he had not remembered these two names for a long time. However, Qin Wushuang had never forgotten them for a moment. Initially at the Raging Flame Cliff, it was these two guys that had killed Elder Qin Shushuan of the Qin clan. It was also at that place that Qin Wushuang was forced to separate from Bao Bao and Lone. Bao Bao and Lone were even sent to the bottom of the Raging Flame Cliff. Instantly, the flames of hatred were ignited. Clearly, the purple flame electric beast also recognized these two faces. With a dive, he congealed his body into a ball of flames and shot down. Today, I worked too late and am tired. Tomorrow, I will make it up to everyone. Tomorrow, third watch. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:15. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red with hatred. Not to mention those two fellows, even Fire Kylin, who was the partner of the purple flame electric beast, felt somewhat surprised. In these 10 years, Yang Qingyun and Wu Lihu's cultivation had also increased a lot. However, when facing a divine beast of the Supreme Tao realm, the little bit of cultivation that they had increased was not enough. Before the purple flame electric beast had reached them, these two fellows were already scared out of their wits. They fled in all directions in a sorry state. However, after being targeted by the purple flame electric beast, how could they have the chance to escape? Crack! A streak of fiery red lightning struck down from the sky like a ferocious tusk. As if they were struck by lightning, the fiery red light engulfed the two of them. The red light suddenly expanded. Then, the two's bodies were burned into a ball of strange red flame by the fiery light. They rose up and turned into a pile of ashes. This violent killing method instantly scared the surrounding cultivators out of their wits. Although Wu Lihu and Yang Qingyun's cultivation was not at the top, they still had a long way to go before reaching the Supreme Tao realm. However, under the Supreme Tao realm, they were still very powerful. Even if their cultivation was not enough, they should not have died so quickly. Seeing the purple flame electric beast's power, Fire Kylin did not want to be left out. He activated his doppelganger and attacked back and forth. In the Sky Emperor's camp, it was as if he had entered a no-man's land. He killed those cultivators until they fled in all directions, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The attack power of these two divine beasts was very domineering. The violent fire attribute attack had great destructive power and great lethality. It was not something that ordinary Supreme Tao attributes could compare with. Most importantly, these two divine beasts each had a very powerful mysterious attack. Especially in terms of destructive power, they were very talented. Qin Wushuang did not hide anything. He taught them the first level of the fire attribute profound mystery of the Great Five Attributes Reincarnation Seal. Although the purple flame electric beast and Fire Kylin had not cultivated the first level of the 9 Dragons Laird Flame for a long time, they were already at the entry level and could unleash 30 to 50% of its power. Even 30 to 50% of its power was much stronger than the combat techniques they had mastered before. As their trump card, they naturally would not use it at the beginning. In front of the aspiring throne mountain, all the cultivators of the Sky Emperor's camp had moved out. And the supreme Tao powerhouses who stayed behind also all rushed out. When they looked up and saw the divine beasts wreaking havoc in the sky, they were all shocked. Especially when they saw the purple flame electric beast's violent method of killing people, the 6 supreme Tao warriors at the scene were all very suspicious. Tian Chen, where did this divine beast come from? Xin Tianwu could not refrain from asking. Revealing an ashen complexion, vividly, he felt something was wrong. Yang Guinan of the heavenly punishing villa did not have a strong cultivation, but his reaction was extremely fast. He could not help but say, "Brothers, I'm afraid that something is not right." At this time, when the purple flame electric beast and fire Kailin were flying rapidly in the sky, they suddenly scuttled to a parallel line. Their bodies were parallel to each other. His body was surrounded by layers of red light, which varied in color from light to dark. These red lights constantly transformed into various shapes and extended outwards. The shape grew longer and longer until it formed 2 giant swords that hung in the air. The 2 divine beasts seemed to have a tacit understanding as they suddenly moved at the same time. The 2 giant swords were activated at the same time. Like divine weapons capable of destroying the heaven and earth, they slashed across the sky and slashed downwards. When the 2 swords were unleashed at the same time, this speed and imposing manner seemed to have the momentum to split the earth open. When these 2 swords went down, the entire sky seemed to have been split open like water waves. The airflow formed by the surrounding vital chi was split into 2 halves. It was split open from the middle at a speed visible to the naked eye. The majestic imposing manner made one sigh powerlessly. These 2 swords slashed directly at the place where those supreme Tao elite warriors had landed. "Everyone, watch out!" Xin Tianchen did not dare to neglect as he called out. The 6 supreme Tao elite warriors transformed into 6 bursts of floating lights and dispersed in all directions. Whoosh! When the 2 swords slashed down, the sky shattered and the earth rumbled. Immediately, 2 giant holes appeared on the ground. Like ripples, waves of airflow kept spreading in all directions. The remaining power did not disappear. When the purple flame electric beast saw that his attack had missed, he was not dispirited. He leaned close to Fire Kailin and cried out, "Buddy, among those guys, there are a few at the Transformation Supreme Tao stage. How about we join forces and attack one?" Although Fire Kailin was not as crazy as the purple flame electric beast, it did not mean he would be afraid. With their joint forces, they would not be afraid of ordinary Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors. Upon hearing the purple flame electric beast's suggestion, of course he would not refuse. "Let's choose that skinny and tall one, how about it?" Fire Kailin's gaze stopped on Xin Tianchong of the Heavenly Emperor clan. Xin Tianchong's strength was inferior to Xin Tianwu and Lei Yiming. He was only at the Coagulate Supreme Tao stage and on par with Yang Guinan. Although the purple flame electric beast and Fire Kailin did not have as good eyesight as Qin Wushuang, they knew that this person's strength was certainly the weakest among these 6. Picking a soft persimmon to pinch in the beginning would help to increase their confidence. This time, the purple flame electric beast was not picky as he nodded and said, "All right, let's use that kid as a sacrifice." Between the 2 of them, with a tacit understanding, they both moved and pounced towards the direction where Xin Tianchong had escaped. Their speed was incredibly fast. When Xin Tianchen saw this situation, he immediately knew that something was wrong as he cried out, "Be careful, Tianchong. These are 2 divine beasts." Before his voice had dropped, suddenly, a cold sneer sounded next to his ear. "Xin Tianchen, you are powerless to protect yourself, yet you are reminding others?" As soon as he heard this voice, it seemed as if Xin Tianchen had been struck by a thunderbolt from the clear sky. He could not refrain from trembling violently. Next, a trace of terror flashed across his eyes as his pupils shrunk rapidly. All of a sudden, his neck became thicker and his veins bulged as he roared, "Everyone be careful, it's Qin Wushuang, it's that kid Qin Wushuang." Xin Tianchen had interacted with Qin Wushuang many times. Regardless of being at the Illusion Heavenly Lake or later at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, he had a deep impression of Qin Wushuang. Although in these dozen years, Qin Wushuang had not been at the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, this did not mean that Xin Tianquan's impression of him had faded away. On the contrary, almost every day, he pondered about Qin Wushuang's whereabouts and the potential threat that Qin Wushuang posed to the Heavenly Emperor party. As time passed, thinking about him day and night had become a sore point in his heart. Now, hearing Qin Wushuang's voice all of a sudden, of course he was alarmed and could not refrain from crying out. Xin Tianquan's roar also made the others tremble inwardly. Qin Wushuang? Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. Xin Tianquan, you still have some hearing power. It's been 10 years, I've kept you guys waiting. This voice sounded like the whistling of the mountains and rivers, the rumbling of the earth. The sound kept rolling over from all directions. It smashed down like dense raindrops. Everyone only felt that their eardrums kept ringing as Qin Wushuang's voice filled their ears. Qin Wushuang, what kind of skill is it to hide? If you have the guts, show yourself today. It's been 10 years, you've run away like a rat, isn't it enough? As soon as Xin Tianwu heard Qin Wushuang's name, she could not help but feel angry. She had always been unconvinced and felt that Qin Wushuang was only opportunistic and crafty. In terms of true skill, he was not her or Lei Yiming's opponent. Initially, under her and Lei Yiming's eyes, Qin Wushuang had killed Xin Wuji. This had always been a matter that Xin Tianwu felt ashamed of inwardly. Now, seeing the enemy, of course Xin Tianwu felt annoyed inwardly as she mocked him. Before Qin Wushuang could speak, Bao Bao next to him gave a strange cry and jumped out from the sky. He waved a giant stick and roared, "Old demonic woman, I will fight with you." This stick acquired by Bao Bao was called the yin-yang stretching stick. It was crafted from precious materials and was refined by a master craftsman who introduced the yin-yang qi. Although the power was incomparable to a ninth calamity genuine supreme Dao weapon like the Heavenly Emperor sword, it was no less powerful than the genuine divine 6 weapons of the Heavenly Emperor gate. When the yin-yang stretching stick was swung, Bao Bao already somersaulted a dozen times. His body swayed with a wave of golden color. When he smashed with the giant stick, layers of golden lights were swept away and he rumbled directly at Xin Tianwu. Sparks emerged from Xin Tianwu's eyes as she roared, "Where did this hairy monkey come from?" Bao Bao had an easygoing personality, yet it did not mean he did not have a temper. In fact, it would be fine for acquaintances to call him a little monkey. On the contrary, if an enemy called him a stinky monkey or a hairy monkey, without a doubt it would deeply offend his pride as the Gold Monkey King. For this move, he did not hold back at all as he smashed down with a loud rumble and rumbled towards Xin Tianwu's head. With a flash of her hand, Xin Tianwu crossed a pair of curved blades and slashed continuously. Bursts of cross-shaped airflow kept slashing out and formed bursts of airflow to block Bao Bao's falling momentum. Bao Bao waved the yin-yang stretching stick, yet he was blocked by this airflow and could not charge down. Qin Wushuang took everything in his eyes and knew that in the end, Bao Bao's strength was far from an elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. With the yin-yang stretching stick and the bloodline of the Gold Monkey King, most likely Xin Tianwu would not be able to hurt Bao Bao. However, it would be impossible for Bao Bao to defeat her. At most, it would be a stalemate. Today, Qin Wushuang did not come to the aspiring throne mountain for a draw. With a cold sneer, he shouted, "Bao Bao, go find an opponent at the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage. This darn woman, initially she chased me to the endless Eastern Sea and waited outside the Coiled Dragon Royal Mansion to capture my 2 senior brothers. Today, it's time to settle this old debt." Xin Tianwu said with a cold sneer, "Qin Wushuang, don't just use your mouth. If you have real skills, bring them out. Aren't you just lucky to have acquired the graceful spiritual bow? Without that graceful spiritual bow, I will beat you back to your original form immediately." Initially, such provocation was not a brilliant method. Qin Wushuang twitched the corner of his mouth, yet he knew that the other party was restraining her fear of the graceful spiritual bow. Or else, why would she mention the graceful spiritual bow alone? The more she spoke this way, the more clearly she did not wish for Qin Wushuang to use the graceful spiritual bow. Qin Wushuang also knew clearly that if he were to perform the graceful spiritual bow, certainly it would not be a problem to kill one or two Supreme Dao elite warriors. However, all elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage had some secret methods. If they intended to escape, even with the graceful spiritual bow, most likely he would not have 100% assurance. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:16. This was also the reason why Qin Wushuang had to disguise himself as an elder of the 100 Lane clan when dealing with them. If he were to deal with two Supreme Dao elite warriors at the same time, he had the assurance to win. However, he did not have the assurance to kill both of them and prevent them from escaping. Only by killing one of them while they were unprepared, he would have the absolute assurance to deal with the remaining one-on-one. After all, Supreme Dao elite warriors were not to be trifled with. Although Qin Wushuang was currently at the fourth calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage, the more it was so, the more he knew the methods of Supreme Dao elite warriors. When dealing with Supreme Dao elite warriors, sometimes strength alone would not be enough. It was because even if you had tools and methods that defied the natural order, most likely other people would have them too. Which Supreme Dao elite warrior did not have some fortuitous opportunities? Therefore, when Supreme Dao elite warriors fought their enemies, in addition to absolute strength, they also needed wisdom. Qin Wushuang had a firm mindset. If he planned to use the graceful spiritual bow, of course he would not give up using it because of Xin Tianwu's nonsense. In fact, from beginning to end, he never planned to use the graceful spiritual bow. It was because the power of the graceful spiritual bow was only suitable for one attack. But there were 6 deity realm powerhouses here. Besides Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan, who were at the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage. The other 4 were elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. For these 4 Transformation Supreme Dao warriors, each of them did not lose to Qin Wushuang in terms of strength. Once they formed an encirclement, even Qin Wushuang would have no choice but to retreat. When the graceful spiritual bow fell into a small encirclement, it would be difficult to unleash its power. For this point, Qin Wushuang was also well aware of it. Therefore, this time, Qin Wushuang did not even think about using the graceful spiritual bow. Between Xin Tianchen, Xin Tianwu, Lei Yu, and Yang Beifei, these 4 already had a division of labor. Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu both jumped up and transformed into 2 bursts of meteoric light. They dashed up and pounced at Qin Wushuang. Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei plundered towards their friends from the same family. Since Yang Guinan and Xin Tianchong were relatively weak, they needed to look after them. It was obviously the best arrangement under the current circumstances for them to keep each other company. When Qin Wushuang saw Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu pouncing at him together, he waved the Heavenly Emperor sword and directly swept out a burst of electric light. He guided it into the sky and divided it into 9 to form the 9 dragon-layered flame to cover them. Indeed, the strength of Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu was exceptional. Compared to 10 years ago, they had improved again. The 2 figures suddenly separated, shooting in 2 different directions. Their figures flickered, transforming into numerous afterimages that filled the sky. Xin Tianwu waved her hand and a set of bow and arrows appeared in her hand. Its entire body was blooming with strange colors, and its aura was also very ancient, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. "Fellow Daoist Lei Yu, cover me," Xin Tianwu called out, and her figure already jumped high. Suddenly, the bow and arrow in her hand soared into the sky and stretched out like a crouching dragon. As it stretched out, it immediately shot out tens of thousands of rays of light, giving off an oppressive aura. The perfect curve displayed the bow's performance, its power, and its outstanding qualities. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Xin Tianwu shot 3 arrows in a row, she only felt 3 bursts of boundless presence in the sky. It seemed as if they were going to drill through this space and roll over to kill. Qin Wushuang narrowed his eyes into a line and a trace of a mocking smile twitched from the corner of his mouth. Can this be called displaying one's slight skill before an expert? With a light laugh, Qin Wushuang waved the Heavenly Emperor sword in his hand. As he made a hand gesture, the sword lights of the Heavenly Emperor sword shot out in a crisscrossing pattern. The powerful golden airflow rolled and divided into 3 rolls. It crashed towards those 3 arrows with powerful agility. The 3 whirlpools rolled and wrapped those 3 arrows that pierced through the sky. Like a bloodthirsty monster, it directly swallowed the 3 opponents that were pouncing at him. In terms of strength, Qin Wushuang was not the slightest bit inferior to that Xin Tianwu. In terms of profound attacks and defense, Qin Wushuang was superior. In terms of combat experience, Qin Wushuang had gone through hundreds of battles and was not inferior to any Supreme Dao elite warriors. In terms of the strength of the weapon, although Xin Tianwu's god-killing bow was one of the genuine Divine 6 weapons, compared to a top-notch weapon like the Heavenly Emperor sword, there was still a level of difference. Therefore, under this move, in terms of offense and defense, the strong and the weak were already distinguished. When Xin Tianwu's 3 arrows were broken, it seemed as if someone had pulled her entire heart ruthlessly. Her body trembled and she almost fell into the clouds. She did not even think about such situation. If Qin Wushuang had evaded and used his body movements to evade, she would not have been surprised at all. However, Qin Wushuang used force to break force and gained the upper hand by striking later. He was able to completely dissolve the powerful attack power of the god-killing bow. It could even be said that he swallowed it directly. For such strength, it only appeared reasonable when it came from the hands of the Heavenly Emperor. When did this Qin Wushuang become such a monstrous figure? For your information, 10 years ago, this Qin Wushuang was in a constant state of anxiety under her pursuit. He fled in an embarrassing state at the endless Eastern Sea and did not even dare to show his face. Unconsciously, Xin Tianwu always felt that Qin Wushuang was extremely scared of her, scared to death. Because of this reason, when she shot out these 3 arrows, she purely intended to intimidate Qin Wushuang and deprive him of his willpower. She wanted to completely collapse Qin Wushuang's psychological line of defense. Lei Yu would attack at close range and she would use the god-killing bow to attack from afar. Initially, they had formulated this tactic when they were pursuing Qin Wushuang. Indeed, it was an extremely reasonable and well-coordinated tactic. Regardless of Xin Tianwu or Lei Yu, they felt that this tactic was the best one to deal with Qin Wushuang. One of them would entangle Qin Wushuang in close combat and the other would attack from afar. It would also prevent Qin Wushuang from finding the time to use the graceful spiritual bow. This tactic unleashed their strongest combat power and restrained the enemy's performance. It could almost be said that they had successfully executed their tactic. However, what they did not expect was that despite the power of the god-killing bow, to Qin Wushuang, it appeared to be this weak. Qin Wushuang did not even move the graceful spiritual bow. Using the sword light to defend and counterattack, he could swallow the formidable power of the god-killing bow directly. This situation had simply surpassed the understanding of Lei Yu and Xin Tianwu. They could also see that although Qin Wushuang had increased his strength rapidly, at most, he was on par with them. He might even be younger. However, how could that simple sword move break the 3 valiant arrows from the god-killing bow? They could not understand, they definitely could not understand. Either Qin Wushuang deliberately concealed his strength, or the sword in Qin Wushuang's hand was fishy. Lei Yu, who was experienced, guessed something in a moment of being stunned. He sent a message through his spiritual sense: fellow Daoist Tianwu, continue to use the god-vanquishing bow as a deterrent. I'll fight a few rounds with him and test the weapon in his hand. Being the leader of the Sound of Thunder sect, indeed Lei Yu's strength was incomparable to Lei Yiming's. Once an elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage chose to fight with his life on the line, his combat power was indeed impressive. The 2 of them started a great battle in the sky. Lei Yu also had the genuine Divine 6 weapons bestowed by Xin Tianwen, the Heavenly Oppress Spear. Naturally, this Heavenly Oppress Spear was inferior to the Heavenly Emperor Sword. However, with Lei Yu's rich combat experience and powerful Divine Soul stage, he made up for the difference between the weapons. An old and a young Supreme Dao elite warrior fought in the sky above the aspiring Throne Mountain. Ever since Qin Wushuang stepped onto the path of martial arts, He had always used the graceful spiritual bow to fight enemies in crucial moments. To Supreme Dao elite warriors at the same level, he did not have rich combat experience. Therefore, for this battle, Qin Wushuang was more or less trying his hand. However, this opponent for practice was a little too strong. Even though Qin Wushuang was confident, in front of Lei Yu's powerful attacks and skills, he did not dare to be too careless. Instead, he fought in a methodical manner. At first glance, Qin Wushuang was more or less at a disadvantage. Because in terms of attack and defense, Qin Wushuang's attack power was obviously not as fast and fierce as Lei Yu's. It seemed that Lei Yu had simply entered a state of madness. Between each move and each move, there was a posture of either success or failure. It was as if he was fighting with his life on the line. How could Qin Wushuang not know Lei Yu's thoughts? When Lei Ming was shot to death, he was the backbone of the Sound of Thunder sect and also Lei Yu's best assistant. In these 10 years, Lei Ming had never forgotten to seek revenge on Qin Wushuang. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally would fight with his life on the line. However, Qin Wushuang was never a person who was afraid of fighting with his life on the line. The reason why he seemed to be at a disadvantage was because Qin Wushuang was still trying to figure it out. At this moment, he treated Lei Yu as the best opponent for practice. This kind of opponent was very hard to come by. Qin Wushuang contended with the Heavenly King Sword while trying out the martial way experience after entering the Supreme Dao, verifying the results of his cultivation in these 10 years. The Supreme Dao Sword domain of the Heavenly Vein Coagulated Sword, the Great Five Elements Reincarnation Seal's attack profundity, as well as the various sword skills derived from the Heavenly King Sword, including the One Mind Two Things mental cultivation method, the different moves and profound attacks of his left and right hands. These methods and skills, Qin Wushuang was like moving clouds and flowing water, flowing without end. This kind of changes and rich moves also made Lei Yu's eyes red with envy and impatience. Obviously, Lei Yu was very jealous of Qin Wushuang's rich battle skills. Even he, the master of a sect, also felt a burst of unfairness in his heart in front of Qin Wushuang's remarkable skills. It seems that this kid Qin Wushuang did have a lot of fortuitous opportunities. That immemorial ancient formation seems to have given him a lot of benefits. No wonder this kid dares to be this arrogant. If I can kill this kid, seize his secret technique, equipment, and immemorial ancient formation, my Sound of Thunder sect will be destroyed. As long as I can acquire these fortuitous opportunities, it will be just around the corner to revive the sect. When he thought here, Lei Yu's mind became active. He felt that if he could use this opportunity to kill Qin Wushuang and seize those benefits that Qin Wushuang had acquired, even if he had to betray the Heavenly Emperor Gate and leave the Heavenly Emperor Mountain immediately, it would be completely acceptable. With these fortuitous opportunities, why would he care about the Heavenly Emperor Gate and the false reputation of the Heavenly Emperor Eight Gates? The more Lei Yu thought about this, the more vicious his attacks became. Qin Wushuang was as calm as the water. He did not know what this Lei Yu was planning, yet he knew that he and Lei Yu were irreconcilable enemies. After fighting like this for almost an hour, it was time for him to show some real skills. Or else, this leader of the Sound of Thunder sect would truly think that he was scared of him, not to mention, there was still that woman glaring covetously from afar. If he was on guard against that bow and arrow, he would not be worried about the attack of that bow and arrow. However, when he was in the midst of a fierce battle with Lei Yu, he felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he had to be on guard against that move. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:17. Lei Yu had the upper hand and should be in a carefree mood. However, the more they fought, the more anxious he became. He was even secretly terrified. The tenacity of the young man in front of him really made him gasp in admiration. In the beginning, after a series of attacks, Lei Yu felt that the world-famous Qin Wushuang was only SOSO if he did not have the graceful spiritual bow. However, after a dozen rounds, Lei Yu realized that Qin Wushuang did not have the graceful spiritual bow and was not an easy bone to chew. On the contrary, This Qin Wushuang was a hard bone to chew. As the battle went deeper, the fear in Lei Yu's heart became more and more intense. He faintly realized that Qin Wushuang's so-called disadvantage was simply him holding back his strength. As for Qin Wushuang's endless battle mysteries, it seemed to be a kind of practice after a long absence from battle. To put it simply, it was to find the feeling of battle, to find the feeling. As expected, as the battle went deeper, Qin Wushuang's attacks, which were originally only 20 to 30%, gradually became fiercer. Originally, Qin Wushuang only occupied 20 to 30% of the attacks. However, as the battle went deeper, it also continued to increase and steadily increased to 50%. Lei Yu originally thought that this was already the peak. However, he did not expect that Qin Wushuang did not have the intention to stop here. Instead, it was like boiling water. As the fire grew fiercer and fiercer, the water also boiled more and more. Qin Wushuang's attacks were like the boiling water and also like the surging waves. One wave was greater than the other. The originally 50-50 stalemate was actually slowly tilting. Qin Wushuang's attacks also continued to increase. 50%, 60%, 70%, until now, it had reached 80% of the attacks. In other words, out of the 10 attacks, Qin Wushuang occupied a total of 80%. As for Lei Yu, he could only occupy 20% at most. However, Qin Wushuang, who'd already completed his attack, didn't want to restrain himself at all. Various attacks that were extremely dazzling were ceaselessly executed. Accompanied by his magnificent movement technique and the combination of the purple cloud yin-yang wings, wave after wave of attacks were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. The attacks caused Lei Yu's limbs to go limp and his soul to tremble. He did not even have the chance to breathe. With a heavenly oppressed spear in hand, he firmly guarded the door, not allowing Qin Wushuang to break through. Xin Tianwu, who was on the side, was also a great expert. When she saw the situation kept tilting, vividly she felt that something was wrong. Lei Yu's expression fully told her how terrible the situation was. Gritting her silver teeth, she activated the god-killing bow again. This time, Xin Tianwu used 90% of her power directly. He thought to himself, last time, I used 60 to 70% of my power, but that fellow actually swallowed it whole. This time, I'll use 90% of my power. My attack power will at least double. Even if I don't kill him, I'll still be able to injure him. As long as this kid suffers the slightest injury, when Daoist Lei Yu and I join hands, we can certainly kill him. Thinking here, Xin Tianwu activated her aura rapidly. Her divine soul drove this god-killing bow and the arrows gushed out like shooting stars. It was another 3 continuous arrows. This was also the limit that Xin Tianwu could activate. She wanted to shoot 10 arrows in one breath, yet clearly that was out of Xin Tianwu's range of ability. How powerful was Qin Wushuang's divine soul power? Although he was engaged in close combat with Lei Yu, he was observing all directions and listening to all directions. He had already caught a glimpse of Xin Tianwu's attacking stance. With a laugh, he slashed horizontally with the Heavenly Emperor sword. As he changed his sword technique, golden lights surged and instantly, tens and thousands of golden lights shot towards Xin Tianwu. Daoist Tianwu, be careful. Lei Yu felt apprehensive inwardly as he shouted unconsciously. While Xin Tianwu was moving, she shot 3 arrows. However, her body swayed like a willow leaf drifting in the sky. Qin Wushuang's sword move was the first seal of the metal attribute, the needle hidden in the silk floss seal. When a burst of golden light shot out, in the beginning, it was peaceful like a sponge. However, there were needles hidden in the dark and its destructive power was hidden. Warned by Lei Yu, Xin Tianwu's divine soul was greatly moved. She evaded and escaped from her original place. Wherever the golden light went, with a swoosh swoosh swoosh, countless golden needles revealed themselves. With a hissing sound, they shot in all directions like a hornet's nest as they penetrated countless air holes. As Xin Tianwu looked at that stance with lingering fear, she felt apprehensive inwardly. She also cried out her luck. If it wasn't for Daoist Lei Yu's reminder, if I was shot by this golden light, my divine soul would not have died, but my body would have been pierced by 10,000 arrows. Such a close call, truly a close call. All these unforeseen events happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. However, from the corner of her eyes, she realized that the 3 arrows she shot out could almost not approach the other party's defensive sword domain. The sword in Qin Wushuang's hand seemed to have endless magical power. With a few twirls, he drew away the direction of the 3 arrows completely. Instead, they shot towards Lei Yu. Ha ha, my divine skill of revolving star passage can be performed to perfection with the help of this heavenly king sword. Indeed, it's a divine skill. Unfortunately, in the end, this revolving star passage is somewhat different from the concept of paying someone back in their own coin. Paying someone back in their own coin referred to using someone's power to bite back at that person. Qin Wushuang borrowed Shin Tianwu's arrows to attack Lei Yu. Clearly, he borrowed the power of others to attack him. Although Lei Yu could not take down Qin Wushuang with his attacks, his defense was still watertight. When he saw Qin Wushuang drawing those arrows to attack him, he was already somewhat alert. Holding the heavenly oppressed spear in his hand, he knocked away those 3 arrows. Although he was already mentally prepared, Lei Yu was still thrown into confusion by these 3 arrows. His divine soul trembled. This god-killing bow was not an ordinary attack. It carried the attribute of attacking the divine soul. Not only could it injure the body, it could also attack the divine soul. Therefore, it was named the god-killing bow. For the genuine divine 6 weapons, it would only display great power when performed by a genuine Supreme Dao elite warrior. Currently, the 3 of them were all at the transformation Supreme Dao stage. Therefore, they could only unleash 30 to 40% of their power. Even in this case, genuine Supreme Dao weapons were not to be trifled with. While Lei Yu's blood and qi were surging, he retreated a few dozen meters. He placed the heavenly oppressed spear across his chest and breathed heavily. Shin Tianwu's figure dropped before Lei Yu like a falling leaf. She asked with a low voice, "Daoist Lei Yu, are you all right?" Lei Yu shook his head with a bitter smile. "Daoist Tianwu, I'm fine. This kid is very strange." A trace of deep restraining fear was also revealed from Shin Tianwu's eyes. She fixed her gaze at Qin Wushuang from afar and whispered, "The god-killing bow is ineffective against this kid. Daoist Lei Yu, there must be something mysterious about the sword in this kid's hand." Since Lei Yu was engaged in close combat with Qin Wushuang, of course, he knew. He nodded and said, "His sword is no weaker than our genuine divine 6 weapons. For such divine weapon, I am afraid even the Heavenly Emperor would be envious when he sees it. Daoist Tianwu, have you notified His Majesty to return?" Now, Lei Yu already knew that most likely his wishful thinking of defeating Qin Wushuang and taking all the spoils would not work. It was because the power of this Qin Wushuang far surpassed his expectations. When he joined hands with Shin Tianwu, if they engaged in close combat, even if they did not lose, they would not have any chance of winning. Unless there were 4 elite warriors of the same level to swarm up and wrap Qin Wushuang into a dumpling with thunderous attack power, that would be their only chance of winning. However, as he looked at those divine beasts wreaking havoc in the sky, Lei Yu knew better than anyone. If Shin Tianchen and Yang Beifei also joined the battle circle, the other 2 Supreme Dao friends would definitely not be able to resist the havoc of those divine beasts. Not to mention those elite warriors beneath the Supreme Dao stage from various sects. Without transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors holding the line from below, the Heavenly Emperor party would be fish on the chopping block. Even in this case, under the joint attack of Bao Bao, the purple flame electric beast, and Fire Kailin, the Heavenly Emperor party was battered and exhausted. Indeed, Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors were powerful. Regardless of Shin Tianchen or Yang Beifei, the 3 great divine beasts would not dare to fight them alone. However, when they joined hands, they had the confidence to face one of the elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Most importantly, the mythological beasts' mobility and their current situation meant that they were destined to be the ones who held the initiative. For the Heavenly Emperor party, they could only adopt a defensive stance in an embarrassed state. It was because once they attacked Bao Bao and the other divine beasts, they could not take care of their other friends. In that case, As long as the divine beasts used guerrilla warfare tactics, they could nibble away their friends one by one. In the end, most likely they would be the only ones left. They did have the ability to judge the situation and size up the situation. Therefore, regardless of how Bao Bao and the others wreaked havoc, regardless of how they provoked them, Yang Beifei and Xin Tianchen remained motionless. They were waiting for the Heavenly Emperor to kill his way back. As soon as the Heavenly Emperor returned, regardless of Qin Wushuang or these divine beasts, they could only accept their fate of death. Yang Beifei took one corner, Xin Tianchen took another corner, Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan joined hands to protect one corner. They just happened to form a T-shaped defensive formation. For such formation, regardless of how Bao Bao and the others attacked, they could maintain an extremely stable formation. In the sky, Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu were tangled in a bloody battle with Qin Wushuang regardless of everything. With Qin Wushuang's current combat power, if he were to engage in a major battle with one of them, he would have at least 70 to 80% chance of winning. If he were to deal with two at the same time, even if he were to perform the mental technique of multitasking, he could only fight to a draw. After all, Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu had joined hands many times and practiced countless joint attack tactics. The cooperation of these two definitely surpassed the power of 1+1. Qin Wushuang was well aware that for this group of guys to use such tactics, there was only one core word, and that was to drag it out. They would drag out the time and wait for Xin Tianwen to make it back. Through the observant finger jade plate, Qin Wushuang could clearly capture the speed at which Xin Tianwen was rushing back to the aspiring throne mountain. At most, in an hour, this Xin Tianwen will make it back. In these 2 hours, if I cannot kill 1 or 2 supreme Dao elite warriors, how can I establish my power? Thinking here, a burst of evil nature emerged from Qin Wushuang's heart. He slashed 4 times with the Heavenly Emperor sword and forced Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu to retreat. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and threw himself downwards all of a sudden. With a dive, he dashed towards the corner where Yang Guinan and Xin Tianchong were. When Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu saw Qin Wushuang had left them, they risked their lives to follow him and entangled him. Once again, they activated the Heavenly Oppress Spear and the God-killing bow with full power to greet Qin Wushuang's back. Qin Wushuang only felt 2 bursts of divine soul-burning power pressing down from his back with an unprecedentedly powerful aura. It was as if 2 mountain peaks were pressing down on him. Inwardly, he was greatly astonished. These 2 guys did not hesitate to burn their divine soul to fight. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 8:18. As the proverb says, the unreasonable fear the reckless and the reckless fear the reckless. When Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu ignited their divine soul to fight, even for genuine supreme Dao elite warriors, they would more or less restrain their fear. After all, no one was willing to meet such reckless opponents. For such reckless fighting style, it would harm the enemy 1,000 times and oneself 800 times. Even at the same time, they might not be able to hurt the enemy. Qin Wushuang did not dare to neglect them as he counterattacked with the Heavenly Emperor sword. Sending out the 9-dragon-layered flame, a ball of fire directly blocked the incoming momentum of Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu. At the same time, Qin Wushuang opened his left hand and formed hand gestures continuously. A hand seal was clapped from the center of his palm. After this hand seal was clapped, it directly transformed into 2 bursts of light, one withering and one thriving. These 2 bursts of light seemed to have dominated 2 worlds as it gave off the feeling of the yin and yang. Whoosh! This hand seal expanded against the wind and pressed towards the direction of Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan. When the giant palm pressed down, it was like a great mountain covering the top. Before Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan, instantly they felt as if the sky was falling down. This withering flourishing seal was the second profound stage of the Great 5 Attributes Reincarnation Seal. The wood attribute was also the attribute profound mystery that Qin Wushuang was most proficient in. Although it was his first time performing it, the tyrannical attack of this withering flourishing seal was extraordinary. Between withering and thriving, there was a great stage. Vividly, it had merged with the power of the rules. When this giant hand seal pressed down, even those transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors could not see through its depth. However, their instincts as powerhouses told them that this attack was no small matter. Xin Tianchen shouted, "Tianchong, Guinan, you must not fight with force. Retreat quickly." This shout was deafening and allowed Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan, who were stunned, to see the light. Between life and death, they immediately activated their own life-saving talisman. As the divine light rippled, above these two bursts of divine light with different shapes appeared. One burst of divine light was like a blooming lotus and the other one was like a giant leaf. He stubbornly resisted Qin Wushuang's giant handprint pressing down on his head. The seal of withering and thriving had the colors of withering and thriving. They were yellow and green respectively. The two completely different colors condensed into a terrifying giant handprint. Its aura was unparalleled as it pressed down continuously, squeezing the space protected by the two layers of divine light. Qin Wushuang originally thought that once this withered glory seal was executed, annihilating two coagulate Supreme Tao powerhouses would definitely not be a problem. But he did not expect that he actually encountered an obstruction. Indeed, not one of the deity realm powerhouses had an undeserved reputation. Everyone had some trump cards to protect themselves. In the past, he was able to kill a Supreme Tao elite warrior so easily. Firstly, his speed was too fast. Secondly, the power of the graceful spiritual bow was too strong. The sudden attack caused the opponent to be unable to use all of his trump cards. Qin Wushuang activated it 3 times in a row to support the power of the withering flourishing seal. The Supreme Tao power of the wood attribute formed a burst of green ripples. Like a green waterfall, it appeared to be a magnificent sight. When this giant handprint pressed down, although they had the protection of the divine light, those two still felt their bones were about to break. It was extremely strenuous. Fortunately, Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu arrived at the same time. With bloodshot eyes, they appeared to be risking their lives to fight Qin Wushuang. Although Qin Wushuang was not afraid of Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu, he was more or less restraining his fear. In case these two guys exploded their divine soul to attack him, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, Qin Wushuang tried his best to keep a certain distance from these two crazy devils. Only, since he must keep a distance, naturally his continuous attacks on Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan would be affected. Qin Wushuang lamented inwardly. In the end, his strength was not enough. He could deal with a few Supreme Tao elite warriors and remain in an invincible position. However, it would still be incredibly difficult to break the defense circle between Supreme Tao elite warriors. Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu fought without any regard for their own lives. The tactic of besieging Wei to rescue Zhao allowed Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan a chance to catch their breath. Before the protective divine light was swallowed by the withering flourishing seal, two figures transformed into meteoric lights and scuttled far away from the circle. Yang Beifei and Xin Tianchen also used all their skills to force away Bao Bao and the other divine beasts. Instead, they surrounded and attacked Qin Wushuang from all sides. When Qin Wushuang saw Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei coming to greet him, he knew that their tactic was to nail him to death. With 4 transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors surrounding him, Qin Wushuang was not stupid enough to meet them head-on. He flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings and soared into the sky at a high speed as if he was ascending. He slapped continuously with his palms and with a pa, for giant handprints pressed down continuously. The 4 giant palms were divided into the colors of yin and yang, withering and flourishing. They slapped at the 4 transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors. Qin Wushuang's body dashed to the middle of the sky. With a twist, he transformed into a burst of green smoke and chased after Yang Guinan and Xin Tianchong. Unwilling to give up, Qin Wushuang only wanted to kill elite warriors of the Supreme Tao to establish his prestige. Bao Bao, Fire Kailin, and the purple flame electric beast all knew about Qin Wushuang's methods. When they saw him escape from the encirclement of 4 transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors with such ease, they were greatly impressed. They would never give the elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage the chance to chase after Yang Guinan and Xin Tianchong. Qin Wushuang let out a roaring laugh. Suddenly, his body stopped and he grabbed the Heavenly Emperor sword in his hand. He held it horizontally in the middle of the sky with an awe-inspiring presence. He shouted to Bao Bao and the other divine beasts, "I will leave those two giant rats to you guys." Bao Bao and the purple flame electric beast were filled with fighting spirit and murderous intentions as they chased after him. Qin Wushuang's block was like a towering mountain as it crossed the sky and completely separated the four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors from Yang Guinan and Xin Tianchong. When those four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors saw Qin Wushuang acting this way, they immediately knew of Qin Wushuang's ambition. All of them shouted, "Kid, get lost." Four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors gushed forth with four powerful attacking airflows. They formed wave after wave of attack and pushed over with a rumbling sound. The combined power of four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors would never lose to the attack of a genuine Supreme Tao elite warrior. Even Qin Wushuang would not dare to be careless. He flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings rapidly and protected all his vital parts with the Heavenly Emperor sword. He glared at the four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors that were trying to charge over with a pair of piercing eyes. Like a tidal wave amidst the raging sea, Qin Wushuang stood in the middle of this wave-like attack wave. His body swayed as he worked hard to evade the strike of each wave. Yet, he did not weaken his temperament at all. Instead, he locked onto the figure of these four and was unwilling to step aside. "Kid, it seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin," Xin Tianchen shouted. "Attack with full power and kill this kid. This is a good chance." The mutual understanding between the four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors was not a bluff. Although they had not killed their way into the core area of the Qin clan during the dozen years they had been attacking the aspiring Throne Mountain, they had not been wasting their time in these 10 years. Besides working hard to increase their own strength, they also kept practicing different tactics. Especially the tactic of joining hands. For such tactics, Xin Tianwen also intended to practice. It was because he wanted to make sure that if Qin Xiaotian wanted to escape, his Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors would form a joint attack. Even if they could not kill Qin Xiaotian, they must be able to stop him. Currently, before they could deal with Qin Xiaotian, they had to fight with Qin Wushuang first. Only, when they were practicing this joint attack tactic, they never expected that a young disciple of the Qin clan would require them to use this tactic to barely restrain him. After all, the four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors were not made of mud and wood. When they joined hands, after the tactical interaction and cooperation had entered the right track, clearly it would be impossible for Qin Wushuang to gain the upper hand. Only, at this moment, Qin Wushuang was not in the mood to compete with the four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors. His strategic goal was clear. He would restrain these four Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors and allow Bao Bao and the other three divine beasts enough time to chase after Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan. The four great mythical beasts did not possess the ability to kill a Transformation Supreme Tao elite warrior at the moment. However, if it was to chase after two Coagulate Supreme Tao elite warriors, with the mythical beast's talent and the advantage in numbers, they were absolutely confident. How could Xin Tianchen not see through Qin Wushuang's intentions? He kept roaring like a tiger, "Tianwu, Lei Yu, old rules, you will hold this kid back. Daoist Beifei, let's deal with those monstrous divine beasts." Qin Wushuang roared with laughter. "Xin Tianchen, can you walk away?" After he finished speaking, with a flash from his hand, the Heavenly Emperor sword had already slashed out a few dozen times. Each burst of sword light was like a brutal beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it went straight for Xin Tianchen's vital points. Xin Tianchen gritted his teeth. "Qin Wushuang, your Qin clan is nearing its end. How much longer do you think you can be tyrannical?" Although he spoke tough words, he did not dare to neglect his actions. He barely resolved Qin Wushuang's attack, yet his body did not linger as he chased forward directly. Qin Wushuang slapped the Heavenly Emperor sword and urged it with the divine light. It flew out from the center of his palm and chased after Xin Tianchen. The Heavenly Emperor sword kept changing its shape in the sky. Like a raging divine dragon, it filled the sky, and its fast speed made Xin Tianchen feel suffocated. To Supreme Tao elite warriors, controlling the sword with the divine soul was not strange at all. When Qin Wushuang urged it with his divine soul, the Heavenly Emperor sword moved more nimbly than when he held it in his hand. He either charged, slashed horizontally, or stabbed diagonally. Emerging endlessly with different methods, it made Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei struggle to resist. When Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu saw Qin Wushuang bring out the flying sword, they exchanged a glance as if they had seen some great advantage. Both urged their weapons and joined hands to attack Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a cold sneer, "Are you bullying me for not having a weapon?" He pulled out another long weapon from his hand. It was the Earth Emperor Spear, one of the three great Ninth Calamity divine weapons. The tyrannical aspect of this Earth Emperor Spear surpassed the Heavenly Emperor Sword. If the Heavenly Emperor Sword was the king among the divine weapons, then without a doubt, the Earth Emperor Spear was the overlord. Between each move, it was filled with tyrannical power. In his early years, Qin Wushuang had used the Hegemon breaking formation spear passed down from his family and had studied the spear moves. Now, he had also learned the Great Five Attributes Reincarnation Seal. Since he could perform it with his bare hands, its power would be even greater when he used it with a weapon. Therefore, when he used the Earth Emperor Spear, it was smooth and easy. Along the way, he made Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu feel incredibly astonished. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 8:19. With the Earth Emperor Spear in Qin Wushuang's hand, it increased the imposing manner compared to when he used the Heavenly Emperor Sword. Vividly, the imposing and majestic spear techniques already possessed the temperament of a grandmaster. Regardless of Xin Tianwu or Lei Yu, they were all at the grandmaster level in the Shen Yuan Mound. Besides Xin Tianwen, Qin Xiaotian, and a few other top existences, Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu were at the grandmaster level. Only the powerhouses of the totem clan could intimidate them. Yet at this moment, under Qin Wushuang's ferocious attacks, their limbs went limp and their muscles and bones were exhausted. The temperament and spirit of a grandmaster only left a form of suffering and helpless struggle. Before Qin Wushuang, it could be said that they had lost all their dignity. Rolling yellow lights rolled in the sky like endless yellow sand. The entire sky seemed to be a three-dimensional desert. The storm raged and the sand flew everywhere. Although the power of the Earth Emperor Spear had not been developed to half, under Qin Wushuang's tyrannical spear moves, it still carried a majestic and imposing manner. The sky and earth changed color and the mountains became invisible. Darn it! When had Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu ever suffered such a loss? Cursing continuously, they kept evading the yellow dragon airflow stirred up by Qin Wushuang's Earth Emperor Spear. Using the Earth Emperor Spear as the medium, this burst of airflow triggered the calamity from all four directions. It formed a giant poisonous dragon that stirred the sky. Anyone who touched it would die instantly. The great power was apparent just by looking at the explosive sound of this giant airflow. Qin Wushuang danced with the spear like a dragon and a snake. Each step he took had the appearance of a dragon and a tiger. Deep inside his divine soul, he still controlled the Heavenly Emperor Sword to entangle Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei. Although he could not maintain such great pressure on Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu, he still made Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei feel extremely strenuous. Naturally, such combat method also incorporated the mental technique of one mind and two tasks. If it weren't for a genius like Qin Wushuang, how could he have merged all kinds of unique skills together to unleash the most powerful combat power? Initially, the Heavenly Emperor Sword and the Earth Emperor Spear were two genuine Supreme Tao Ninth Calamity divine weapons that were on par with each other. Qin Wushuang had activated them at the same time. He controlled one with his divine soul and the other with his hand. The rising and falling battle situation caused those martial artists beneath the aspiring throne mountain to stick their heads out to watch while hiding. For a battle at this level, They must not miss it even if they were to risk getting caught in it. Regardless of the Heavenly Emperor Gate, Heavenly Punishing Villa, and Sound of Thunder sect, each of these ordinary martial artists were holding their breath. Clearly, they were completely astonished by this dazzling battle scene. They were shocked not only by the magnificence of the battle, but also by the fear and uneasiness of the situation. When a young disciple of the Qin clan charged out of the sky, each of the 6 Supreme Dao elite warriors acted as if they were facing a great enemy. They were in an incredibly embarrassing state, for they could not even maintain their formation. They watched Qin Wushuang kill Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu until they were battered and exhausted. Although Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei were in a better state, they could not get away for the time being. Wushuang was used to activate Wushuang was battle was battle was were battle was Wushuang was to keep to him was used it. He also knew that the longer the battle dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for the enemy. It was because Xin Tianwen was on his way back. After all, Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei were elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. After dealing with the Heavenly Emperor sword for a while, they sensed that Qin Wushuang's focus of attack was not on them. After finding a trace of space, they flew away. Just when they were about to dash towards the place where the 4 divine beasts were chasing. Suddenly, they heard 2 miserable cries continuously. Not good. An ominous premonition emerged from the hearts of the 4 Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors at the same time. These miserable cries came from Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan. These miserable cries shook the sky. It caused these 4 Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors to be shocked at the same time. What did this sound mean? The answer was self-evident. How is this possible? Xin Tianchen and Yang Beifei exchanged a glance and revealed bewildered lights from their eyes. Amidst this bewilderment, there were even some traces of fear. Even if the 4 divine beasts were to attack together, how could they kill 2 coagulate Supreme Dao elite warriors in such a short time? Although Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan were slightly weaker, they were not completely defenseless. Tianchen, Tianwu, go. Senior brother, go. Weak and miserable cries kept coming from the front. It grabbed the hearts of these 4 Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors. Indeed, in the next moment, more miserable cries kept coming. Initially, when Supreme Dao elite warriors were fighting, they would not let out such miserable cries even if they were killed. Clearly, this sound was warning their friends to run. Indeed, a straightforward laughter came from the distance. Thieves of the Xin clan, you suppressed the Qin clan for more than a dozen years, it's time for you to pay the price, right? Indeed, this voice came from Qin Yunran, the second chief of the Qin clan. Initially, when the Qin clan saw the battle situation on the outside, Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang left the Qin clan through the secret passage when they saw the opportunity. They went around the front and launched a surprise attack at the direction where Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan were escaping. They directly injured these 2 severely. When the 4 great divine beasts arrived, they did not know the meaning of elegance when facing the severely injured Supreme Dao elite warriors. They did not have the slightest indecisiveness of human beings as they directly destroyed their bodies. Then, they forced out their divine souls and surrounded them to torture them to death. Bao Bao also had many wicked ideas as he deliberately tortured the divine souls of these 2. He used the Supreme Dao Fire Soul Power of Fire Kailin and the Purple Flame Electric Beast to burn those divine souls. Think about it, how tyrannical would the power of the Supreme Dao Fire Soul be? Using it to burn the divine souls was simply one of the cruelest punishments in the world. Naturally, it caused these 2 divine souls to suffer unbearably as they let out bursts of mournful cries. Clearly, Bao Bao intended to divide the 4 Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors and let Qin Wushuang seize the opportunity to kill 1 or 2 Transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors. In more than a dozen years, Qin Yunran, being at the 8th calamity of the Coagulate Supreme Dao stage, had also achieved a qualitative breakthrough. It was unknown if the fate of the Qin clan had stimulated him or if the situation created heroes. Qin Yunran had also entered the 2nd calamity of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. He was only 1 step away from the 3rd calamity. When Qin Yunran saw Bao Bao and Lone, Clearly he was extremely familiar with them. He called Qin Chongyang to come over. Bao Bao introduced them. Although Fire Kailin and Ari Simo were proud and untamed divine beasts, they also knew that this was the chief of the Qin clan and shared an extraordinary relationship with Qin Wushuang. Thus, they would not dare to neglect him. "Chief, my boss is over there, let's go cheer him on," Bao Bao suggested. Qin Yunran flicked his sleeve and 2 bursts of divine lights gushed out. They shot directly at the divine souls of Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan. Instantly, the miserable explosion had blasted these 2 divine souls into pieces. Qin Yunran did not even look as he called to Qin Chongyang, "Third, go back to the sect first. Me and these divine beast friends will go to receive Wushuang and the others." At this moment, Qin Taichong and Qin Shaohong also rushed over from the rear. When they saw the 2 great chiefs, they also felt a mixture of sorrow and joy. When they reunited after the great calamity of the Qin clan, naturally they felt different. At this moment, suddenly Qin Wushuang let out a roaring laugh. 2 chiefs, come out to receive them. At least Wushuang must kill 1 or 2 transformation Supreme Dao warriors to establish his prestige. Now, those 4 transformation Supreme Dao elite warriors were endlessly grieved and indignant. However, they expected that the main force of the Qin clan had already broken out and the attack power of those 4 divine beasts was terrifying. Plus with a group of fresh troops from the Qin clan, to them, the battle situation had already undergone an earth-shaking change. If they were to linger in battle, most likely the elite warriors of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage would fall. Although he was grieving inwardly, under Xin Tiancheng's strong efforts to stop him, Yang Beifei finally did not lose his head over the death of Yang Guinan. He flew towards the direction of Xin Tianwu and Lei Yu. Now, they also knew clearly that they would only have a chance to win if they gathered in one place. "Everyone, don't panic, the Heavenly Emperor will be here soon. The Qin clan will not be proud for long," Xin Tianchen encouraged. At this moment, suddenly Qin Wushuang's complexion changed slightly. Clearly, he already sensed the majestic presence of Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen. He had almost arrived before the mountain gate of the aspiring throne mountain. What made him feel surprised was that next to Xin Tianwen, there was another burst of overflowing imposing manner. Carrying a form of mysterious and ancient presence, it rolled over like a shadow. Qin Wushuang was moved inwardly as he shouted, "Chief, everyone retreat quickly and enter the mountain gate. We cannot fight them head-on. Xin Tianwen seems to have brought back strong reinforcement." Amidst Qin Wushuang's furious roar, a burst of anger gushed out. Under the urging of his divine soul, the Heavenly Emperor Sword and Earth Emperor Spear danced madly with various dazzling attacks like flowers falling from the sky. Almost with lightning speed, Qin Wushuang opened his arms and already held the graceful spiritual bow in his hand. Murderous intentions filled his eyes. The speed of Xin Tianwen's arrival was much faster than Qin Wushuang's imagination. Additionally, he had brought reinforcements. The most terrifying part was that this reinforcements did not seem to be less powerful than Xin Tianwen. Such a powerful combination made Qin Wushuang feel incredibly shocked inwardly. Could it be that the road to the revival of the Qin clan was destined to be this difficult? Could it be that after stepping on the bumpy road, waves would be reborn? A surge of strong unwillingness and dissatisfaction caused Qin Wushuang's murderous intentions to erupt suddenly. The graceful spiritual bow carried unprecedented, astonishing, imposing manner. Like a devil that had just awakened from a deep sleep, it revealed its awe-inspiring fangs. "It's the graceful spiritual bow, everyone retreat quickly," Xin Tianchen was knowledgeable. When he saw Qin Wushuang arriving like a god, he knew that the situation was far from good. "You want to escape?" Qin Wushuang's eyes were blurred as a layer of cold and gloomy mist covered his eyes. Under his urging, the graceful spiritual bow had reached its peak instantly. It seemed that the graceful spiritual bow also appeared incredibly excited to deal with an elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. The bowstring emitted powerful power. Qin Wushuang shot 3 arrows in succession. The instant the shooting sun arrows broke free from the bowstring of the graceful spiritual bow, Like three devils that had escaped from hell, they shot at Shin Tianwu with baring fangs and brandishing claws while carrying terrifying imposing mana. Three bursts of powerful lights almost congealed into a burst of thick airflow in the sky. It tore apart all the barriers of space and struck at Shin Tianwu's back with a boom. Die! Qin Wushuang let out an explosive roar, and that golden light already concentrated on Shin Tianwu's back. The golden light blossomed with gorgeous and extraordinary splendor. It expanded all of a sudden and exploded with a loud boom. There was no massacre more straightforward than this, and there was no execution more decisive than this. Although an elite warrior of the Transformation Supreme Tao stage was insufferably arrogant earlier, before the graceful spiritual bow, Shin Tianwu was like a helpless mortal. She was swallowed into pieces directly and scattered into fine powder along with the golden light. At this moment, a furious roar came from the sky. Qin Wushuang, you are so bold. You dare to offend your superiors and kill an elite warrior of the Heavenly Emperor Gate of the Supreme Tao stage. Finally, Shin Tianwen, the Heavenly Emperor, had arrived. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Brothers, I need to inform you of something. Recently, Chijian is organizing an activity where you can get extra monthly votes by binding your phone account. It seems that there is no charge for binding your phone to your Chijian account. If you make a move, you can prevent your account from being stolen and used shamelessly. It's just a little effort, yet it can make you feel more assured and safe. Therefore, everyone can go bind your phone. Old Bull's account is bound decisively, ha ha. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chijian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 820. With a determined gaze, Qin Wushuang fixed his gaze on Shin Tianwen as he dashed over. Currently, Shin Tianwu was already shot into ashes by the power of the graceful spiritual bow. Countless echoes of miserable cries still reverberated through the aspiring Throne Mountain Valley. When one heard it, it sounded exceptionally eerie and terrifying. Each of the three Transformation Supreme Tao elite warriors that escaped with their lives revealed a pale complexion. They hid far behind Shin Tianwen and revealed a fearful look from their eyes. Qin Wushuang knew that his furious attack of killing Shin Tianwu a moment ago had completely destroyed the morale of these Transformation Supreme Tao warriors. Now, the four divine beasts behind Qin Wushuang were strangely silent. There were even some traces of fear on their faces. They clearly sensed a burst of unprecedented pressure. Such pressure came from one of the divine beasts next to Shin Tianwen. This divine beast did not have an astonishing appearance. Yet, such an unremarkable divine beast made the untamed purple flame electric beast and Bao Bao feel waves of throbbing in their hearts. Boss, you must be careful. The divine beast next to Shin Tianwen is powerful. When Bao Bao sent his voice through spiritual perception, his voice was trembling. Qin Wushuang had already noticed this point. He was rather curious about where Shin Tianwen had found such a powerful helper. Although the strength of this divine beast was incomparable to the paramount elite warrior of the dragon clan like Golden Ray Dragon King, from the temperament it emitted, even the leaders of the coiled dragon clan seemed to be inferior. At the endless Eastern Sea, the leaders of the 18 dragon clans were existences second only to the forefather dragon clan. The power of this divine beast had simply surpassed Qin Wushuang's imagination. Indeed, the Heavenly Emperor Gate was a centipede that would not fall down even after death. Initially, Qin Wushuang thought that by slaughtering the Supreme Tao elite warriors of the Heavenly Emperor Party and cutting off Shin Tianwen's wings, even if he could not do anything to Shin Tianwen for now, the Heavenly Emperor Gate would certainly suffer a crushing defeat in the Heavenly Emperor election. A general without an army would never be able to support the entire Heavenly Emperor Gate. Not to mention competing for the Heavenly Emperor seat. Unexpectedly, Shin Tianwen had moved such a major helper. Although he was unclear of his background, his intimidating power had simply surpassed Qin Wushuang's imagination. Qin Wushuang was well aware that this divine beast was an unexpected chess piece that had completely disrupted his previous arrangements. However, up to this point, naturally Qin Wushuang had no reason to fear anything. He had already gotten over it. Since he had chosen to fight, regardless of how terrifying the enemy was, he would accompany him to the end. Fearless, Qin Wushuang welcomed Shin Tianwen's eyes with a determined gaze. "Ha, daoist Tianwen, is this the Qin disciple you spoke of?" He was indeed young. Judging from his age, he should only be in his 30s. TSK, as expected, heroes come from the young. Divine Beast was Wushuang S. Qin Wushuang SSS Qin Wushuang S. Although Saberbeard had agreed to help, he had an eccentric personality and would not show much mercy when he spoke. If he was praising Qin Wushuang, wouldn't he be slapping the face of the Heavenly Emperor Gate? Shin Tianwen knew that to fully mobilize the enthusiasm of this Saberbeard, most likely he would need to lure him with benefits. Just to return a favor, certainly this divine beast would hold back some of his power. He would not exert all his power. Daoist Saberbeard, you only know one thing and not the other. This kid inherited the immemorial formation and gained many benefits. Just his graceful spiritual bow alone is a peerless divine weapon that could even shoot the Golden Crow to death in the immemorial period. Daoist Saberbeard, this kid has gained a great bargain. Or else, as a mere disciple of the Qin clan, could he have more fame than a totem disciple? Indeed, these malicious words caused Saberbeard's eyes to move rapidly. Qin Wushuang only revealed a cold sneer. How could he not know that since Shin Tianwen had said it this way, naturally he wanted to make enemies? Shin Tianwen, it seems you are at your wits' end. The Grand Heavenly Emperor Gate cannot deal with me, a junior disciple of the Qin clan. You did not hesitate to spread rumors. TSK, up to this day, the honorable title of the Heavenly Emperor Gate has been completely ruined by your Shin clan. Qin Wushuang's tone was full of disdain. He waved the graceful spiritual bow from his hand and sneered. Shin Tianwen, when the heavens gave me the graceful spiritual bow, they gave me a mission to shoot and kill scum like you. The graceful spiritual bow will witness the fall of your Shin clan and the ultimate rise of the Qin clan. Saberbeard seemed to be incredibly interested in Qin Wushuang. He looked left and right and fixed his gaze on Qin Wushuang to size him up. When he looked at Qin Wushuang and saw the 4 great divine beasts behind Qin Wushuang, he also clicked his tongue in wonder. This Saberbeard was also an experienced and knowledgeable person. When he saw that at such a young age, Qin Wushuang had 4 divine beasts next to him, just this stance alone had overshadowed the Shin clan's limelight. From an emotional point of view, Saberbeard was exerting himself for Shin Tianwen and he was forced to do so. However, from a rational point of view, Saberbeard saw a form of great fortune from this young man. In comparison, although Shin Tianwen was awe-inspiring as the Heavenly Emperor, those who understood fortune could already see that the Shin clan was clearly going downhill. The death of the Supreme Dao elite warriors was the most powerful evidence of such downhill trend. Usually, it was rare for Supreme Dao elite warriors to fall in a dispute between powerhouses. Once a situation where a large group of Supreme Dao elite warriors fell, certainly the battle situation had reached a point where one party would not rest until one party died. In this battle to the death, although it seemed that the Qin clan had been on the defensive for more than a dozen years, in fact they did not suffer many casualties. Only, the spiritual ley lines of the mountain gate were cut off. When the spiritual ley lines were broken, they could be renewed with great divine skills. However, when Supreme Dao elite warriors died, they could not be saved by great divine skills. Saberbeard was already thinking about it with a clear mind. Since this Qin Wushuang inherited the immemorial formation, he is at the peak of fortune and has great fortune. If I help Shin Tianwen, in today's battle, I must kill this kid and seize those great fortunes. Or else, if this kid does not die, he will definitely be a great disaster in the future. He must return the favor he owed Shin Tianwen. To return the favor, he must offend the Qin clan. Since he was destined to offend the Qin clan, there was only one choice. He must kill Qin Wushuang completely. Or else, Qin Wushuang would not have any chance to seek revenge. Thinking here, Saberbeard sent his voice to Shin Tianwen, Daoist Tianwen, it's useless to argue. To seek revenge and strike at the Qin clan, you must make a move when they least expect it. Let's make a deal. When we kill this kid of the Qin clan, I will get 60% and you will get 40%. Of course, Xin Tianwen would not care about these petty gains that would divide the benefits. Initially, he felt it would be fair to split it 50-50. However, since he was asking for help, of course he could not speak too firmly. He agreed and said, "All right, let's do it. You get 60 and I get 40. However, if there is a chance to explore the god-discarding door, you and I will have equal chances." For someone at Xin Tianwen's level, of course he knew that the ultimate secret of the Tianxian land was the god-discarding door. It was not the other messy things. Saberbeard gave a cold sneer. "All right, at that time, we will rely on our own skills. Do you think this kid's fortuitous opportunity is related to the god-discarding door? That's hard to say. It's rumored that the one who gets that immemorial formation can ride on top of the land. I think the fortuitous opportunity inside the god-discarding door is left behind from the immemorial gods era. If one gets a fortuitous opportunity, it's enough to break through the restraints of the Tianxian land and ride on top of the land, right?" In the end, Xin Tianwen was still unwilling to give in on this issue. When Qin Wushuang saw them remaining silent, he knew that these two must be planning something. He did not expose them, yet he thought quickly to find a strategy to deal with the enemy. Today, the situation was clear. Only the last pass of the 8 Desolations 6 Directions mountain protecting formation was not opened. It could be said that it was hanging by a thread. It would have been all right if it was just Xin Tianwen. Even if Qin Wushuang could not beat him, he could restrain him. However, for elite warriors at the level of Xin Tianwen, the other party came with 2. Even if Qin Wushuang could restrain one of them, the other could make a move on the Qin clan with ease. Therefore, Qin Wushuang had no choice. He could only defend the mountain gate with his life and prevent these 2 great elite warriors from attacking the last pass of the mountain gate together. If the last pass of this 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation was breached, the Heavenly Emperor party would charge into the Qin headquarters like wolves and tigers. To the Qin clan, it would definitely be a calamity they had not encountered for tens and thousands of years. Therefore, regardless, he must defend the last trace of hope of this mountain gate. He must never hide inside the mountain gate completely and choose a passive resistance strategy. Passive resistance was equivalent to giving up the entire outer area of the aspiring throne mountain to Xin Tianwen. He would allow the other party to destroy the last barrier of the 8 Desolations 6 Directions formation with ease. Such strategy of stretching out one's neck and waiting to be slaughtered was definitely not Qin Wushuang's style. Qin Wushuang's style was, if he's strong, I'm stronger. If he's tyrannical, I'm more tyrannical. Let the enemy be tyrannical, I will stand tall like King Kong. Combined with the purple cloud yin-yang wings, the graceful spiritual bow, the Heavenly Emperor sword, and the Earth Emperor spear, perhaps he would only have a 10% chance of winning when fighting one-on-one with Xin Tianwen or this guy named Saberbeard. However, he would have more than 80% chance of staying alive and causing trouble. After all, the purple cloud yin-yang wings had speed and the graceful spiritual bow had incomprehensible and fascinating attacking power. All of this allowed Qin Wushuang to have enough capital to challenge an elite warrior at the level of Xin Tianwen. He also had the capital to stay alive. Therefore, Qin Wushuang did not plan to step back. It would not matter if it was 1 or 10. As long as Qin Wushuang stayed here, he would never let the last thread of hope of the aspiring throne mountain Qin clan be buried before him. He decided to fight with Xin Tianwen regardless of the price. He would fight with this divine beast Saberbeard. Vividly, Qin Wushuang's mood also affected the 4 great divine beasts. When they saw Qin Wushuang being so calm and composed, unconsciously, their fighting spirit also rose. They did not have the power to fight with an elite warrior at the genuine Supreme Dao stage, nor did they have the qualifications. However, they could form a restraining power with the remaining 3 elite warriors at the Transformation Supreme Dao stage. Xin Tianwen gave an angry roar and activated the Heavenly Emperor wings on his back all of a sudden. It expanded against the wind. Clearly, Xin Tianwen intended to show off his heavenly emperor wings before Qin Wushuang. He activated it wantonly and waved it. The heavenly emperor wings grew bigger and almost reached the stage where it could reach the clouds and move the underworld. Qin Wushuang snorted disdainfully. Xin Tianwen, today I am not going to compete with you in magic. Put away your flashy but useless tricks. Today's battle will be the beginning of your Xin clan's defeat. After he finished speaking, Qin Wushuang did not act pretentious as he took out the graceful spiritual bow instinctively. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 821. When they saw the powerful pressure from the graceful spiritual bow keep dispersing, although Xin Tianwen and Saberbeard were experienced and knowledgeable people, before this graceful spiritual bow, they would not dare to neglect it. With a stern gaze, they fixed their eyes on the graceful spiritual bow. Clearly, they were afraid that this graceful spiritual bow would not even have the chance to resist like when it killed Xin Tianwu. Although such reaction did not match their identity, considering that the immemorial Golden Crow had been shot to death by this graceful spiritual bow and the number of elite warriors that had died under Qin Wushuang's bow since he stepped onto the path of martial arts, the number of elite warriors that had died under this graceful spiritual bow was innumerable. Various forms of accumulated power allowed Qin Wushuang and the graceful spiritual bow to receive extra attention. Qin Wushuang hoped that the other party would underestimate the enemy. However, since the enemy was being so cautious, it made Qin Wushuang feel apprehensive. If Heavenly Emperor Xin Tianwen was being cautious and careful, Qin Wushuang would be in a somewhat tight spot. After all, he was not facing just one Xin Tianwen. Under such circumstances, naturally Qin Wushuang could not launch an attack. His wisest choice was to bide his time and not make a move. If the enemy did not move, he would not move. When facing two enemies that suppressed him, if he were to launch an attack recklessly, he would be digging his own grave. Qin Wushuang's head was not clamped by the door. Naturally, he would not make such an unwise choice. He instructed through his spiritual perception, Bao Bao, Lone, Fire Kylin, Mo you four listen well. Once the battle starts, don't linger and retreat into the Qin clan's internal formation. Boss, what about you? Bao Bao could not refrain from asking. I cannot go in. Why? Bao Bao was anxious. If I go in, the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan will not have anyone to restrain Xin Tianwen. Once they lose control, Xin Tianwen can do whatever he wants. This 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation will not hold for more than a month. Boss, this Xin Tianwen has a divine beast as a helper, we are worried that you cannot beat them. Lone was rather straightforward. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, it's all right, in case I cannot beat them, I also have ways to escape. Don't worry, certainly I have no hope to kill Xin Tianwen now. But it won't be easy for them to kill me. I can't beat them, but escaping is my specialty. This was not a joke. Ever since Qin Wushuang made his debut, he had often encountered existences that were several levels stronger than him. He had no choice but to retreat strategically. Therefore, he was very confident in his ability to escape. In addition, he still had the Heaven Evasion book to rely on. Qin Wushuang was naturally more confident. Hearing Qin Wushuang's words, Bao Bao, Lone, and the others knew the situation. They knew that it would be useless for them to say such nonsense as sharing the misfortune and happiness together. Other than being a hindrance, there was nothing he could do. Elite warriors of the genuine Supreme Tao stage would not talk nonsense with you. Killing them was as easy as pinching an ant to death. With their strength, it would be simple for them to deal with Supreme Tao elite warriors like Xin Tianchong and Yang Guinan. However, if he were to encounter a genuine Supreme Tao expert, it would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. They were aware of their own limitations. In a state of mutual hostility, Xin Tianwen grabbed with his left and right hands. In the middle of the sky, 2 weapons shot out from the sky. One of them shot out from the direction where Xin Tianwen was shot. The other one flew out from Lei Yu's hand. They were the heavenly oppress spear and the god-killing bow. When Saberbeard saw these two weapons, his brows also lit up. Genuine divine 6 weapons? Ha ha, Saberbeard has good eyesight. A layer of dusky color covered Shin Tianwen's face. Under the divine light, another 4 weapons kept scuttling out from his back. 6 genuine supreme Dao weapons appeared in the shape of a 6-point star and hung high above Shin Tianwen's head. When Saberbeard saw this stance, he could not refrain from asking, Daoist Tianwen, how many can you use at the same time? If you can activate the 6 weapons at the same time, even if you encounter an elite warrior 3 calamities stronger than you can kill him. When he said this, Saberbeard's tone was also filled with a trace of fanaticism. Clearly, for a divine beast like Saberbeard, he was not unfamiliar with the genuine divine 6 weapons. His tone was filled with complicated feelings. Among his doubts, there was also some jealousy. For these genuine divine 6 weapons, even a divine beast at the level of Saberbeard would feel jealous. Saberbeard, you will take care of the rear, I will kill this kid. You will be in charge of blocking the rear, don't let this kid slip away from under your eyes. Saberbeard answered, yet a strange smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. Inwardly, he was thinking, if this Shin Tianwen dies with the Qin clan, I can pick up a great bargain. Genuine divine 6 weapons, immemorial formation, and the graceful spiritual bow, ha ha. This thought turned in his heart, but it was impossible for him to say it out loud. He flapped the heavenly emperor wings and in a flash, Shin Tianwen already merged into the sky. Bursts of airflow in the surrounding followed Shin Tianwen's figure and formed a strange whirlpool. It cut the space violently and carried rolling heavenly thunder to attack. For the genuine divine 6 weapons, like divine weapons that could destroy the world, they formed groups of 2 and transformed into different shapes one after another. Some were flying beasts, some were walking beasts. Covered in fur and horns, they launched a rolling attack. Qin Wushuang gave a loud shout and urged the power from his entire body to the extreme. He put all 9 shooting sun arrows on the graceful spiritual bow. He looked at the giant whirlpool formed by Shin Tianwen's body and pulled the bow 3 times. 9 stars-aligned pearls. This 9 stars-aligned pearls was the strongest attack Qin Wushuang had mastered in the graceful spiritual bow. The 9 stars-aligned pearls formed a bright or dark chain attack. Like a needle against an awl, it blasted a giant hole in the sky. It opened up a shortcut and shot over. The 9 stars-aligned pearls had a flash of brilliance. In an instant, the sky was filled with dazzling splendor. Multicolored light dazzled everyone's eyes. The divine lights transformed by the shooting sun arrows clashed with the genuine divine 6 weapons and stirred into countless balls of fighting chi. Like a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses meeting, they fought to the death. Boom, boom. The sky was full of miserable explosions. Above Qin Wushuang's head, 2 extra weapons appeared out of nowhere. Indeed, they were the Heavenly Emperor Sword and the Earth Emperor Spear. Qin Wushuang controlled them with his divine soul to protect his head. It was to prevent an unexpected sneak attack. The graceful spiritual bow in his hand kept relaying and shooting back the shooting sun arrows one after another as if it was a magic trick. This way, it formed a small cycle and blocked Shin Tianwen's wave of attacks. When Shin Tianwen saw the dense arrows filling the sky, it was not easy to break through. He flapped the heavenly emperor wings and turned around to jump to the high sky. High up in the sky, he looked down and gave a light snort. He shot a glance at Qin Wushuang with contempt and said coldly, "Kid of the Qin clan, I admit that you have some skills. If you were not a surviving member of the Qin clan, I would truly cherish your talent. Unfortunately, for the devilish Qin clan, everyone has the right to kill you. Accept your fate, realize your fate." With a dive, Shin Tianwen's body suddenly transformed into a giant rock and pounced down directly. When Saberbeard saw this situation, a trace of a smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. He cried out, Kuan transformed into a giant rock. This giant rock was so similar that Qin Wushuang could not see any flaws. At first glance, he truly thought it was a giant rock pouncing down. The genuine Divine Six weapons also transformed into shapes and formed a pincer attack from the left and right arms. It seemed as if a giant hole had suddenly appeared in the sky as a giant rock pressed down. This momentum had the power to flatten mountains and fill up rivers and seas. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang felt apprehensive. He knew the power and without thinking, he also urged the purple cloud yin-yang wings to the extreme. Instantly, he urged the burst of green light from his body to the extreme and knocked out diagonally. He shouted, "Xin Tianwen, who are you trying to scare with your insignificant skills? In terms of wings, what you have, I also have, Qin Wushuang." Before the giant rock pressed down, Qin Wushuang had already escaped from his original place. With the sound of a landslide, the space where Qin Wushuang was had completely collapsed. A giant space caved in and appeared in the sky miserably. If Qin Wushuang had been half a breath late, most likely he would have been blasted into pieces by Xin Tianwen's move. Indeed, the power of a heavenly emperor is extraordinary. Although Qin Wushuang looked down on Xin Tianwen, deep inside his heart, he must admit that since this Xin Tianwen was an elite warrior at the genuine Supreme Tao stage, his strength had indeed surpassed his imagination. It would be a fool's dream to use the method of defeating a transformation Supreme Tao warrior to deal with Xin Tianwen. When Saberbeard saw the exceptional power of Qin Wushuang's purple cloud yin-yang wings, his expression also changed. He could not but help but feel the itch to show off his skills. He roared with laughter. "Daoist Tianwen, here I come." Before his voice had dropped, white lights erupted from Saberbeard's entire body. His face full of long whiskers also started to transform wildly. All of a sudden, his entire body had expanded by 100 times. In fact, he had become a monster with the head of a lion and the body of a dragon. Currently, the long whiskers on the face of this saber-beard divine beast had completely transformed into thousands of sharp long swords. With one swing, hundreds of swords transformed into bursts of meteoric lights to pierce at Qin Wushuang's vital parts. Amidst the busy situation, Qin Wushuang did not forget to mock him. "Two genuine Supreme Tao elite warriors, are you finally shameless enough to join hands to deal with a young disciple? Ha ha ha, even in this case, why should I, Qin Wushuang, fear? Xin Tianwen, and you long whisker monster, listen well to me. In today's battle, if you can kill me, regardless of what methods or skills you use, it will count as your skills. If you cannot kill me, just wait. Sooner or later, the judgment of the graceful spiritual bow will descend on your head." Qin Wushuang was full of lofty sentiments as he spoke wildly in the sky. When he spoke these words, of course, he wanted to seal off all his escape routes. He wanted to find a way out from the jaws of death. He knew that his words would definitely drive the other party to kill him regardless of everything. After all, regardless of Xin Tianwen or Saberbeard Divine Beast, they were not brainless. They were well aware of how terrifying a potential threat Qin Wushuang would be when he matured. This was what Qin Wushuang wanted. It was because he wanted to experience the great terror between life and death. Only by comprehending this great terror could he witness a great stage. Even if this process was a narrow escape from death, Qin Wushuang would never regret it. He knew himself best. Usually, only at a critical moment of crisis could he stimulate the so-called potential hidden deep inside his bones. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 822. To rise from the jaws of death. This was the style that Qin Wushuang had followed since he stepped onto the path of martial arts. He also knew clearly that for this battle, if he did not perform some shocking moves, most likely it would be difficult to pass this stage. He activated the purple cloud yin-yang wings and with a flash of purple light, Qin Wushuang's body disappeared into the clouds. With the combination of the purple cloud yin-yang wings and the cloud garment feathery technique, Qin Wushuang's body disappeared into the clouds. When Xin Tianwen saw Qin Wushuang's method, he also smacked his tongue in wonder. One must say that this son of the Qin clan did have some skills. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he did not collapse instantly under the pincer attack of two genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors was already an exceptional achievement. When two genuine Supreme Dao elite warriors attacked together, for someone with a weaker willpower, most likely their divine soul would collapse on the spot and their body would tremble. How could they do it with such ease? Although this Qin Wushuang did not have the power to fight him head-on, it was enough to win Xin Tianwen and the others' respect as he was able to escape from their hands. With a mad laugh, Xin Tianwen's body kept growing. As he flapped the heavenly emperor wings, his entire body kept expanding to the size of a small mountain. As Xin Tianwen chanted, all of a sudden, the heavenly emperor wings on his back started to change shape slowly. In a moment, it transformed into two thick arms. This situation was extremely strange. Now, Xin Tianwen had turned into a strange person with 4 arms. Saber Beard roared with laughter. Daoist Tianwen, it seems your heavenly emperor wings have been trained to the stage where you can transform as you wish, congratulations. Like King Kong, Xin Tianwen's face carried a few traces of malevolence amidst his ferocity. He pulled his 2 transformed arms and held a weapon in each hand. The left hand shook a mirror with a handle. The right hand pulled a sawtooth that looked like a crocodile's mouth. These 2 weapons blossomed with divine lights and emitted dazzling brilliance. Clearly, they were the genuine divine 6 weapons at the same level as the slaughtering sword, god-killing bow, and heavenly oppress spear. Saber Beard chuckled and narrowed his eyes into a line. He knew that Xin Tianwen kept performing the genuine divine 6 weapons. Previously, the true divine 6 weapons were all in the shape of birds and beasts. Their attacking power had not been fully developed yet. Now, this weapon had restored its original appearance. When it was in Xin Tianwen's hand, naturally its power had increased tremendously. Divine mystery mirror, raging crocodile scissors. Ha, fellow Daoist Tianwen, let that kid have nowhere to run, Saber Beard shouted exaggeratedly. Initially, Xin Tianwen held the slaughtering sword in one hand and the heavenly oppress spear in the other. As for the god-slaying bow, it hung on his back. As for the last weapon of the true divine 6 weapons, it was nowhere to be seen. Xin Tianwen chanted. Suddenly, with a flash of the natural mysteries mirror in his hand, a burst of light shot out. This light, one yin and one yang, displayed the shape of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish. It dashed to the high sky. Wherever it went, nothing could escape. Even the dust in the clouds was clear as if it was being shone under a magnifying glass. The heaven fate mirror was capable of peering into the secrets of heaven and determining yin and yang. Its power was not to be underestimated. In a flash, it could cover 8 desolate lands and 6 directions. It was the best divine weapon to track someone's whereabouts. Qin Wushuang was hiding in the clouds. When he was shaken by the heaven fate mirror, he immediately disappeared without a trace and appeared from the cloud. When Qin Wushuang saw the heaven fate mirror, he knew that something was wrong. He flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings and shot to the sky. Clearly, he did not wish to expose himself before the heaven fate mirror. Xin Tianwen gave a cold sneer. Once you get caught by the heaven fate mirror, do you still want to escape? The image shot by the heaven fate mirror would track it automatically. As long as it was Qin Wushuang's body, this heaven fate mirror would follow him like a maggot in the bone. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang restrained his fear. He thought quickly, this Xin Tianwen shook a mirror, certainly it's a divine weapon from the true divine 6 weapons. If I fight him head-on, I have no chance of winning. Not to mention he has a divine beast. If I summon the 9 golem puppets to form the 9 palace return 1 sword formation, unfortunately, the 9 puppets are not proficient in controlling this sword formation. When they perform it, they can only unleash 30 to 50% of its power. I don't have much chance of winning. If I don't do it well, I will lose these golem puppets for nothing. Of course, it won't look good. For the golem puppets and the 9 palace return 1 sword formation, Qin Wushuang planned to use them as a surprise weapon. He would use them at a crucial moment. As long as he exposed this thing, he must be able to defeat Xin Tianwen. Or else, it would be meaningless to expose this trump card prematurely. Daoist Tianwen, should I help you block him? Saber-Beard asked leisurely. Shin Tianwen laughed. If you are willing to step out, I promise I will make this kid have no way out. Daoist Saber-Beard, now this kid is determined to go against us. If we don't kill him today, tomorrow when he is fully fledged, the first one he will deal with will be you and me. Saber-Beard swore, I got dragged into the water by you. Anyways, instead of waiting for him to seek revenge in the future, it's better to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Daoist Tianwen, prepare your true divine 6 weapons and give him the final attack. Amidst Saber-Beard's call, he already jumped and transformed into the wind and clouds. Dashing high into the sky, he slashed across the clouds in a perfect arc. When Qin Wushuang saw this stance, he knew that the situation was far from reassuring. Making the decision inwardly, he already had an idea. Let's take a gamble. One cannot trap the wolf without risking the child. For today's battle, if I cannot make these two suffer some injuries, the battle will not have a result. All right. Thinking here, Qin Wushuang waved the purple cloud yin-yang wings again. The purple light congealed into a ball of dense smoke and dashed to the depths of the clouds. With a flash, he disappeared without a trace. Shin Tianwen said with a cold sneer, this move again? It seems that in the end, you have exhausted all your trick. Although Qin Wushuang's earlier attacks and defense made Shin Tianwen feel incredibly astonished, Qin Wushuang's trump card was still not enough. However, if Qin Wushuang could not show his trump card, then Shin Tianwen had 100% assurance to make this day next year become Qin Wushuang's Memorial Day. He shook the heavenly mysteries mirror 3 times. With a whoosh, the lights of the Tai Chi yin-yang fish shot to the sky. Carrying the imposing manner to sweep across the entire universe, it shot all the clouds in the surrounding. When those white clouds were shot by this light, they slowly disintegrated. The entire sky became azure blue again. Qin Wushuang's figure was fleeing in the sky in an embarrassing state. Saber-Beard roared with laughter. Daoist Tianwen, are you going to make a move or should I? Shin Tianwen said with a cold voice, Daoist Saber-Beard, block his path, I will serve him. Shin Tianwen continued to chant the mnemonic chant. Suddenly, from behind his head, a burst of golden light dashed out. Like a giant umbrella, a golden pagoda with hanging pearls opened up all of a sudden. It dashed to the sky and swelled up against the wind. Due to the great power of this golden pagoda, all 8 directions of the golden pagoda were filled with various strange tadpole-shaped characters and wavy patterns. When the golden pagoda opened up, it shot out tens and thousands of splendid lights. It dashed to the sky and covered the top of Qin Wushuang's head. As soon as the lights were urged, tens and thousands of lights shot down. The lights from all directions scattered down like a waterfall. Like a curtain, the lights rolled down and formed a thick octagonal giant pillar. It wrapped Qin Wushuang inside this light curtain. Saber-Beard roared with laughter. Daoist Tianwen, congratulations. Shin Tianwen was immensely proud as he roared with laughter. A grain of rice dares to compete with the sun and moon. This kid of the Qin family is also a genius. Unfortunately, he does not know the fate of the heavens. Saber-Beard said with a low voice, Daoist Tianwen, while your 8 defense golden light curtain covers him, hurry and shoot this kid to get rid of all future trouble. Saber-Beard did not speak with a joking tone. Earlier, the temperament and luck displayed by Qin Wushuang had truly surprised him. When he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. For such a young man, if he was given time to grow, certainly he would threaten them in the future. To prevent any undue delay, he must strike first to gain the upper hand. Shin Tianwen also had the same idea. The offensive weapons of the genuine divine 6 weapons, the slaughtering sword, the furious crocodile scissors, and the heavenly oppress spear shot out at the same time. The god-killing bow also shot out a few dozen arrows instantly like a swarm of locusts. They attacked the treasure light densely. For such attack power, not to mention a young disciple, even for a totem elite warrior, as long as they were not at the totem paramount level, they would suffer severe injuries even if they did not die under such power. Boom! When the lights shattered, All the weapons shot into the light curtain of the 8 defense golden light curtain. With a violent explosion sound, the void where the 8 defense golden light curtain shot was completely shattered into pieces. Not to mention the people in the void, even the dust was twisted into nothingness. Shin Tianwen could not conceal his trace of ecstasy as he roared with laughter. He urged his voice and cried out, "Qin Xiaotian, and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals of the Qin clan, listen, Qin Wushuang has already been executed. Next, it's your turn." Countless echoes reverberated throughout the valley. Like a curse, the echoes surrounded the sky above the aspiring throne mountain for a long time. Saberbeard also roared with laughter. "Daoist Tianwen, congratulations." All of a sudden, Shin Tianwen felt a burst of muscle on his back contracting without a sign. An unprecedented sense of crisis seemed to be about to scuttle out from his back. Instantly, vividly, Shin Tianwen realized that something was wrong. He felt that the instant when he killed Qin Wushuang, something seemed to be wrong. What is wrong? Shin Tianwen still had a thought in his head. Suddenly, like lightning, the golden light behind his back gushed out with the momentum of tearing apart the blue dome of the sky. It shot directly at his back. In the blink of an eye. By the time Shin Tianwen realized this lightning-like momentum, it was already within 30 meters. Shin Tianwen was carried away by his success. Or else, although this sneak attack was hidden, he would not have reacted when it was within 30 meters. Within 30 meters, it almost surpassed the limit of his nervous reaction. By the time he realized it and moved instinctively, that attack had already arrived. Therefore, the wisest choice was to resist it with all his power. He would rely on his own body and powerful Supreme Dao defensive equipment. 1 shooting sun arrows, 2 arrows, arrived in a continuous line. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 823. Without a doubt, it was the shooting sun arrows and the graceful spiritual bow. Naturally, the one that launched a sneak attack on Heavenly Emperor Shin Tianwen was Qin Wushuang. Before Shin Tianwen's pride lasted for too long, Qin Wushuang appeared behind him like a ghost and gave him a full power attack. Boom! Bursts of defensive lights kept bursting out from Shin Tianwen's back. Instantly, he urged the Supreme Dao armor on his body to its peak. Boom! Finally, the shooting sun arrows arrived and clashed with the surface of the Supreme Dao armor. It was the collision between the spear and the shield. Instantly, the momentum of the shooting sun arrows was stopped. Borrowing this attack, Shin Tianwen plunged backwards at a rapid speed and fell like a shooting star. Shin Tianwen's miserable roar came from the sky. Instantly, Shin Tianwen's body suffered severe injuries as he kept spitting out blood. This sudden turn of events was simply out of everyone's expectation. Even the divine beast Saberbeard was dumbfounded. While Saberbeard was in a daze, 3 of Qin Wushuang's shooting sun arrows greeted him. Saberbeard let out an angry roar, yet he did not dare to neglect it. Dispelling and attacking, his body transformed into a burst of meteoric shadow to escape far away. Clearly, after the graceful spiritual bow hit Shin Tianwen, Saberbeard's spirit also suffered a great blow. For a time, his fighting spirit fell from the peak to the bottom. Fortunately, Saberbeard was facing the graceful spiritual bow head-on. Plus, with Shin Tianwen's example, he evaded the attack of the graceful spiritual bow with ease. Despite this case, his fighting spirit was completely stripped clean at this moment. Shin Tianwen suffered severe injuries as he spat out a few bursts of blood. A form of fear that he had never experienced flashed across his mind. He took a deep breath and realized that the injuries on his body were terrifying. At least, it was not enough to support today's battle. Although his divine soul was unharmed, his body was damaged and could not cooperate with his divine soul. For this battle, Shin Tianwen was destined to not be able to continue. Despite this case, if Saberbeard was of the same mind as him, Shin Tianwen was still confident that he could take down today's battle. However, judging from Saberbeard's situation, Clearly he did not have the intention to stay and play some life and death story with him. Furious roars spurted out continuously from Shin Tianwen's mouth. It sounded like a landslide or a tsunami. Unparalleled anger and unprecedented humiliation. To Shin Tianwen, the loss of this battle was not a problem of strength. It was because he had underestimated the enemy. This kind of underestimation of the enemy was not a psychological underestimation, but a carelessness caused by being confused by the illusion. Therefore, Shin Tianwen felt that he was wronged this time. Inwardly, Qin Wushuang was extremely calm when he had succeeded in one move. He did not act rashly. Shin Tianwen was Qin Wushuang, he was Wushuang, he was Wushuang Qin Wushuang. Was Wushuang wo Wushuang waswas Wushuang sword wusu Wushuang. This time, he was able to succeed not because he suppressed Shin Tianwen with his strength, but because he had successfully used his tactic to confuse Shin Tianwen. The instant Shin Tianwen got hit, the Heavenly Emperor party beneath him collapsed completely. They started to retreat on a large scale. Qin Wushuang laughed and flapped the purple cloud yin-yang wings rapidly. He guided the Earth Emperor spear and tens and thousands of golden needles shot down like a majestic heavy rain. Needle seal hidden in silk floss. As the golden needles shot out like raindrops, the martial artists of the Heavenly Emperor party scattered in an embarrassing state. Instantly, a large group of them died. Those that did not die rushed out of the aspiring throne mountain with all their might. Saberbeard gave a loud cry and spurted out 3 thunderbolts to rumble at the back of Qin Wushuang. He sent his voice to Shin Tianwen, Daoist Tianwen, today is not suitable for a long battle, are you going? Shin Tianwen gritted his teeth, yet he was helpless. Let's go. With enemies on his back, Qin Wushuang could no longer chase after those martial artists that were fleeing like rats. He urged his wings to evade these 3 attacks that carried extreme oppressive power. 3 thunder-like sounds brushed past the path of Qin Wushuang's departure and exploded continuously. The power shook the sky. With a cold gaze, Qin Wushuang looked at the direction where Shin Tianwen and the others had retreated. Instantly, lofty sentiments emerged from his heart. Although he did not win this battle, it gave Qin Wushuang endless confidence. At least, since Shin Tianwen suffered injuries of this level, it would be impossible for him to come to the aspiring throne mountain for 3 to 5 months. With these 3 to 5 months of buffer time, the situation of the Qin clan could more or less be reversed. Currently, Qin Wushuang also felt a sense of exhaustion. This battle did not seem intense, yet it was unprecedentedly dangerous. In between each move, it was possible to determine life and death. When facing such a powerful enemy, Qin Wushuang did not dare to hold back. He exerted all his strength in each move. Regardless of activating the 9th Calamity Genuine Supreme Weapon, activating the Shooting Sun Arrows, or performing the Great 5 Attributes Reincarnation Seal, Qin Wushuang fought with his life on the line. Therefore, after a bout of consumption, he was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Qin Wushuang possessed supreme fortune in the wood attribute Divine Domain. Combined with the first stage of the Great 5 Attributes Reincarnation Seal, the Spring Wind and Rain, it allowed him to recover his vitality in the shortest time. Qin Wushuang did not dare to relax at all. He also did not dare to show any signs of exhaustion. With awe-inspiring divine might, he held the graceful spiritual bow in his hand and looked forward with a biting cold gaze. In the dark outside of the aspiring throne mountain, Saberbeard gave a bitter smile and advised, anyways, Daoist Tianwen, this kid is extremely vigilant and will not give us the chance to counterattack. At such a young age, he is this steady. It's rare for him to remain calm under a great victory. Daoist Tianwen, in the future, this kid will be a formidable enemy for you. As if a poisonous snake had bitten him, the muscles on Shin Tianwen's face twitched slightly. He hissed, Daoist Saberbeard, now you and I are on the same boat, no need to speak such sarcastic words. This son of the Qin has a firm temperament. In today's battle, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to stay out of it. Saberbeard shrugged his shoulders and revealed a bitter smile. Xin Tianwen, you are pushing me into a quagmire. Daoist Saberbeard, it seems that from beginning to end, we are only fulfilling our promise from the past. Only, no one expected that when the two of us joined hands, we could not take down a young kid. Daoist Saberbeard, now you know the price of underestimating the enemy, right? In that battle a moment ago, Saberbeard harbored some thoughts and did not exert all his power. Clearly, he only wanted to help Xin Tianwen deal with the Qin clan and did not want to become the main target of the Qin clan. Perhaps because of his thoughts, that battle gave Qin Wushuang the chance. Daoist Tianwen, what are you nervous about? Even after 3 or 5 months, when we make a comeback, could it be you do not have the confidence to take down this kid? In 3 or 5 months, regardless of how fast Qin Wushuang grew, Xin Tianwen would not be worried. A trace of a gloomy and cold smile spilled from the corner of his mouth. This lesson is a good thing. Next time, we can let go of some of our arrogance and use all our power to deal with the Qin clan. Daoist Saberbeard, by that time, you must not hide any more moves. Saberbeard revealed a slight smile, yet his expression revealed a trace of viciousness. He whispered thoughtfully, Daoist Tianwen, clearly that kid was covered by your 8 defense golden light shield. How come he escaped all of a sudden? Could it be your genuine divine 6 weapons could not control him? Xin Tianwen stared at Saberbeard and looked at the faint smile on his face. He gave a cold sneer. Daoist Saberbeard, are you testing my eyesight? Don't tell me you truly could not see through that clue. Saberbeard laughed strangely. I just feel amazed that at such a young age, that kid has so many moves. If I'm not wrong, that kid is using puppet clones, right? When he said the words of puppet clones, Xin Tianwen's expression was extremely complicated. 4 supreme Dao puppet clones, even Xin Tianwen did not grasp such great divine skill. Crafting puppets was an immemorial secret technique, he was not qualified to ask about it. Most likely, only the totem powerhouses possessed such skill. Upon thinking that Qin Wushuang possessed the divine skill that only the totem powerhouses possessed, Xin Tianwen felt waves of injustice. He had ruled the Heavenly Emperor Gate for thousands of years, yet he was inferior to a young man. Finally, the Heavenly Emperor party that had besieged the aspiring Throne Mountain for more than a dozen years had completely collapsed. They retreated from the surrounding area of the aspiring Throne Mountain like the tide. Finally, the haze that surrounded the Qin clan had dispersed. Although it was only for a short period of time, everyone knew that perhaps Xin Tianwen would make a comeback. However, after the Heavenly Emperor party suffered heavy losses, with many Supreme Dao elite warriors dead or injured, it was clearly impossible for them to rally their forces and restore their former glory. Before the aspiring Throne Mountain, there was a wave of cheers. Like a triumphant hero, Qin Wushuang received the cheers of all the clansmen of the Qin clan. After parting for more than a dozen years, it felt as if a lifetime had passed. They were free. The clansmen of the Qin clan cheered and boiled. They cheered for the resolution of the crisis and felt proud for the rise of the Qin clan's genius. Under the escort of many Supreme Dao elite warriors, Qin Wushuang arrived at the Upright Morality Hall. He returned to this place that he yearned for day and night. When they passed by the Sacrificial Valley, Qin Yunran said emotionally, Wushuang, you have made a great contribution to the Qin clan. Your ancestor Qin Yu, all the way to the remains of your ancestors are qualified to enter the Sacrificial Valley. After the Heavenly Emperor election, we will organize it grandly. Qin Wushuang was inexplicably moved. He nodded lightly and a wave of warmth surged from his heart. Finally, he could account to his father and proudly tell him this good news. Returning to the Qin clan was his father's long-cherished destiny. Now, it had been completed perfectly. Nothing could stop the Eastwood Qin clan from returning to the aspiring Throne Mountain. There was no dispute and no obstruction. For the Qin clan, Ji Huai, Ji Song, Ji Bo, and Ji Tong had entered the Supreme Dao stage one after another. This allowed the Supreme Dao party of the Qin clan to expand greatly. Perhaps, these 4 new Supreme Dao elite warriors could not bring immediate combat power to the Qin clan. However, they had nurtured enough talent for the Qin clan. In total, the number of Supreme Dao elite warriors in the Qin clan had reached an astonishing 9. The original 3 chiefs, plus the 4 great honored warriors, had broken through. Among the younger generation, the rise of Qin Wushuang and Qin Taichong had allowed the number of supreme Dao warriors in the Qin clan to reach a terrifying number. Compared to the peak of the Qin clan, this number was no less than the number. This was simply a dreamlike number. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 824. In comparison, the Heavenly Emperor 8 Gates, especially the Shin clan, the Heavenly Punishing Villa, and the Sound of Thunder sect all had fallen supreme Dao elite warriors. Unconsciously, the Qin clan had established their advantage. Currently, the number of supreme Dao elite warriors was no longer a problem. The opportunity for the Qin clan to seize back the Heavenly Emperor seat had finally arrived. Of course, it would not be easy to seize the Heavenly Emperor seat. The first major problem was Shin Tianwen. The existence of this Shin Tianwen was always a great calamity for the Qin clan. It was only 3 or 4 years away from the Heavenly Emperor election. Currently, the strongest elite warrior of the Qin clan, Qin Xiaotian, suffered severe injuries. Such severe injuries were not injuries to the corporeal body and were different from Shin Tianwen's injuries. Shin Tianwen's injuries were severe injuries to his corporeal body. To an elite warrior of the genuine Supreme Dao stage, it was only a superficial injury. Head Chief Qin Xiaotian's injuries were injuries to his divine soul. If one were to compare the divine soul to a raging fire, then Qin Xiaotian's divine soul would be a strand of glimmering light the size of a bean. After using his divine soul to seal the Nirvana heavenly plow for almost 10 years, Qin Xiaotian's divine soul was almost exhausted. If it weren't for his forceful conviction, most likely Qin Xiaotian's divine soul would have vanished into thin air. Thankfully, the crisis of the Qin clan was finally resolved. Shin Tianwen retreated in defeat and the Nirvana heavenly plow also stopped attacking the 8 Desolation and 6 Directions formation. This allowed Qin Xiaotian to finally have a chance to catch his breath. However, with such severe injuries to his divine soul, clearly it would be impossible to recover in 3 or 5 years. For Supreme Dao elite warriors, the most difficult thing was to congeal and train their divine soul. When the divine soul was injured, unless one had a heaven-defying opportunity, one could repair the divine soul in a short time. Or else, one could only rely on long periods of quiet training and meditation to sculpt the divine soul and rejuvenate it. Under the lead of Qin Yunran, Qin Wushuang arrived at the deep part of the ley lines where the Nirvana heavenly plow was located. Qin Yunran said, "Wushuang, look, in these 10 years, this Nirvana heavenly plow has completely cut off the underground ley lines of the Qin clan's mountain protection formation. The most terrifying thing is that this Nirvana heavenly plow has the divine skill to search the ley lines underground." Qin Wushuang looked at the Nirvana heavenly plow. Although it had lost the control of its divine soul, it was still very swift and fierce. Shin Tianwen also retreated quickly and did not have the time to take back this Nirvana heavenly plow. Along the way, Qin Wushuang had destroyed dozens of spiritual veins in the 8 Desolation 6 Direction formation. Only the last circle of underground spiritual veins was left. It was the thickest and had the strongest defense. Therefore, it wasn't destroyed by the Nirvana heavenly plow. Qin Yunran revealed a worried expression. "Wushuang, clearly this Nirvana heavenly plow is a genuine Supreme Dao weapon. Now that the head chief is severely injured, I am afraid without a few dozen years of solitary training, it will be difficult for him to restore his peak power. With this Nirvana heavenly plow lying beneath my aspiring throne mountain, I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before it causes trouble." Qin Wushuang observed for a while and said with a nod, "Second chief, this Nirvana heavenly plow should be a divine refined item. It possessed a wisp of its owner's spiritual energy. Let me try." Qin Wushuang's current stage was also extraordinary. He could also control divine weapons at the 9th Calamity Genuine Supreme Dao stage. In terms of quality, this Nirvana heavenly plow was clearly inferior to the Heavenly Emperor sword. Qin Wushuang walked deep inside the ley lines. Like a spiritual mouse drilling into the ground, he moved with ease. Leaning against the last layer of the spiritual ley lines, Qin Wushuang waved the Heavenly Emperor sword and slashed it directly. By leaning against the last layer of spiritual ley lines, he could ensure that the last layer of the ley lines would not get affected. No wonder this Nirvana Heavenly Plow was a divine weapon at the genuine Supreme Tao stage. When the Heavenly Emperor sword slashed over, it slashed onto the top of the Nirvana Heavenly Plow. The violent sound of metal clashing shook the surrounding ley lines. Qin Wushuang's corporeal body barely withstood these waves of vibration. He protected the front of the ley lines and did not allow these movements to extend to the vicinity of the ley lines. This ley line was already the last barrier for the Qin clan. Of course, he could not destroy it. When the Nirvana Heavenly Plow was slashed by the Heavenly Emperor sword, the color of the entire surface immediately dimmed. With a clang, the Heavenly Emperor sword slashed open a crack on the surface. As soon as this crack appeared, those strange ripples and characters on the surface of the Nirvana Heavenly Plow started to fluctuate like water waves. The thread of spiritual sense within also moved. The power of this movement was transmitted out inexorably and directly affected the deepest part of Shen Yuan Wei's spiritual perception of the totem clan. What's going on? Shen Yuan Wei's divine soul seemed to have been hit by a burst of power. He woke up from his meditation. When he tried hard to sense it, he immediately discovered some clues. Shen Yuan Wei raised his eyebrow and revealed a trace of anger. A spurt of demonic fire burned fiercely from his heart. Xin Tianwen, this bastard let my Nirvana Heavenly Plow get attacked. It even affected a part of my divine soul. To Shen Yuan Wei, the divine soul that controlled the Nirvana Heavenly Plow was insignificant. It was only used for monitoring. However, when the Nirvana Heavenly Plow was attacked, his dignity as a totem elite warrior was greatly damaged. This was like the golden signboard of the totem clan being slapped directly in the face. Darn it! Shen Yuan Wei gave a low roar and walked out of the secret room. He knew that this Nirvana Heavenly Plow must not fall into the hands of others. Or else, most likely it would become an advantageous piece of evidence for the Qin clan to impeach the Shen Yuan clan. After all, Shen Yuan Wei bestowed this Nirvana Heavenly Plow to Xin Tianwen. Now, when it fell into the hands of the Qin clan, he must take it back. When a gap was opened on the Nirvana Heavenly Plow, Qin Wushuang waved the Heavenly Emperor sword and kept attacking the secret engravings on it. He peeled off the formation layer by layer. After less than half an hour, the formation and secret engravings of the entire Nirvana Heavenly Plow were completely peeled off by the Heavenly Emperor sword. It became a genuine object without an owner. On the other hand, Shen Yuan Wei's wisp of divine sense was completely eliminated. Qin Wushuang held the Nirvana Heavenly Plow in his hand and rushed out from underground. He saw Qin Yunran and the others with a worried expression. Qin Wushuang raised the Nirvana Heavenly Plow from his hand and said with a smile, "Chief, the murderous weapon that cut the mountain protection formation of the Qin clan is here. However, it can no longer unleash any ferocious power." When the formation engravings were removed, it was the same as robbing the core of the Supreme Tao weapon. Besides the fact that the material was still at the Supreme Tao level, the core no longer had the characteristics of a Supreme Tao weapon. Therefore, now this Nirvana Heavenly Plow could only be considered as the embryo of a Supreme Tao weapon. Without any sacrificial refining or reinforcement, at most it would be on par with ordinary exquisite mysterious boundary weapons. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang exchanged a glance and their eyes were full of gratified and ecstatic. For 10 years, this Nirvana Heavenly Plow had tortured and struck the Qin clan more than Xin Tianwen himself. Although Xin Tianwen was powerful, with his own strength, he could not break this 8 desolation and 6 directions formation. Because of this Nirvana Heavenly Plow as a murderous weapon, it allowed Xin Tianwen to strut around before the aspiring throne mountain. Now, this ruling weapon hanging above the head of the Qin clan was finally taken down. How could they not feel a great sense of relief? Wushuang, for this Nirvana Heavenly Plow, the head chief also tried to attack it with a Supreme Tao weapon. He could not break the secret engravings on the surface. How did you do it? Clearly, everyone in the Qin clan cared about this question the most. They considered that the head chief had paid a great price to deal with this nirvana heavenly plow, yet Qin Wushuang had broken it with such ease. In this case, wouldn't it seem somewhat unfair for the head chief's divine soul to get injured? Qin Wushuang knew the doubts in everyone's mind as he gave a long sigh. Chiefs, without Xin Tianwen's divine soul activating it, the power of this nirvana heavenly plow has decreased. If it were me 10 years ago, not to mention breaking it, I am afraid I could not even get within 30 meters of it. Qin Yunran and the others did not doubt his words. It was because they had also tried to approach the nirvana heavenly plow. However, when they were within 60 meters of the nirvana heavenly plow, they were forced to stay away by its powerful power. Once they tried to approach it forcefully, the powerful destructive power of the nirvana heavenly plow was enough to kill them. Both their divine soul and body would be destroyed. With Qin Wushuang's current strength, naturally he was the number one person beneath Qin Xiaotian in the Qin clan. With his current strength, of course he was much more powerful than Qin Yunran and the others. Under the situation where Qin Wushuang's divine soul was injured, it could be said that Qin Wushuang was the number one elite warrior of the Qin clan. Plus with the monstrous existence of the ninth calamity genuine supreme Dao weapon, it would not be a difficult task to deal with the nirvana heavenly plow with all his efforts. After all, within the Tianxian land, the number of ninth calamity genuine supreme Dao weapons could be counted with one hand. Even those paramount totem elite warriors would be endlessly envious. In history, the ninth calamity genuine supreme Dao elite warriors had accompanied them to pass the 9 major heavenly tribulations of the genuine supreme Dao stage. For such a divine weapon, it was definitely something the paramount totem elite warriors yearned for even in their dreams. Chief, although I have cleaned the supreme Dao secret markings of this nirvana heavenly plow and seized the formation, it is still damaged. However, the material itself is not damaged. As long as we refine it again in the future, it would not be a legend for its power to surpass its original power. The Xin clan used this nirvana heavenly plow to destroy my Qin clan's supreme Dao spiritual ley lines. By that time, we will give them a taste of their own medicine. We will let the Xin clan also experience the feeling of their spiritual ley lines collapsing. These words catered to his fancy. It made Qin Yunran beaming with joy as he kept nodding. Wushuang, do you have a way to refine this nirvana heavenly plow? Now is not the time. Qin Wushuang looked at the appearance and material of this nirvana heavenly plow and said with a smile, the person who crafted this nirvana heavenly plow must be a genius. However, the person who crafted this object is definitely not a top elite warrior of the Tianxian land. He did not unleash all of the potential of the nirvana heavenly plow. Oh! Now, Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang were full of curiosity about each of Qin Wushuang's words and actions. Between them, they were no longer talking like a senior or a junior. Vividly, they were on par with each other. They even had to show some respect to Qin Wushuang. Look, this nirvana heavenly plow is like a circular gear. The 5 areas have 5 immemorial markings that symbolize the 5 elements of heaven and earth. It proves that this nirvana heavenly plow is a major 5 elements divine weapon and not an ordinary object. Clearly, this owner did not have enough talent and could not refine it completely. He only stimulated 2 supreme Dao attributes and its power was only 30 to 40%. Currently, not only did Qin Wushuang increase his strength, his vision had also increased along with the tide. His words made Qin Yunran and the others endlessly astonished as they kept nodding their heads. Recommended book, book title, Promotion to Nobility, book number 198-7508, Introduction. After Liafeng, the Wanderer, was reborn, he decided to walk a completely different path from his former life. Therefore, he stepped into the official circle and started the arduous journey of promotion to nobility. Chapter 825. When Qin Yunran and the others observed the shape of the nirvana heavenly plow carefully, they realized that it was as Qin Wushuang had said. Vividly, It had 5 different patterns and shapes on the surface. Vividly, it had secretly conformed with the natural 5 elemental power. Inwardly, they could not help but feel a few more layers of astonishment. They were figures at the Grandmaster level, elite warriors among the Supreme Tao elite warriors. They had a profound understanding of the Supreme Tao attributes. Naturally, they knew that regardless of the technique or weapon that gathered the 5 elements, without a doubt, its power was the strongest. Under the same foundation, a single attribute could never be mentioned on equal terms with multiple attributes. Not to mention the 5 elements gathered together to form a 5-element cycle. Without a doubt, such a divine weapon of the cycle of 5 elements was extremely rare. It was also the hardest to control. In the hands of a Supreme Tao elite warrior with a single attribute, such a Supreme Tao weapon with multiple attributes might not be as useful as one with a single attribute. However, if you were a Supreme Tao elite warrior with multiple attributes, combined with such a Supreme Tao weapon with multiple attributes, your combat power would be rather impressive and give your opponent a headache. For Supreme Tao elite warriors of the same stage, multiple attributes would definitely be stronger than a single attribute. Regardless of combat power, combat skills, or flexibility in battle, it would be a tremendous advantage. After all, one attribute was a domain. For an additional domain, only insiders would know how great the advantage was. Qin Chongyang thought quickly. Suddenly, his eyes shone as he asked, Wushuang, in the future, when you are going to sacrifice this Nirvana heavenly plow, how many Supreme Tao attributes can you activate? Qin Wushuang was a genius with all 5 attributes. For this point, Qin Wushuang almost never exposed it. After all, Qin Wushuang had yet to enter the Supreme Tao stage. In terms of attributes, it was not extremely important. No one had seriously considered this problem. Now, after entering the Supreme Tao stage, the importance of the Supreme Tao attributes was manifested. Therefore, when Qin Chongyang asked this question, there was a deeper meaning hidden in it. Indeed, Qin Chongyang's question also attracted the attention of others. They all looked at Qin Wushuang with an expectant gaze and waited for his answer. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, Now, the time is not ripe to sacrifice this Nirvana heavenly plow. If I were to forcefully sacrifice it, at most I could only activate 3 Supreme Tao attributes. 3 attributes. Qin Yunran withdrew a breath of cold air. Wushuang, this way, you have 3 Supreme Tao attributes. 3 attributes of the divine domain. Wushuang, you are indeed the great genius of the Qin clan. 4 tens and thousands of years, Supreme Tao elite warriors with 3 attributes, it seems there were only a few. Qin Chongyang was also endlessly astonished as his eyes revealed incomparable fascination. Qin Wushuang kept a smile and did not speak a word. His words caused all the chiefs to misunderstand that he only had 3 Supreme Tao attributes. In fact, Qin Wushuang possessed 5 attributes. Wushuang, 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 Wushuang has. Wushuang, you, Wushuang, Wushuang, you, Wushuang, 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 Wushuang. W.S. What do you? Of Wushuang, Wushuang, Qin, Wushuang, 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 he, it, Wushuang, Qin, Wushuang, he, it, he, Wushuang, Qin, Wushuang. Wushuang of Wushuang. A moment ago, everyone did not think too much about it. However, upon hearing Qin Chongyang's words, they all looked at Qin Wushuang with astonishment. Great, Wushuang, it seems you are still hiding your strength. Qin Yunran was in a great mood. Between his brows, ecstasy flashed. Wushuang, tell me honestly, could it be you are an all-rounder of the 5 attributes? Qin Chongyang was initially a steady person. Now, he could not refrain from making a joke. To the Qin clan, this was too important. If Qin Wushuang was a genius with all 5 attributes, then they would not have any reason to doubt him. They firmly believed that Qin Wushuang must be the one with great fortune and fortune. He must be the exceptional genius sent by the heavens to save the fate of the Qin clan. Qin Wushuang laughed and did not deny it. He nodded. It seems so. Unfortunately, for now, I do not have the fortuitous opportunity to acquire the two immemorial divine objects of the water and earth attributes. I cannot extract the supreme Tao essence. The condensation of the supreme Tao essence of the water and earth attributes is incredibly slow. I lack an opportunity. Earth attribute. Qin Chongyang and Qin Yunran exchanged a glance and revealed a thoughtful expression. Two chiefs, what's wrong? Qin Wushuang asked curiously. Wushuang, if you possess the talent of the earth attribute, it will not be difficult to congeal the supreme Tao essence in the future. Even without the help of external objects. Without the help of external objects, it will waste too much time. Qin Wushuang shook his head. For the Qin clan, what we lack the most is time. Two chiefs, if I concentrate on the earth attribute, in less than 5 years, certainly I can congeal the supreme Tao essence of the earth attribute. The precondition is that I will not borrow the power of any external objects. However, I cannot afford to wait for these 5 years. Not to mention, I still need to congeal the supreme Tao essence of the water attribute. Wushuang, you are asking too much of yourself. Qin Yunran gave a long sigh. Geniuses were geniuses after all. "5 years of time, to a supreme Tao powerhouse, 5 years of time was practically negligible. During the long journey of the supreme Tao stage, to congeal the supreme Tao essence, ordinary supreme Tao elite warriors would not succeed without 20 or 30 years. For all the supreme Tao elite warriors in the Tian Shen land, the vast majority were at the coagulate supreme Tao stage. They belonged to the stage of congealing the supreme Tao essence. Once they congealed the mature supreme Tao essence, there would be almost no danger before the 6th calamity. Suddenly, Qin Chongyang said, Wushuang, in terms of external objects, the Shen Yuan mound does have them. In the territory of the Totem clan, there is a type of Shen Yuan spiritual stone and a type of Shen Yuan living soil. They are all immemorial divine objects of the earth attribute and extremely rare. Qin Wushuang moved his brows. The Shen Yuan clan? He shook his head with a bitter smile. I am afraid the Shen Yuan clan is not that easy to talk to, right? In fact, Qin Wushuang and the supreme Tao elite warriors of the Qin clan had a tacit understanding. They knew clearly that since the Heavenly Emperor Shin clan was acting so arrogant, it was impossible for the Totem clan to not have the shadow of the Shen Yuan clan behind them. Only, the arm of the Qin clan could not twist the thigh. Even if they knew that people of the Shen Yuan clan had interfered, they could not protest publicly. To the Qin clan, the best way was to use open and above-board methods to defeat the Shin clan legally and seize the Heavenly Emperor seat of the Shin clan. Only in this way could the Shen Yuan clan recognize the position of the Qin clan without any problems. Suddenly, Qin Chongyang seemed to have thought of something as he said, Wushuang, if you have all 5 attributes, perhaps only you can repair the spiritual ley lines at the aspiring throne mountain. Repair the spiritual ley lines? Qin Wushuang looked at Qin Chongyang curiously. Yes, Wushuang. This underground spiritual ley line was formed by the natural movement of the heavens and earth. It absorbs the power of the heavens and earth and is the work of nature. The creation of the heavens and earth is nothing more than the 5 attributes. If you have all 5 attributes, you are qualified to repair this underground ley line. Qin Yunran nodded. Yes, Wushuang, this is not a joke. To the Qin clan, the underground ley line is of utmost importance. You cannot shirk it, right? Qin Wushuang laughed. If Wushuang is competent, of course I will not look back. How could I shirk it? Regarding the matters of the Qin clan, Qin Wushuang would never shirk his duty. Great. Qin Chongyang was overjoyed. For this problem, I must ask the head chief. But the head chief suffered severe injuries and needs to recuperate. Ji Huai spoke at this moment. Qin Chongyang said, now, the head chief is still in the initial stage of recuperation and is not in solitary training. Go ask him about the matter of the spiritual ley lines. As it concerns the fate of the entire clan, the head chief will not get angry. Let's go. Qin Wushuang knew the severity of the situation. Without any reason to object, he followed him. Although Qin Xiaotian was incredibly weak, His corporeal body did not suffer any damage. Besides appearing somewhat lacking in terms of his essence, energy, and spirit, one could not see any clues from the surface. Qin Wushuang stepped forward and said, "It's my honor to meet with you, head chief." Qin Xiaotian revealed a slight smile. When he saw Qin Wushuang, his initially taut expression also revealed a gratified smile. He waved his hand. "Wushuang, no need to be overly courteous. Now, you are the same as Yunran and the others, you are all figures at the chief level of the Qin clan. In terms of seniority, we are of the same generation." "I am flattered," Qin Wushuang said humbly. "Ha ha, Wushuang, you don't need to decline this modestly. You have strength, courage, and made great contributions to the Qin clan. Now, you are the chief and will not decline your responsibility." Qin Xiaotian shot a glance at the other chiefs. "Wushuang, since everyone is here, I will leave the words here. From today onwards, you are the head chief of the Qin clan. You will be in charge of the aspiring Throne Mountain Qin clan." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was astonished. All of them were greatly astonished. Clearly, they did not expect that Qin Xiaotian would make such a strange move. It was completely out of their expectations. "What, do you all feel it's inappropriate?" Qin Xiaotian revealed a faint smile. Qin Yunran laughed. "It's not inappropriate. Head chief, you are at the peak of your power. It seems to be too early to abdicate the position of head chief." Qin Xiaotian gave a long sigh. "It's not early, not early. With Wushuang in the Qin clan, it doesn't matter if all of us old guys step down. If you have anything to say, you can say it now. When Wushuang takes over my chief seal, you will be violating the rules of the sect if you oppose it. You will be punished by the sect." Qin Yunran and the others exchanged a glance. In the end, they did not have any doubts about Qin Wushuang's strength and methods. Deep in their hearts, they also firmly believed that Qin Wushuang would certainly be the best candidate to be the head chief of the Qin clan. Only, they did not expect that this day would come so quickly. Qin Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and observed everyone's reaction. Without a doubt, these people had a form of indescribable trust towards Qin Wushuang. There was no jealousy or dissatisfaction. From their eyes, the only doubt and fear was that they felt somewhat uncomfortable at the sudden abdication of head chief Qin Xiaotian. In other words, the problem was not Qin Wushuang taking over the position, but that everyone was not used to the days without Qin Xiaotian. To the Qin clan, especially during these dozen years of struggle, everyone had fully experienced the role of the head chief. Without a doubt, that was the role of a cornerstone. To be the head chief of the Qin clan, one must be the backbone of the clan. He must allow the Qin clan to bend and stand tall, to stand with an indomitable spirit, and to bow down freely. To be continued. If you want to know about the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 826. Through the previous battles, Qin Wushuang had fully proven his strength, his responsibility, and his unwavering loyalty to the Qin clan. Even in death, he would not change his mind. In other words, from all aspects, Qin Wushuang already possessed the qualification to take over the head chief position. If one must speak of something he was lacking, it would be in terms of age and experience. After all, in the past, the head chief of the Qin clan was at least 200 or 300 years old. For Qin Wushuang, if everyone remembered correctly, he seemed to be only 30 years old. Not only did he break a new record for the Qin clan, he even broke a new record in the history of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Even for the totem Shen Yuan clan, it would be another matter if they had someone who had achieved such status at the age of 30. The gaze of the head chief was unprecedentedly sharp. He cruised before each person's eyes as if he wanted to see through the inner world of everyone at the scene. Head chief, for Wushuang to take over the position of the head chief, regardless of strength or contribution, there is no problem. Qin Yunran was the first one to express his opinion. Head chief, if Wushuang takes over the position, what about you? Qin Chongyang was more concerned about the whereabouts of Qin Wushuang. A mountain could not hold two tigers. If Qin Wushuang truly took over the position of the head chief, in the future, he would not be the one to give orders in the major matters of the Qin clan. Or else, most likely it would cause chaos within the Qin clan. Qin Xiaotian revealed a leisurely smile. This time, I will be in solitary training for at least 20 or 30 years. When I recover from my injuries, I will be a reclusive Grand Elder with peace of mind. For matters of the sect, of course you, the chiefs, will have the final say. Unless something major happens to the sect, I will not get involved. He looked at Qin Wushuang and laughed again. Wushuang, I am unloading my burden, will you take it? Can you let an old man like me relax a little? Qin Wushuang was in a difficult situation. He never thought about becoming the head chief of the Qin clan. In the past, he already told Qin Yunran that he was not interested in becoming the leader of a sect. His greatest pursuit was still the cultivation of the martial Dao. However, now the head chief had spoken personally and the sect was in a crisis. If he were to decline, it would seem that he was being irresponsible. Wushuang, the head chief has high expectations for you, you must not disappoint him. That's right, Wushuang. Since ancient times, heroes come from the young. Head sect master thinks highly of you, and so do we. Seeing that the general trend was like this, everyone decided to add flowers to the brocade and express their support for Qin Wushuang. Qin Wushuang looked at everyone's sincerity, and his blood boiled. The ancient saying was right, one should not pass on one's responsibility. Under such circumstances, how could Qin Wushuang say half a word of rejection? Qin Xiaotian laughed and opened his palm. The chief seal fell into his palm. He flipped his palm and a burst of flowing light held up the chief seal. He shouted, Wushuang, take the seal. Qin Wushuang grabbed it and held this seal. The chief seal overflowed with lights and colors and emitted a wave of breathtaking power. It made Qin Wushuang feel shaken and spirited. A wave of heavy feeling emerged spontaneously. Vividly, there seemed to be a voice spurring him and making him understand the weight of this seal. It made him feel a great feeling of not regretting even if he were to die 100 times for this seal. Although there were tens of thousands of people, he would go forward. The feelings of 2 lifetimes, the breadth of mind of 2 lifetimes, at this moment, it had stimulated Qin Wushuang's feelings of a true man. A form of great breadth of mind and a great responsibility rose from his heart. With a sudden surge of heroic spirit, he nodded. Wushuang, take the seal. Qin Xiaotian said with a clear voice, to the ancestors of the Qin clan, today I will pass the chief seal to Qin Wushuang. I hope that all generations of ancestors will bless the Qin clan, bless Wushuang, and lead the Qin clan to rise again. We hope you will bless us. Everyone at the scene said in unison with a solemn expression. All right, Yunran, for the exact ceremony, you will be in charge of it, I will not step out. Yunran, Chongyang, you are still the second and third chief, you must not have the intention of slacking off and being jealous. Ji Huai, Ji Song, Ji Bo, Ji Tong, and Tai Chong, you are all new Supreme Dao stage warriors, the trusted aides of the Qin clan. Especially Tai Chong, you are also the most outstanding disciple of the young generation. Besides the 3 great chiefs, you 5 will be promoted to Little Chief of the Qin clan. You will be in charge of assisting the 3 great chiefs to revive the foundation of the Qin clan. Yes. Although they were Little Chief, they were still chiefs. They knew clearly that in terms of strength and experience, they were not on par with the 3 great chiefs. It was reasonable for them to be promoted to Little Chief. Regardless, they were 1 level higher than the original honored warriors. Their status and supreme Dao strength had been highlighted. Therefore, everyone was convinced and nodded in agreement. Wushuang, I believe you understand clearly what it means to take over as the head chief, right? Qin Xiaotian asked with an encouraging tone. Of course, Qin Wushuang understood. Speaking of this, there was something to be said. He did not wish to speak any more high-sounding words. With the situation of the Qin clan before him, how to lead the Qin clan out of the crisis, how to seize the heavenly emperor seat, these were the arduous tasks for him as the new head chief. Upon seeing Qin Wushuang understand tacitly, Qin Xiaotian did not say anything else. He asked with a smile, all right, Is there anything urgent that you have come to find me for? Now, Qin Yunran and the others remembered as they immediately said, Head Chief, it's like this. After hearing Qin Yunran's introduction, Qin Xiaotian's expression became incredibly marvelous. As if admiring a perfect piece of art, he examined Qin Wushuang and kept chuckling. Wushuang, I don't even know how to describe you. Ha ha, this is the heavens taking care of the Qin clan. They empathize with the belief that the Qin clan has held unswervingly for tens and thousands of years. This was the case in this world. Everything that could not be explained and was extremely mysterious could be attributed to the heavens. The heavens had carried a lot of blame for no reason, yet they also gained a lot of credit. With all 5 attributes, Qin Xiaotian understood the meaning of this too well. Naturally, he was endlessly overjoyed. He nodded and said, Wushuang, it seems the most appropriate thing to pass the position of head chief to you. As for the spiritual ley lines that protect the mountain, there are a dozen of them from all directions. From the inside to the outside, one loop is connected to another. To repair it, you will need great divine skills. In the past, the ancestors of the Qin clan gathered supreme Dao elite warriors of the 5 attributes to open up these spiritual ley lines. Now, they were cut off by the Nirvana heavenly plow, but they were not completely destroyed. Although it would require a great amount of work to repair a gap, it's not completely hopeless. However, if it collapsed completely, unless you have the power at the peak of the genuine Supreme Dao stage, it would be difficult to open it again. Qin Xiaotian's words gave Qin Wushuang and the others a great deal of confidence. Clearly, the underground ley lines of the Qin clan did not collapse completely. The attack power of the Nirvana heavenly plow was not enough to completely collapse the ley lines. Clearly, it only cut open some gaps. Qin Wushuang listened attentively. He knew that whether or not the ley lines were repaired would be related to the future life and death of the Qin clan. With the ley lines, the major formation would be activated. Without a monstrous weapon like the Nirvana heavenly plow, it would be difficult to cut it apart. Unless those paramount totem elite warriors came personally. In that case, there would be no need for any cutting weapons. In the hands of the paramount elite warriors, ordinary supreme Dao weapons could easily destroy the ley lines. Qin Wushuang thought inwardly, now, my mustard cave dwelling is not enough to refine it. Or else, if I put it at the upright morality hall, even if the ley lines were destroyed, with this mustard cave dwelling as a barrier, even those at the peak of the genuine Supreme Dao stage could not break it. Regarding the mustard cave dwelling, Qin Wushuang did not plan to try it before entering the genuine Supreme Dao stage. If he were to open the mustard cave dwelling with his current strength, he would not be able to unleash much use. Qin Wushuang knew that the most urgent matter was to restore the order of the ley lines. He would pull the ley lines back to the normal track and connect them. Wushuang, regarding the connection of the ley lines, the Qin clan has a secret manual passed down. Only the head chief can have it. You can find it inside the chief seal. The chief seal itself was a storage space. Inside it, there were all kinds of tools and essential tokens for the chief. It included the collection of the Qin clan. All the treasures and secrets of the clan were inside this seal. After you go down, think about it and you will know a thing or two. Without 3 to 5 months of work, I am afraid it will not be finished. Fight for the time. Qin Xiaotian's words broke through the clouds and mist. It allowed everyone in the Qin clan to have a clue. As soon as the news of Qin Wushuang taking over as the head chief was announced, instantly it caused a huge uproar across the entire Qin clan. At this moment, naturally no one from the Qin clan was not sensible enough to feel that Qin Wushuang was not qualified. Whether Qin Wushuang was qualified or not, the great achievements he had performed were enough to prove everything. The crisis of the Qin clan for a dozen years had been solved overnight. Didn't they rely on Qin Wushuang? Now with Qin Xiaotian's divine soul suffering severe injuries, the Qin clan had lost their backbone. To ordinary disciples of the Qin clan, with Qin Wushuang taking over, it was rather exciting news. Compared to higher-ups like Qin Yunran, they believed in heroes more easily. They were superstitious about heroes and worshipped heroes inexplicably. In a world where the strong were respected, such worship did not appear strange. The ceremony of taking over was extremely grand and solemn. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang organized it together. Clearly, they had a specific purpose for organizing this ceremony in such a rush. The Qin clan had been surrounded and attacked by the Heavenly Emperor Party for a dozen years. Their morale and spirit had fallen to the bottom. At this moment, with a new head chief and new blood, with the help of Qin Wushuang's vigorous return, they added fuel to the fire and increased the morale of the Qin clan. It could be said that this ceremony was a ceremony to increase the morale of the Qin clan and increase the cohesion of the Qin clan. At the same time, it would allow Qin Wushuang to receive the most extensive support and worship. Being the leader of a sect, Qin Wushuang needed such unconditional worship. Only by letting the subordinates believe in you, and worship you unconditionally, could he control the Qin clan to the greatest extent. He could drive anyone in the Qin clan to control the power and control the giant ship of the Qin clan perfectly. During this ceremony, Qin Wushuang also displayed the temperament of a grandmaster through his movements. Currently, in terms of strength, prestige, and reputation, he was worthy of being the number one person in the Qin clan. Taking over as the head chief was expected by everyone. To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. More chapters, support the author, support the original reading. Chapter 827. This ceremony of the Qin clan was conducted on a grand scale. Among the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates, it could be said that it had triggered an earthquake-level effect. All the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates were inexplicably surprised. When Qin Wushuang took over as the head chief of the Qin clan, he announced to the world that the position of the head chief had changed hands. Due to the special situation, for now the Qin clan would not accept the congratulations from foreign guests. They would only hold a grand celebration within the Qin clan and celebrate with the entire clan. It swept away the bad luck of being suppressed by others for more than a dozen years. Qin Wushuang's action was like a brand new scenery that appeared before the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates. Since ancient times, it was unheard of for someone to take over as the leader of the Heavenly Emperor 8 gates at the age of 30. Naturally, as if the news had grown legs, it spread outside the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and across the entire Xian Yuan Mound. Then, it spread across the entire Tian Shen land. In each corner of the Tian Shen land, all places with martial artists, after 3 days, almost everyone was discussing this astonishing action of the Heavenly Emperor Qin clan. Taking over as the head chief at the age of 30 had simply challenged the limit of everyone's knowledge. For your information, in the martial arts world, many people were still lingering in the void martial stage at the age of 30. For those weaker ones, they could not even enter the upper sky spiritual martial force. This was the difference. Qin Wushuang was already the leader of a sect at the age of 30. It was rumored that before this, he had also severely injured Xin Tianwen of the Heavenly Emperor Gate. All sorts of rumors had raised a clamor. Qin Wushuang did not care about the rumors from the outside world. Instead, he concentrated under the ley lines of the aspiring throne mountain. While he trained, he repaired these damaged underground ley lines. What made Qin Wushuang feel excited was that indeed, the underground ley lines were the place with the most abundant spiritual qi. Initially, Qin Wushuang was able to advance by leaps and bounds because of the underground ley lines of the Heavenly Luo Daoist sect. It allowed him to achieve astonishing breakthroughs. Currently, Qin Wushuang did not feel the slightest difficulty in repairing the spiritual ley lines. Since he had been dealing with the underground spiritual ley lines, it had allowed Qin Wushuang to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The only unfortunate thing was that in the battle with Xin Tianwen, he sacrificed a golem puppet and destroyed the integrity of the 9 Palace Return 1 Sword formation. However, there was no need to worry about that. Qin Wushuang still had materials at hand, so he made 2 more puppets. One of them was used to make up for the shortcomings of the 9 Palaces' return to 1 sword formation, and the other was used as a doppelganger for his real body. With the materials he currently had, he could still refine 3 to 5 great golem puppets, so he wasn't in a hurry to use them all up. Thankfully, I did not melt my captive soul puppet into the golem when I activated it. Otherwise, where could I find such a good soul puppet after the soul puppet was killed? Initially at the Endless Eastern Sea, Qin Wushuang captured the divine souls of 9 Supreme Dao elite warriors. He refined them into Supreme Dao puppets and used the divine venomous technique to control the divine souls. When he fought with Xin Tianwen, he separated a puppet clone and took out the divine soul puppet to prevent it from getting killed. Since it was a golem puppet that was going to be sacrificed, there was no need to fill in the divine soul. The golem puppet that merged with the divine soul would be the strongest puppet. Of course, Qin Wushuang would not sacrifice the divine soul puppet for nothing. He saved it and now merged it into the new golem puppet. He controlled it with the divine soul and practiced the 9 palaces return to one sword formation without the slightest mistake. For the other doppelganger of his real body, he did not have many divine soul puppets to merge with. This made Qin Wushuang feel somewhat helpless. Initially, he did not know how to cherish it and killed Supreme Dao opponents when he saw them. If he could use the divine venomous technique to control a few more divine souls and merge them into the golem puppet, how great would that be? While Qin Wushuang sighed with emotion, he reminded himself inwardly that in the future, if he encountered any Supreme Dao elite warriors, he must live. It would be too wasteful to kill them directly. For the 9 palaces return to one sword formation, currently, those 9 divine souls had comprehended the determination, footwork, and sword techniques thoroughly. They only lacked the tacit understanding and the specific run-in during the joint training. This would require time. Of course, to unleash the full power of the 9 palaces return to one sword formation, these golem puppets still needed to improve. Inside the ley lines, of course Qin Wushuang would not let go of the opportunity to refine these golem puppets. Each day, besides his own training, he would also refine these golem puppets. On this day, as Qin Wushuang looked at this 8 desolation and 6 directions formation, he was rather satisfied. With this speed, in about 7 days, the spiritual ley lines will be completely restored. Fortunately, that Nirvana heavenly plow is not a divine weapon at the level of the heavenly emperor sword. Or else, if it destroyed the underground spiritual ley lines and caused them to collapse completely, without 30 to 50 years of restoration, it would be impossible to have a clue. The matter went unexpectedly smoothly. Qin Xiaotian estimated that it would take 3 to 5 months to repair, but Qin Wushuang only used less than 2 months to completely repair the underground spiritual ley lines. Naturally, such speed gave the entire Qin clan another pleasant surprise. Naturally, their trust in Qin Wushuang also increased imperceptibly. Of course, Qin Wushuang was well aware that he was able to repair these underground spiritual ley lines ahead of time because of his 5 attributes. In addition, it was also because his wood attribute also possessed a certain degree of restoration ability. This was the talent and advantage that Qin Wushuang did not possess. Most importantly, initially at the 9 refined mysterious wind valley of the heavenly Luo Daoist sect, Qin Wushuang had trained for a long time at the underground spiritual ley lines. He was not unfamiliar with the underground ley lines at all. He had an extremely sharp grasp and understanding of the rules of spiritual qi movement. This allowed him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. After the spiritual ley lines were restored, Qin Wushuang made some appropriate adjustments to the 8 desolation and 6 directions formation. He allowed the direction of this formation to be more targeted. Most importantly, Qin Wushuang used his own methods and divine skills to expand the exterior spiritual ley lines. The depth of the defense was strengthened to a certain extent. When the 8 desolation and 6 directions formation was activated again, the entire Qin clan cheered. To the Qin clan, this was definitely no less than a victory. The joy of such victory was almost on par with beating away Xin Tianwen. After all, with the restoration of the spiritual ley lines and the activation of the formation, it meant that Qin Wushuang could return to that undefeatable position from a dozen years ago. Currently, since Xin Tianwen had lost the Nirvana heavenly plow, what method could he use to break the defense of the Qin clan? Inside the upright morality hall, Qin Wushuang held a high position. Currently, through each of his movements, he already possessed the prestige of a head chief. With the 4 great divine beasts as his wings, it increased his prestige a lot. Currently, the Qin clan could be said to have powerful soldiers and powerful horses. Inside the upright morality hall, there was a great atmosphere. This caused the disciples of the Qin clan to feel incredibly excited. When they saw all these supreme Tao elite warriors, the disciples of the Qin clan felt incredibly reassured. With all these supreme Tao elite warriors, the future of the Qin clan would certainly be bright. Qin Wushuang looked around and said, "Everyone, with the restoration of the spiritual ley lines and the activation of the 8 desolation and 6 directions formation, the consolidation of the Qin clan's rear is a joyous matter." However, that Xin Tianwen did not change his mind. "I think in the next 3 months, certainly he will come to make a ruckus." Currently, with the fall of the Xin clan, only Xin Tianwen and Xin Tianchen are left. Now, it's their turn to be jealous of the number of supreme Tao warriors in the Qin clan. Therefore, everyone must not be careless. Now, the Xin clan will certainly go crazy and deal with our supreme Tao elite warriors at all costs. After all, the number of our supreme Tao elite warriors is extremely impressive. Because it's impressive, we must cherish it. If we maintain this great atmosphere, we will have more capital in the Heavenly Emperor election in 3 years. Head Chief's words are reasonable. If that Xin Tianwen comes again, we cannot rely on our large number of supreme Tao warriors to fight him head-on. That would be an irrational thought. Now, the most appropriate choice is to conceal our strength, bide our time, and increase our strength. Qin Chongyang was the first to speak. Qin Yunran also said, "Head Chief, when that Xin Tianwen comes again, we will deal with all changes by remaining unchanged." Without the Nirvana heavenly plow, Xin Tianwen is at his wit's end. Let's just watch him jump around and go crazy. It's great fun. Qin Wushuang said with a smile, "Clearly, it would not work if we sit and watch. When that Xin Tianwen comes again, I will go out and fight with them to attract his attention." Of course, the best time to deal with Xin Tianwen is not now, but the day of the Heavenly Emperor election. Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang nodded. Yes, Head Chief is young and has an obvious age advantage. In 3 years, certainly there will be methods and divine skills to deal with Xin Tianwen. However, although Xin Tianwen is a great calamity, in 3 years, perhaps the greatest threat to seize the Heavenly Emperor seat will come from the Yun clan. Suddenly, Qin Chongyang said, "The Yun clan and the Qin clan have made an agreement since ancient times to not attack each other and never be enemies. Although this is the case, the strength of the Yun clan must not be underestimated. Especially the head chief of the Yun clan, he is also incredibly mysterious. I heard that his strength is not weaker than Xin Tianwen and Grand Elder Xiaotian. In the competition for the Heavenly Emperor seat, the Yun clan is the greatest opponent." Yun clan? Inwardly, Qin Wushuang had a strange feeling. Yun Xuechen, the second chief of the Yun clan, had shared some fate with him in the past. He had taught him the cloud garment feathery technique. Up to this day, Qin Wushuang had benefited endlessly. Although competing for the Heavenly Emperor seat with the Yun clan would not be like water and fire, certainly it would be a competition of personal feelings. However, Qin Wushuang did not think too much about it. Personal relationships were personal, and official business was official business. Public and private matters must be separated clearly, and he must not show favoritism. While they were discussing, suddenly, Qin Wushuang's expression turned slightly cold as he said with a low voice, "Enemies are invading." "Who? Xin Tianwen?" Qin Yunran and Qin Chongyang reacted at the same time. "It's not Xin Tianwen or his saber-beard divine beast." Qin Wushuang shook his head. If it was these two, his observant finger jade plate would have shown it. The incomer was a stranger. However, his strength and pressure seemed to be above Xin Tianwen. This burst of pressure seemed to be able to collapse the entire aspiring throne mountain at any moment. It was abnormally powerful. Qin Wushuang instructed, "Everyone, you guard the mountain gate, I will go out to meet this person. Remember, you must not go out recklessly. The incomer is powerful and seems to be above Xin Tianwen. Most likely, he's a totem elite warrior." After Qin Wushuang finished speaking, in a flash, he was already outside the upright morality hall. Everyone looked at Qin Wushuang's marvelous body movements and methods. While they were astonished, they were also indescribably excited. When a totem elite warrior came to invade, despite his young age, the head chief was able to remain calm. It was enough to show his demeanor. With such a head chief in the Qin clan, even if the sky collapsed, what would they fear? To be continued. If you want to know the future, please log on to www.chidian.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, support the original reading. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.